Hey, knuckleheads, if you love the Three Stooges as much as we do, show the boys some love and subscribe below to be part of the Stooges family.
They are icons of comedy and an American institution. Three characters that are part of the very fabric of popular culture.
I ought to know. One of them was my father.
Hello. 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 Just how do you grapple with the fact that the apple never falls far from the tree? Well, it landed with a clunk, slap, plop. When it came to me, my source of frustration was my dad's occupation. He's a stooge. Oh no, egad! Hey Mo! Hey Mo! Hey Mo! Hey Mo! Hey Dad! I always hope to be an ordinary Joe, a face in the crowd, John Doe. But just my luck, I'm born son of Mo. I never yucked for my father, and it wouldn't be Mo if I had my brothers. And oh, by the way, take a look at his brothers. Hey Mo, hey Mo, hey Mo, hey Mo, hey Dad. Blinking, something got me to thinking how my dad was always for real. It hit me with a bonk, boom, crash, is what it took to get me to feel. Well, now I ain't hiding and I'm swelling with pride, along for the ride and glad. So here's the Three Stooges story in all his knucklehead glory. It ain't just a passing fad. Hey Mo, hey Larry, hey Uncle Curly, hey Uncle Shemp, hey Joe and Curly Joe. Hey Mo, hey Mo, hey Dad. Kerplop.
There are three lovable losers who need no introduction. Exploding onto the scene just as the movies were learning to talk, the sounds of their films were a clunk, a crash, and a cascade of laughter. But when the cameras stopped rolling, they were just regular guys with lives and loves, with lasting successes and bitter disappointments. And both on screen and off, they touched more people than can be counted. Hi, my name is Paul Howard, son of Helen and Mo Howard of the Three Stooges. Over the many years, I've often wondered, what are the odds of being born the son of Mo? 1,000,000 to 1? 1,000,000,000 to 1? 1,000,000,000,000 to 1? Well, whatever the odds, my number came up. And I'd like you to join me on a journey full of memories.
I'm here at the annual Three Stooges convention, and some of the rare pieces that I have today are this 1946 original lobby card, Mo, Larry, and Curly, and then that Shemp stuff down at the end, it's his payroll stuff.
This is about our 16th get-together. They're regular people. They enjoy getting together with other Stooge fans. They don't have to hide the fact if they're still a closet Stooge fan.
As I waded my way through this sea of dedicated Stooge fanatics, through this flood of mementos and personal memories, I found myself more than a little surprised. What was I doing here? Me, who once upon a time was so disconnected from all things Stooges that I told my friends that my dad worked as a meter reader for the Pacific Gas and Electric Company. What had brought me to a place that I had once rejected, but had always, down deep, wanted to embrace? And as I considered that question, I was struck by another. What were they doing here? All these people.
It's real. A real chimney pansy. That's no chimpy chump, that's a gorilla.
What was it about this ancient yet iconic act inspired such loyalty, such devotion, such pure joy? Well, on one level, the answer was obvious. If slapstick comedy really is the art of controlled chaos, then the Three Stooges were its clown princes.
All for one. One for all. I'll take care of myself.
A trio of tremendously resilient knuckleheads whose knuckles defied the laws of biology and whose heads defied the laws of physics. And in a grim America ground down by the Great Depression, they were the embodiment of the undefeated everyman, lifting spirits with their singular lunacy, puncturing the pretensions of the rich and powerful with their inimitable anarchy. They practiced, in my father's words, the undoing of dignity. And they were so good at it that they managed to poke, pummel, and pulverize their way not only into entertainment immortality, but into popular folklore as well.
At your service night and day. If we don't get them, you don't pay. Excelsior!
I've been collecting Stooge memorabilia for 25 years. Back in 1939, George White's Scandals at the Alvin Theater. Those are only a Broadway appearance. I have a Mo ventriloquist doll. They did several LPs back in the 60s. I have some photographs from some of their feature films. Have Rocket Will Travel. That was their first feature film. This is an empty gum card box from 1966. This is Three Stooges Jubilee #1. It goes for over 1,000. These were given away in shoe stores. When kids bought shoes, you got a free comic. The Three Stooges Halloween costume.
And this is Larry's violin. And I still bring it to every convention so the fans can see it.
Be careful, Joey. Be careful of that beaver. Darn. No damn beaver. Oh, here.
What makes these unusual is that they are very early shorts, and they're extremely difficult to find. You can't find them. I'm lucky if I find one a year, and it's just an astronomical sums. They just cost a fortune. Armstrongs, this is even before they were known as the Three Stooges. They were Howard, Fine, and Howard. In 1934, Men in Black was nominated for an Oscar.
Yes, my father and his partners left an unrivaled legacy of farce comedy. But these people were here not just because the Stooges had made them laugh. They were here because the Stooges had made them care.
We'll get them out of jail if we have to go into jail to do it.
Oh, how can I ever thank you?
Those three hapless, luckless, feckless characters had touched their fans in a very personal way. And because of that, there was more than admiration here. There was love. You can feel that love, not only here in Philadelphia, but through the years at gatherings all across the country. Indeed, all the world's a stooge. and all the men and women merely, well, it's knuckleheads. And so the Stooges still draw crowds to reunions and to film festivals.
Mild concussion.
And still command attention on TV.
No hard feelings.
I'm poisoned.
Priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard.
They're still making headlines and political points in topical cartoons. They're even making waves in a Shark Tank.
None of you sound that smart. Who thought of it?
Which was Mo, which was Larry, which was Curly?
The Stooges cover all the bases and remain ever present and a relevant part of the conversation, making everybody, celebrities included, want to go on the record.
Laughter is a gift, and they've given us so much of that, that how can you not love them?
For them to touch me, a young black kid from the ghetto, these guys making me laugh, that was great. I thought that was awesome.
And that's a sentiment that is beautifully echoed here and probably the world over.
The Stooges were always first in my heart because of the lasting effects of watching them as a child. And things stick with you as a child.
At fan club gatherings, on many occasions, I've been approached by parents with their young sons and daughters, proudly sharing with them these lovable comedians.
Where's your not-so-little daughter? 4 inches bigger watching the films. Oh, terrific.
To me, that's called passing the torch to the next generation. And to me, that's why the Three Stooges will always be with us. I guess it was something that had taken me a long time to understand. And here, among these fans, I was glad that I had reached that understanding, had truly become part of it all, part of a story of a family, of an act, and of an American institution. But sharing what exactly? What is the essence of stoogery? And what's made the flame of greatness burn so brightly and for so long? Well, a lot of people have weighed in on the subject.
I got hooked.
From critics
immediately
to commentators to comedians.
You talk about the Three Stooges, you don't talk about, the blasé. These were giants.
And to members of the Klan.
Oh my God, that was your father.
My grandfather was Larry Fine.
We obviously were spawn of something amazing.
And since I'm a Klan member myself, maybe I'll take a shot at discovering what defines the Stooge legend. Now, in philosophy and mathematics, there's an old saw known as Occam's razor, which basically states that we should always look for the simplest answer first.
A simple job for simple people.
And if we do the math about the Stooges, then Occam's razor seems to cut right to the chase, because, to put it simply, these guys were funny, remarkably, hilariously, enduringly funny. How funny? Well, the Stooges themselves can make the case far more convincingly than I ever could.
What kind of fish have you got today?
We have rock-cod sea bass, albacore and pickerel, sand dab, yellowtail, tuna fish and mackerel, bluefish, sailfish, toffin if you wish, swordfish, whitefish, herring and gefilte fish.
And that ain't all.
Go away from me. What's the matter, you scared?
No, just apprehensive.
Oh, that's a mighty fancy word. What does that apprehensive mean?
It means you're scared, with a college education.
Like the classic act they were, the Stooges exhibit all the classic components of comedy, like impeccable timing.
Boy, if I hadn't ducked, we'd have collided sure. What a narrow escape.
And verbal brilliance.
I heard you traveled a lot. Are you familiar with the Great Wall of China?
No, but I know a big fence in Chicago. A man wants to know what to do for inflammation.
Why, call us. Tell them to dial inflammation.
You heard it.
Now, where were you born?
Lake Winnipesaukee.
Lake Win... How do you spell that?
W-O... Woof. Make it Lake Erie. I got an uncle there.
Where did you ever get this mess?
I bought it here. Oh, what a beautiful masterpiece.
You think it's serious, Dr. Curley? Yes, indeed, to say the least, if not less.
Plus, a total mastery of slapstick.
Get out of here. I'll give you a whack. I'll knock...
In this age of political correctness, and Big Brother is watching us, there's something liberating about the Three Stooges. You can sometimes throw political correctness to the wind.
Well, let me give you a little advice. What?
And, well,
Now,
to the
go
kisser.
On, go to sleep before I murder you.
But you couldn't do
Oh, yeah, and one other thing. No other group of actors ever got so many laughs beating each other's brains out.
The idea!
I'll tell you the idea. At your service. Oh! Oh! First you put in a half a pint of ectohuzes.
Put all these elements together, and you have something that's more than chemistry. You have alchemy. Like a trio of whacked-out wizards, the Stooges cast a comic spell that has bewitched fans ever since those first images flickered on the screen.
Spread out. Do you hereby solemnly swear to devote the rest of your lives to the cause of duty and humanity? For duty and humanity.
How do you like it?
They were ordinary guys with extraordinary talents, and they inspired extraordinary affection in ordinary people.
Oh, you so cute. I like you. You so funny.
But a funny thing happened on the way to the forearm. Because if they were ordinary guys, then they also had ordinary faults. And while they may have been brilliant in the craft of comedy, that brilliance didn't always translate to the craft of life. We always refer to them as the Three Stooges. But there were actually 6 of them. 6 men, all very different, and yet all united by the characters they played. Characters that took on lives of their own. I knew them all, and I'm going to tell you what I know.
Shut up! Not so loud!
And by the time we're finished, I think you're going to know them better than you ever have before. And since I've been an artist for more years than I can count, I think better when I doodle. So where do we start? Well, every story needs a beginning, and for this one, all we have to do is take a trip back in time to a lost city of a bygone age.
Go on, boss. Your story's gripping me.
Now, it's gonna be a bumpy ride, but this midnight ride begins not with the British, but with the Yiddish. With Grandma and Grandpa Horwitz of Brooklyn, New York, by way of Lithuania. That's our family, captured just around the turn of the last century. My grandmother Jenny, my grandfather Saul, a very young Uncle Shemp, and a little guy named Moses, long before he ever thought of becoming a beloved father or a boneheaded stooge. My family. The year was 1895. Grover Cleveland was in the White House. Marconi was demonstrating his new wireless telegraph, and a hotshot hurler named Cy Young was mowing him down in the National League. And it was in that year that a baby was born in New York City. A baby who would one day become my Uncle Shemp, oldest of the Three Stooges. Like all babies, soon to be Stooges included, Shemp had a family. In this case, 2 big brothers, Irving and Jack. And his mom and dad, a pair of Eastern European immigrants named Saul and Jenny Horwitz. They were a decidedly odd couple, my grandparents. He, a former yeshiva student, was immature and introverted, while she, 3 years his senior, was driven and determined. Boy, she does look pretty tough. She ruled the roost, and I think my grandpa Saul was a little afraid of her. Now, in addition to an indomitable spirit, Jenny also had an impenetrable accent, which is why Shemp Horwitz really should have been Sam Gorovitz.
Our family name was Gorovitz, but the people in the immigration office thought I was St. Horwitz.
Jenny would throw open the window from an upper floor of their apartment and yell, "Shemp, Shemp, come to dinner, Shemp."
I named my third son Sam, but the people in the neighborhood thought I was saying Shemp. Oh, what's the matter? Was everybody deaf?
Ever since they had gotten off the boat from Lithuania in 1890, the intellectual but ineffectual Saul hadn't been able to hold on to a job. So the ever-resourceful Jenny decided to go into the real estate business. Ever-resourceful? Sure. And apparently also a little crazy. After all, she barely spoke a word of English. And yet, through hard work and an iron will, she became surprisingly successful at her unlikely profession, putting food on the table and money in the bank. While my grandpa Saul, a lovable guy, spent most of his time in the synagogue studying the Torah.
Why real estate? Why not real estate? I never went to school, but I was smart enough to know that everybody needs a roof over his head, even a lowly dog. Unless I miss something, you're not a dog. And if you live like one, hey, that's your business. Who am I to throw stones?
Now, you may find this hard to believe, but at first, Shemp was a shy, quiet child. He quickly became outgoing and outrageous, willing to do anything for a laugh, a natural performer. I perceived him as a kind of a whippersnapper, a guy who could get into trouble and maybe blame it on someone else. But nevertheless, he developed into a wonderful adult and a talented one, too. Once he had spoken softly, soon he would be carrying a big shtick. And this change seemed an omen of the future when the then 2-year-old Shemp moved with the family to Bath Beach, Brooklyn, a swanky seaside neighborhood that was home to dozens of the biggest stars in vaudeville. Talk about your role models. In my grandma Jenny's best Lithuanian accent, one could hear her say, "Too many actors."
It was so beautiful in Bath Beach. There was only one problem: actors. Too many actors around. Too many actors can ruin a neighborhood. They put ideas into boys' heads, and believe me, boys have enough ideas already. Well then, you can't have everything.
And speaking of that salty community, it was there that a fourth son was born in 1897. He was Moses, known to all the world as Mo.
The dirty rat. Oh.
And to me, as Dad. As a little boy, Mo was devoted to his brothers, especially Shemp. They were kindred spirits, and Shemp had an enormous influence on my father, shaping his love of comedy and theatrics, bringing out the performer in Mo while releasing the rebel that lay inside him. These wild and crazy little guys were always off in search of fun and adventure were easy to come by because they were growing up in a magical time and place. This was the bygone Brooklyn of egg creams and ethnic neighborhoods, of crazy accents and comical tough guys, and of a beloved baseball team everybody would someday call dem bums. Most of all, it was the Brooklyn of a stretch of seacoast named Coney Island, a sandy wonderland for kids like my dad and his brothers.
He loved Coney Island. There was something about it. I guess the smell of the hot dogs and the smell of the surf, the lights, the sideshows, the barkers. He was really into wanting to maybe be a sideshow barker.
Yeah, when I was at a Cub Scout jamboree, I was the center of attraction because he had me memorize the line of a barker, and he gave me the costumes and everything, and I felt like I was a real barker for about 15 minutes.
Who wouldn't skip school to go see a rubber man? You know what I mean? Or who wouldn't skip school to go see, you know, a guy who sits on nails, or a guy who pounds nails up his nose and into his head, and then the next show begins in 5 minutes? I could totally see the allure of that.
I don't know the first time that my mom took us to Coney Island, but it meant something, that something great was going to happen. When we would have our cooler, and we'd go catch the train on 23rd Street, and then another train, and then it pulled into the station, and the smell of popcorn, soda, and peanuts overwhelmed me, and I thought it was magic, and it was magic.
Back then, everything wasn't done for you. There was no CGI, there was no this or that. You had human beings doing what appeared to be amazing, spectacular things right in front of your face. That kept people and kids, certain kids, mesmerized by that. You know, it was like they had no idea where that world led. But obviously, those kind of things lead you into acting because you watch someone putting on an act.
Mo loved to go to Coney Island. I think that's where he got show business in his blood.
But if there's anything relating to Coney Island, I remember it more as him being a lifeguard, somebody who really enjoyed the water. And because of that, I became a lifeguard. I was positively influenced by him. But in spite of all this temptation, Dad still had to go to school. Unlike the fun-loving Shemp, my father was at first a devoted student, aided by a prodigious memory. Later on, though, he played hooky to sneak into Broadway and vaudeville shows, often with a truant officer on his tail. He had been victimized by that virus known as the theater bug, and his condition quickly blossomed into a dream of becoming a great actor. The stage-struck Mo tried his mother's patience, and she could be very hard on his fixation with that silly show business. But he adored her, and throughout his life could see no fault in her.
My dad had such empathy for her. He had such love because he realized what a hard job it was to clean and cook and take care of 5 boys. He would get up on a stool, because he was still a little kid, to try to help her, whether it's to chop something or to do some kind of menial task in the kitchen.
Mo understood Jenny's hard life and her overprotective need to control her boys. Tough mixed with love was her trademark. Before my father Mo's infamous haircut, Grandma Jenny just loved to sit and curl his hair, but that got Dad into trouble.
My mother used to wake me up about 20 minutes before the rest to go to school, and she used to make those finger curls on my head. Until I was about 11 years old, I wore curls almost down to my shoulders.
Oh, really?
And I had to fight my way to school, in school, and back home from school. Then I had a friend called Rusty Johnson. We'd stand back to back and fight them all.
Yeah?
Until finally, I got a hold of his mother's scissors, and without looking, I cut the job right off all the way around. When I looked in the mirror, that's what it looked like with the haircut. I was afraid to go home. And I hid under the porch until about 2 in the morning till I heard my mother say, "You better call the police."
To look for you.
Yeah, and then I started coughing lightly, like, you know, and made the cough a little louder, and then my father said, "Uh-oh, there he is under the porch." And they pulled me out with a rake. Got me inside. My mother took one look at me and said, "I knew it was going to happen sometime, and I'm happy it happened."
I think that toughened him up for later life. And so the famous Moe haircut was born not of show business inspiration, but of schoolboy desperation. This sheer ecstasy happened when my father was 11. But if we go back a few years to 1903, we find Jenny and Saul welcoming one more son. Jerome was the baby, and so everyone naturally called him Babe. Just as one day the world would call him Curly.
Certainly. What have I got to lose?
He was a sweet kid, tagging along with Shemp and Moe, usually playing the fall guy to their jokes and antics. And doesn't that sound familiar? So this trio of Horwitz brothers took their first tentative steps towards stoogedom. And at just around this time in Philadelphia, a 4-year-old named Louis Feinberg thought it would be a fine idea to horse around in his father's jewelry shop. It wasn't.
My father had a bottle with acid in it. Larry, as a little boy, was curious like other little boys, and he put his hand up and he pulled this acid down, and it burned right over here on his arm. He had this very bad acid burn, and he could not use his left hand. He was left-handed. So the doctors suggested learning to play the violin actually as an exercise to practice using the hand. So they didn't know what else to get a youngster of his age to do to use the hand. That's how he began playing the violin.
Nobody knew it at the time, but that accident would one day drop the most important remaining piece into the Three Stooges puzzle. But the jigsaw of life had one other piece of that puzzle to cut. In 1909, when my father was 12, he befriended a kid by the name of Charles Ernest Lee Nash. They became good buddies, playing pranks, dreaming up all kinds of swashbuckling adventures in the bright seacoast air.
It's a natural progression to go from wanting to delve in fantasy, and not dangerous fantasy, creative fantasy. You know, there's people that created that carnival out of nothing. One day a bunch of people got together and said, there's nothing right here where we are. Let's put something here and let's orchestrate it and choreograph it. And then suddenly you have something. It came from a creative group of people that all got together and, you know, created this thing that other people could watch and be affected by. So the natural progression would be to go on to theater.
This was also the time that my father had a real-life adventure of his own, unexpectedly making his movie debut. He had volunteered to work as an unpaid errand boy at the Vitagraph Studios. These were the days when Brooklyn had movie companies and the Dodgers, a time before the borough lost both to Southern California.
Instead of going to school, he would go off, I don't know how he got there, to deliver sandwiches to actors that were working at Vitagraph. That gave him that input, the ability to go in there and talk to people.
Well, yes.
Get a job.
Out in front, he befriended the policeman, security officer out in front, is what I heard, and slowly gained access to the actors. My father threw himself into his studio work with all the energy a kid could muster. Vitagraph must have seemed to him like the world's biggest and best toy store, a magical factory that produced the new miracle, moving pictures. Dad's devotion so impressed his bosses that he was soon appearing as an extra in a number of shorts, a job he kept secret from his mother.
He always played the bully. It's sort of a part of that Moe persona of maybe pushing Larry and Curly around.
Unfortunately, all of my father's early forays into film are lost. The studio library burned down soon after, taking these pieces of Stooge history with it. Still, it is fascinating to imagine the flickering image of Moe as it was captured a century ago. At Vitagraph Studios, Moe learned to take advantage of the opportunities that came his way. Like the time years later when he finagled a spot on a Mississippi showboat by using another actor's picture to get the job.
I was always impressed by my dad, such a bold, self-confident guy, that he took the photograph of a buddy of his, went aboard this Mississippi riverboat. Captain took one look at him, said, "I could have you thrown in jail for what you did, young man, coming down here and being an imposter." But my dad spent 2 years on that boat, starting from the bottom, scrubbing decks, and became a repertory actor from that. And that's how he really got his start in show business.
Coney Island, Vitagraph, the riverboat. That was the catalyst, I think, that led him to all that wonderful work.
Dad's pal Lee Nash didn't share the spotlight with him at Vitagraph, but a few years later, Mo and Lee joined forces in drag as fake female performers with Annette Kellerman's Diving Girls. Tragically, one of the real girls was killed during a dive, prompting my father to quit the act. But Dad would one day renew his partnership with Lee Nash. This time, the world would take notice.
Now, when the music plays, the gates of hell are open. That's where you walk in.
Dad may have already jumped into the pool with Miss Kellerman and her diving girls, but so far he had only dipped his toe into the waters of serious show business. That changed when my father, now going by the anglicized Mo Howard, teamed with brother Shemp to create a blackface vaudeville act called Howard and Howard. Remarkably, the two teenagers got a booking at a Manhattan theater. They were excited, they were thrilled, and they were, yep, you guessed it, absolutely awful. So bad, in fact, that the manager would put them last on the bill, knowing that they would empty the house for the next show. There was many a night when my father and my uncle would play to a vacant theater, save only for their loyal little brother Babe, who would sit spellbound through their performance, howling with laughter and cheering for his beloved siblings. None of this sat very well with my grandmother. Faced with two sons enamored of demon show business and another about to be ensnared by its decadent charms, the ever-tenacious Jenny began a long, losing battle against the lure of the bright lights of Broadway.
Years ago, there was dignity, there was respect, there was character. And when you brought home the bacon and you made a living and you did it the right way, that was what it was about.
My grandmother, however, didn't see it that way. I can just hear her now.
My boys, they could have been doctors or lawyers. Instead, they wanted to make a living by throwing pies at one another. Oi, Gewalt. Is that a profession for grown men?
And where was Saul in all this? Where he usually was, in temple, praying, or, like Tevye, discussing the holy books with the learned men. Jenny had always tried to make her husband into a more formidable figure, turning him into a boogeyman with the classic, "Just wait till your father gets home." But their sons knew better and never felt any fear of their distant, indecisive father. Jenny, however, was not easily dissuaded. And one of the first big campaigns in her war against show business came in 1916, when she purchased a farm in upstate Chatham, New York, a summer retreat far away from the evil enticements of the big city. Shockingly, the five Horwitz boys, as urban as the L train, loved the farm and spent some of their happiest days there. And it was the youngest Horwitz brother who took to country living with the greatest gusto. Babe loved all the creatures that populated the spread and spent many contented hours in their company. And although he adored animals, Babe was also very fond of hunting. A contradiction? Certainly. But contradiction was always part of the public comedy and ultimately the private tragedy of the man who would become Curly. However, for all its appeal, Jenny could not keep the boys down on the farm after they had seen not Paris, but the Palladium. The stage was now set literally for the events that would deliver the Three Stooges to the world. The year 1917 was a momentous one for the country and for my father. The United States had entered the First World War, and the Howard brothers were fighting battles of their own, desperately trying to prosper in the unforgiving world of vaudeville. The two conflicts collided when Shemp was drafted. It broke up the act, but not for long. Among my uncle's many quirks and neuroses was a chronic case of bedwetting. Deciding to leave water to the Navy, the Army discharged him after a few months, and soon it was back to the grind of grease paint and unreliable gigs. This was the heyday of vaudeville, and it drew audiences to theaters large and small, in mammoth cities and microscopic towns. A crazy quilt of spectacular musical numbers, sappy gags, and gorgeous showgirls, it ultimately went the way of the dinosaur. But its style survived in everything from movie musicals to TV variety shows. My father took work wherever he could get it, including making a pitch to a future Hall of Famer.
Made several films outside of Pittsburgh, a little town called Bakerstown. I think it would take your grandfather to remember the name of Hans Wagner, the Pittsburgh shortstop, one of the great players of his time. We made 6 two-reel sport comedies with him.
In that same year of 1919, Dad took a brief holiday from vaudeville and joined a stock theater company for a time, performing and assisting in all aspects of production.
I did 2 seasons of dramatic stock work outside of Pittsburgh, between a town called Jeanette and Greensburg. It was a park, Oakford Park. Did 2 plays a week. Rehearsed one while we worked one. For 11 weeks. That was 22 plays a season. We did that for 2 years.
Watch me make him laugh.
He talked about the appeal of these twin ambitions to make people laugh and to make them cry.
It's a very close thing from comedy to what we term tragedy. You know, that's the next thing in line. As you go around the circle, you see, it's headed by tragedy, by melodrama, by drama, comedy drama, light comedy, comedy and farce. You see, it's a circle that, and you know, like Chaplin always wanted to jump the line and do Hamlet.
Yep, all the world's a stage, and it was at this stage of our story that we once again meet Dad's old pal Lee Nash, by then a big vaudeville star under the name Ted Healey. Now, Ted was what they call an insult comic, which of course meant he needed somebody to insult, and belittling his onstage partner, pretty young wife Betty Brown, just wasn't working with audiences. Healey's solution? Enlist a band of stooges, planted theater patrons or hired hecklers who could be plucked from the audience and brought on stage to take whatever abuse Healey decided to dish out. The story goes that in 1922, Moe, Shemp, and Babe were invited on stage by my father's old buddy. The chemistry was apparent immediately, and by the next year, Moe and Shemp were a regular part of the act. What about Babe? Well, he was forbidden from going on tour by my grandmother. And so, minus their little brother, Moe and Shemp hit the road with Ted Healey. They, in fact, brought together the American theater's 2 great ethnic legacies. First, there was Healey, Irish by background, part of a heritage that included legendary showmen like George M. Cohan and Eddie Foy. The other proud tradition was represented by my father and my uncle, a tradition not from the green hills of Ireland, but from the ghettos and shtetls of Eastern Europe.
They were brought up in Brooklyn and in the New York area in a Jewish household, in a Jewish community, and came into show business when a lot of comedy, the comedy sector of show business, was predominantly Jewish. So they felt, I think, at home, and I think they felt comfortable throwing in an occasional Yiddishism. And of course, I didn't get it when I was a kid, but I get it now, and I think it's really funny.
But though you could take these kids out of the neighborhood, you couldn't take the neighborhood out of the kids, or the old world influences that stayed with them throughout.
Michigas! Michigas! You crazy? Michigas! Oh, Michigas, yeah. Michigas! Michigas!
And what part of China are you from, may I ask?
If I'm a China boy chick from Slovakia, Bena, Hakmina Tachanek, and I don't mean Efsha.
418 Meshuggah Avenue, down by the Winnegar Works.
I beg your pardon? Beat it, Grandpa. We got no time for kibitzes.
This is Goldstein, Goldbell, Goldblatt, and O'Brien, booking agents. O'Brien speaking.
These Jewish comics years ago never really got the accolades as great as they were. They were what I call jazz comics. They had a flow. They had a rhythm.
Yeah, the Stooges were in perfect syncopation. But success, like comedy itself, is often a two-edged sword. That's because the star status of the hard-drinking Mr. Healey had given him license to lord it over his lesser sidekicks. So the tyrannical Ted was always on the lookout for replacement talent, just in case there was a revolution in Stoogeland. And in 1925, his roving eyes settled on a young performer who was wowing him in a Chicago nightclub. Remember that Philadelphia toddler, Louis Feinberg, the one with the fiddle? Well, he was still playing the violin.
He loved to perform and performed with the violin on stage. And then he got into an act with the Heaney sisters.
They met because they kept running into each other performing in the same theaters in the various vaudeville circuits. Mabel and her sister, typical song and dance. Some of the places they played, the show producers, hey, why don't you guys perform together? And so then they started to socialize, and the next thing was they fell in love and got married.
There's no question that Larry's big break came from Ted Healey, when Ted Healey initially saw Larry perform and told Mo about it.
When we saw him, he was doing a Russian dance and playing a violin at the same time, with hi-hat and tails and everything else. Wow. But we could see through that, so we asked him if he wanted to join us.
I saw a clip of him talking about it once. He says, well, I played violin with the Haney sisters, and we were on stage. Then I met Mo, and boy, when Mo slapped you, you stayed slapped, baby. You know.
Healey and my father thought this crazy-haired clown might have the makings of a first-class stooge.
Brought your act, kid. You got potential.
Thanks, Mr. Healey.
What's your name?
Me, I'm Larry Fine. That there's my wife, Mabel.
Hiya. This is Mo Howard and his brother Shemp, short for Samuel, because his old lady couldn't pronounce it right.
I like the bear bit.
Oh, gee, thanks. Where'd you get the hair?
My mother blames my father.
Play houses much?
They love me in Peoria.
Pretty big break for you, sharing the bill with me. Listen, kid, I got a proposition for you. If you wear your hair that way and forget the tails, you can join us for $90 a week. $100 if you forget the fiddle.
For $100, I'll forget everything.
I like this guy. Hey.
So Larry joined and quickly became a stooge in good standing. The three new partners appeared with their boss as Ted Healey and his Southern gentlemen, Ted Healey and his racketeers, though never, oddly enough, as Ted Healey and his Three Stooges. But it was in that same year of 1925 that one of those three was about to become two and enter into a very different kind of partnership, a partnership that would eventually include four. Now, are all these numbers a little bit confusing?
50, 50, 50, 50, 50. Anaconda, 95 and an 8. Anaconda, 95 and an
That's no problem at all,
What comes after 75?
76.
That's the spirit.
because I'll solve the equation for you the next time we get together. Now, when we last left my father, Mo Howard, he was roaming the stages of vaudeville, playing the stooge with brother Shemp Howard, buddy Larry Fine, and straight man boss Ted Healey. She was Helen Schoenberger, and she was, in a bit of theatrical irony, a cousin of the legendary Harry Houdini. My mother and dad had met 3 years earlier, in 1922, on a Brooklyn beach, when my dad and Ted Healey were serenading all the girls with a variety of popular tunes.
And they were singing and playing together. And my mother happened to be there with, I think, one of her sisters.
Aunt Lil. Yeah.
Aunt Lil, right.
When he would strum his ukulele on the beach for her, she was just fascinated. I really think that's what got her to first really be charmed by him.
And Mother charmed Dad, and I understand it was her shapely legs at first that did the trick.
It was love at first sight, even if those fantastic legs made my mother quite a sight in her old-fashioned bathing suit.
She had on these high silk hose that they wore with bathing suits. She were really covered up, but the only problem was the dye in the hose started to run all over her
Right.
legs.
But it didn't darken the relationship one bit.
That blossoming relationship, in fact, brought out an unexpected side of Mo's personality. This may come as a shock to you, but my father, that mean and murderizing stooge, composed passionate love letters and lyrical love poems while he and Helen were courting. But even a make-believe half-wit needs a better half. And in 1925, Mo married the love of his life, the girl who was his soulmate, and the woman who would one day become my mother. And Mo, hoping to provide a stable home for his new bride, quit the act and attempted to go straight. Then in 1927, my dear, dear sister Joni was born. Now Mo was both a husband and a father, and he took his responsibilities very seriously. He needed a job, a business, anything to make a decent life for his wife and child. And so he tried all sorts of things, from retail to real estate, encouraged and underwritten by my grandmother. But all his efforts failed, driving him close to bankruptcy.
My grandmother was in the real estate business, and she did extremely well at it until the Depression came along. And my dad was really proud of her, and I can remember one scene in a home movie where, because she was a very, I was sort of a little afraid of her because she was rather stern looking. She rarely ever smiled. And I remember on film, my dad trying to get her to laugh or smile, and his head was tucked in under her chin, and he was pinching her cheek, trying to get her to laugh. And it was like just the edge of a little tiny bit of laughter. It was difficult to get it out of her. He understood her.
Sure, he understood her, but that wasn't helping Dad's would-be new career. Perhaps there was something else going on with my dad's inability to make the straight life work. Maybe his heart really wasn't in it as much as he loved my mother and my sister. And maybe his mind was where it had always been, dreaming about that next showbiz job. And so Mo, now desperate for cash and still eager for fame, looked up at a theater marquee and imagined his name on it, even if it meant unbearable absences from the women he loved.
They were separated in the early years because my dad would go off on his vaudeville tours, and my mom, to take care of me, would stay home. Although she wasn't happy about that, I don't ever remember her complaining. Whatever he wanted, she wanted to be able to please him.
Nestled where the roses bloom,
just Molly and me.
Should he stick to his plan of trying to be traditional 9-to-5 husband? Or should he follow his show business dreams, as unreliable as those dreams might be? His mind insisted that he pursue the former, but his heart told him that he would never be happy if he didn't give the latter a try. And so it was only a matter of time before he was back playing the Stooge with Shemp and Larry and sharing the stage with the increasingly unpredictable Ted Healey. So what was Healey's problem? If you want to know, just read Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, except that his magic formula came in a bottle labeled 80 proof. That's to say that when Healey was sober, he could be charming, generous, and friendly, a prince of a fellow. But when he was drunk, he became a monster, vicious, vindictive, acid-tongued, and physically intimidating. Shemp and Larry resented his behavior with a passion. My dad saw his faults too, but remembering his old childhood pal Lee Nash probably was more forgiving than he should have been. But business was business, and so the act was reunited in 1929 for the Schubert Broadway Revue, A Night in Venice, directed by the soon-to-be famous Busby Berkeley. The show was a huge hit, and the critics loved it, especially the segments featuring those three loony guys playing opposite Ted Healey. But A Night in Venice closed after only 175 performances because another show, one playing about 100 blocks south of Theater Row, had just laid a Titanic egg. That comedy was called Wall Street. Yes, the stock market had crashed, ruining the lives of rich and poor alike, and the Great Depression was about to change America forever, including how Americans tried to amuse themselves and escape the misery of being poor. Movies had been gaining fans by the truckloads over the previous 10 years, becoming the most popular form of mass entertainment and the punchline to that old theater joke, "Who killed vaudeville?" Additionally, the first experiments with sound films, beginning with 1927's The Jazz Singer, had become a full-blown revolution.
My heartstrings are tangled around Alabama.
Movie companies needed musical and comedy acts to populate their new talking pictures. And now, after the crash, still flush with cash from the wildly successful 20s, the studios sent scouts to scour the country in search of new faces. And it was one such scout from Fox Pictures who saw Healey and the Stooges perform at the Palace Theater in New York. He was impressed and immediately offered them a chance to star in what they used to call a major motion picture.
The Stooges came through what I think is a must. You must start on a stage. You must learn how it works. You know, you have to hone your art. You have to know what you're doing. So suddenly, you are told that there are 1 million people in this camera. And so while you can't hear them laughing, you know that they are because you're that good. You're way ahead of the game. You're way ahead of the game when you can do that.
Hollywood was calling, and once that call was answered, things were never going to be the same. Because if the stage had made the Stooges successful, then celluloid would, over the next 20 years, make them immortal. But immortality would have to wait.
The first trip we made to California to do a picture was we did one for Fox, called Soup to Nuts, written by Rube Goldberg, the cartoonist.
Yes, that Rube Goldberg, the guy with the crazy machines. Healey and the boys made the now little-remembered Soup to Nuts.
We're on our way to Hollywood!
With the Stooges playing multiple parts. The film wasn't exactly a box office smash, but Moe, Larry, and Shemp made a big impression on their bosses, far bigger, in fact, than Healey did.
It's a great night, a great night. I told my Stooges they're gonna get along fine in Hollywood.
Fox liked them so much that they drew up a 7-year contract, but the trio hadn't reckoned on Healey, the partner from hell.
You welch on me now, I'll see to it you never work again, you hear me?
He went crazy, threatening the studio with legal action. Healey had always signed all the contracts and then had paid his sidekicks out of his own cut. When my father, my uncle, and Larry discovered that Ted's backstabbing had ruined a golden opportunity, they immediately left him and went out on their own, touring the vaudeville circuits as Howard, Fine, and Howard. The new act, dubbed The Three Lost Souls, wowed audiences at every stop, but the Three Lost Souls could never lose the vindictive Healey. He desperately wanted them back and was willing to resort to any means, fair or foul, to get his way. So he sued them repeatedly, claiming that they had stolen his material from him. He lost those court cases, but that didn't stop him. He even threatened to blow up the theater in which the boys were performing. The easily frightened Shemp was at this point so terrified of his former boss that he wanted to quit the popular new act rather than rile up the volatile Healey any further. But instead, in 1932, a strange thing happened. My father, now the de facto manager of the team, decided to accept Healey's offers to return. Which raises the question, why? Why, after all the man's despicable behavior and after all their success without him, why did Dad go back? Perhaps he, like Shemp, actually feared the hot-tempered Healey. Maybe he still put faith in a childhood friendship. Or could it have been that he had simply grown tired of the endless harassment? Or to engage a bit of amateur psychiatry, perhaps Moe, having been raised by a strong, controlling mother, was conditioned to acquiesce to an overbearing authority figure, a role Ted Healey was more than happy to fill. Whatever the real reason, my father always said that returning to Healey was simply a sound business move. If there was more to it than that, we'll never know.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ted Healey is next. I thank you. This is Ted Healey. Whew. This is Ted Healey. Whew. Back to the rat trap.
So Healey had once again found his three lost souls. But after booking the act into a new Broadway review, the always slippery Ted was back to his old tricks, voiding his contract to accept the more lucrative offer from vaudeville. Moe and Larry decided to follow their deal-breaking boss, even though he was set to make $6,000 a week. They only $100. But Shemp had finally had enough, and he left the act.
Shemp left the act because he was really afraid of Ted Healey. Ted, when he was drinking, could be very, well, mean. He never hurt anybody, but he was rather a frightening image. And then Shemp being a little bit of a fraidy cat, it just took boo, and he'd run the other way.
Who would replace Shemp?
Now that's funny.
After trying out, and I'm not kidding about this, a comic xylophone player named Fred Sanborn, my father realized that the best replacement for one brother would be another.
Now you're talking.
And so he called Babe. And just what had the youngest Howard son been doing in the 10 years since my grandmother had forbidden him from joining Moe and Shemp on the vaudeville circuit? Essentially living under her thumb, growing older, if not exactly growing up. Jenny pampered him at every turn, buying him fancy clothes, allowing him to enjoy himself at nightclubs and at the beach. Babe became quite a ladies' man, and it was this that led to his final emancipation. In 1929, he secretly married and soon approached my grandmother for financial help. Instead of indulging her son once more, Jenny reacted like a woman scorned. She insisted that the marriage be ended and pulled the strings to have it annulled.
Darling, I've got to go.
Remember,
You've got to go.
this was a 26-year-old adult,
Yes, I've got to go.
not a lovesick teenager.
Well, if you've got to go, you've got to go.
It was the event that finally convinced Babe that he could no longer be the baby, and that he finally had to become his own man. And being his own man meant being in show business, in spite of his mother's objections.
Am I a tyrant just because I know what's best for mine boys? You call it smothering, I call it mothering. America, hey, it's a free country.
You don't know who you are till you find out who you are. You know, you don't know what your strengths are until you need them. And maybe Curly was just, he was a ladies' man, you know? He was a ladies' man, liked to party, liked to dance.
Now, in 1932, when Moe's offer came, Babe had very little show business experience. His big credit was as the comic conductor of the Orville Knapp Band, a role that forced him to play the fool in a tearaway tuxedo.
He would direct the band with flourishes, and never his sleeve would fall out, and his coat would split up the back, and he finally finished the number. He was in his underwear.
As you can imagine, the chance to join the Stooges was like a lifeline to a drowning man, and Babe grabbed it, even shaving his head of thick, wavy hair and his wax mustache at Healey's insistence. The boss wanted him to look silly, and with his newly shorn noggin, it seemed only fitting to bill him as...
Hello, Mo. Hello, Curly. Wait a second. Wait a minute. What's his name? That's Curly. That's Curly. I thought you said Girly. I wasn't sure.
Though it has been said that, like Samson, Curly never really emotionally adjusted to his unkindest cut of all.
Promise me it won't hurt. It's not gonna hurt. Is it gonna hurt?
Might hurt a little bit.
It's not.
It won't hurt. It won't hurt.
Sit down.
Maybe the fact he had to shave his head, he had to prove something. He loved women, and most of the times you see him in a social setting, he's got a hat on, trying to cover up his shaven head.
We've all read these stories about how he came to resent the idea of shaving his head and felt that it, made him less attractive, and that it interfered with his personal life, with his private life. How much so and to what degree, I don't know. I don't know.
Hello, Governor. There it is, kid. Read it. I ain't got nothing to do. I wouldn't hit you. Verily, I repeat, I will not give you the money. I don't care. Verily and over here. Pay me the $50,000, and I'll foreclose the mortgage. You rat. Hello, how are you, Governor? Hello, Governor. Pay him the $50,000! What's the matter? What's the matter?
The act, as popular with Curly as it was with Shemp, was in demand on vaudeville and nightclub circuits. And in 1933, Hollywood came a-courtin' again, this time in the form of a scout from the prestigious MGM, this time with an offer to appear in a series of films. And this time, like every other time, Healey signed the contract for all of them.
We went to MGM for a year, in 1933. And we made 5 two-reel comedies and 5 feature-length pictures. Made a feature-length for Dancing Lady with Joan Crawford and Clark Gable, and Fugitive Lovers with Robert Montgomery and Madge Evans. Meet the Baron with Jimmy Durante and Jack Pearl.
Wow.
And made one with Lee Tracy called Turn Back the Clock.
Why can't we get in one of those New York shows?
We will as soon as they hear me sing.
And one called Hollywood Party, which was an all-star picture.
This feature teamed Healey and his sidekicks with Laurel and Hardy.
Look, look. This proves my point. A perfect specimen of the Neanderthal man.
What, that?
Oh, no. Look at the measurements. Look at that. Look at it. What? That's the androgynous type. I can prove it. The androgynous cranium is always hollow. Now, just listen.
No, Professor, you're wrong. That is the skull of the Anthropedal.
No, that's more like the Anthropedia. Now, listen. Ah, the obvious Neanderthal type. Now just note the difference. Neanderthal, Anthropedia, androgynous. Oh, there you are.
Hey, fellas. See any prominent people? There's a lot of prominent people here.
Yeah, Neanderthal.
Who? Androphobia. What?
Androgynes.
What, are you kidding? Hold it. Okay. And this Indian started down a narrow pathway, and he bumped into another wild Indian.
That makes 2 Indians.
Yes, 2 Indians. That's for nothing, son. And these
2 of the comedies were in color.
In the mid-30s.
Yes, sir.
Boy, those must have been important movies then.
Yes, they were.
Hey, is that 3 Indians? Yes, 3 Indians. They started out behind
They had a few big musicals MGM had, and they were too long, so they cut 2 musicals out. And we wrote a short around one musical, a telemusical, and added some stuff to it and had a short out of it. So we did 2 of them like that.
She absolutely, absolutely don't mean nothing else but the story of a lady in a man.
What's so interesting in watching them with Ted Healey, coming to those shorts after knowing their work as a trio, as a solo act, if you will, is that now Ted Healey is sort of in the position that Mo usually takes. Ted Healey is the boss, and he's the straight man, and he's the one delivering the slaps.
Hang up. Are you gonna work? No. Are you gonna work? No. Are you gonna work?
I'll work if I feel like it.
Do you feel like it?
Yeah, I feel like it.
Now listen, fellas, let's get organized.
They hadn't really developed the roles of Larry, Moe, and Curly.
Hey, you mugs.
Moe more as a leader and Curly more in the antics of Curly. That came a little later.
What's the matter? We're gonna have an audition. An audition? No, an audition. You heard me.
Well, I enjoy seeing those MGM films they're in. The Stooges are sort of left to be the funny guys.
Oh, we give you a bird and you can tell us where it comes from.
Yeah, but give me a good one.
Mo gets to be a little wackier and a little funnier when he's working with Healey because he doesn't have to take on the mantle of boss. And it's very interesting to watch that and to see them a little looser and a little crazier, in a sense, under his umbrella.
And the studio employed them as well at live events, providing the comedy relief at premieres and parties.
When you watch how they are with Ted Healey, and he's the least funny, he's the most awkward, it's like no one could direct him to stay out of the way of something magical that was happening because his ego wouldn't let him do it. You know, he was one of those blowhards that said, hey, I got a big mouth and I got the gift of gab, you know, and people seem to like me, so all I got to do is be on stage, until he brought those guys with him, and those guys made him look like a fried egg on stage. You know, he just seemed to be in the way. And he never had anything funny to say. He would just go, no, wait a minute, you know, relax, fellas, you know. He never was in on any kind of, unless it was real shtick, like, you know, hey, where are you going to eat? I'm going to eat up the street, you know. Oh, don't be ridiculous. People don't eat up streets anymore.
What's that?
He's a hunter.
But what's the key for?
He's a house hunter.
Oh.
That was a tough road to hoe, to have somebody, knowing that you're that good and you don't make mistakes and you're so beautifully choreographed.
All right, Chief. And don't talk back to the head waiter. You hear me, don't you, son? Don't talk back to the head waiter.
They were masters at it, but Ted Healey would really hit him and stuff. He'd get carried away, and he'd have a few pops before he'd go on stage.
How do you make an audience laugh?
I mean, how the boys and myself make an audience laugh?
Yes.
Well, it's a very simple thing. You do this, see? That. Now, if they don't laugh, that you do this and this. That's some way. There's lots of ways, but that's one of them. Yes.
But how do you make them laugh real loud? You know,
make the audience laugh real loud?
Yes.
Well, that's a very tedious thing. But we do it. We got a little odd thing like this.
And we got nothing to lose. Come on.
And though the boys were now ensconced, as they say, in the Hollywood scene, my dad and Uncle Curly still found time to visit the old homestead in Brooklyn. And on occasion, they took my grandparents back with them to California for a look at how the other half lives. The suns had risen all right, this time in the west. The long-standing pecking order had changed, and one can only imagine what the domineering Jenny thought of her boys' newfound freedom and fame.
Okay, so now they're big shots, big movie stars, big machers, but I'm still their mother. And they better remember who changed their diapers.
But in spite of all their success, Mo, Larry, and Curly never really felt completely comfortable at MGM. Famed for its glamorous personalities and glitzy productions, the studio never seemed a good match for these common man comedians and never really used them to best advantage. And then there were the ongoing problems with Mr. Healey. My father had made it a condition that their renewed partnership that the liquor-loving Ted give up the bottle. And while he may have cut it back, he never really cut it out. And Healey was still controlling the act and the purse strings, paying them as poorly as ever if he bothered to pay them at all.
I think we're entitled to a piece of this show.
But do we want it?
Well, I got a few ideas on that subject. Now, all those in favor of electing me spokesman, say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Say I'm the boss, ain't I?
Yeah.
Recede, will you? Recede. I'll do all the talking. When I go up in that room, don't worry about me. I'll give them out plenty of conversation.
When you're an act, and you are the Stooges with the small s of a starring comedian like Ted Healey, who was a headliner in vaudeville and a headliner on Broadway, and you're part of his act, and you know that you're providing a lot of the laughs and giving him a lot of the elements of his success, and you don't feel you're getting a fair deal monetarily, that's got to be really tough.
Hey, you're under contract to me.
Maybe it's time for us to, maybe better off if we just hit
Material's mine, Mo, and so are you. You welch on me now, I'll see to it you never work again, you hear me?
I'm sure it was very difficult to navigate that, especially with someone who could be stubborn.
Stop! You fool! Are you trying to kill this man? Why don't you mind your own business?
Shut up. I'll do the talking. I'm the boss, ain't I?
Well, you're not getting any place. You better try a little chiseling. Oh, he's great at chiseling.
You know what's coming to you,
The Stooges felt not only ill-paid, but ill-used, forever trapped as comic foils to a devious and domineering drunk. Still, as anyone can tell you, breaking up is hard to do.
How do you decide what you're going to do? Are you going to go on strike? You're going to not show up for work tomorrow, and that'll show him, let him go out there by himself and see if he still gets the laughs? Or do you feel dependent? Is he your gravy train? You don't necessarily want to cut loose from somebody who's a headliner and who gets steady work. That had to be very, very difficult, and I'm sure making the decision about the ultimate break must have been particularly difficult. How do you know you're going to succeed on your own?
Eventually, even the steadfast, loyal Mo agreed that the time had come to part ways with his longtime crony. On March 6, 1934, the four severed the partnership for good. Mo, Larry, and Curly were finally free. Freedom is good, but unemployment was bad. So the Stooges went in search of a new deal.
And the Stooges were offered a contract. Actually, were offered 2 contracts on almost the same time.
Soon, Larry had secured a contract offer with Universal Studios. And at almost the same moment my father had put his signature to one from Columbia Pictures. A court decided that Moe's agreement preceded Larry's by several hours, and the Stooges were bound to Columbia. Those few hours would, for the Stooges, shape the course of the next 23 years.
And ended up signing with Columbia Films and doing a complete break with Healey, which infuriated Healey no end, because I think he realized that they were a big part of Ted Healey's success. What Healey tried to do was get 3 other performers, Garner, Wolfe, and Hakens, to become his new Three Stooges. And it worked a little bit for Healey. Worked out, of course, much better for the Three Stooges.
And so the Stooges landed at Little Columbia Pictures, which, in those days, was unfortunately the poor man's idea of a Hollywood dream factory. Sure, there were the occasional high-profile productions, but usually cranking out B pictures on C budgets. The studio was always underfinanced and often underappreciated. And compared to its star-studded siblings like MGM, RKO, and Warner Brothers, chronically cash-starved Columbia was most definitely a seat-of-the-pants operation. And the man who wore those pants, company chief Harry Cohn, was tailor-made to fit the popular image of the crass movie Kingpin, hard as nails and with the personality of a ball-peen hammer. Cohn ultimately became one of the most successful and one of the most hated of all the Hollywood bigwigs. He made enemies as easily as he made money, and inspired fear, loathing, and yet a strange kind of loyalty from his employees.
Harry Cohn had set up this short subjects department to turn out these economical and profitable comedy films.
If you got 4 days to make a short, man, you know you got to get it out there. And people like Harry Cohn, who I think had no respect for any acts, anybody that he was dealing with, because he couldn't do it.
I think lean on the bombs. Tell him not to worry about good, just make it fast. We'll pay you $1,000 for your first film, $1,250 for another 4, and $1,500 for 2 more after that. If we decide you're Columbia material, that sound okay to you?
You have whatever you say. Yes, sir, whatever you say,
Good. Get over to the shorts department. They'll put you to work right away.
He couldn't do what they did. Nobody laughed when Harry came in unless he tripped. He wasn't a nice guy to any of his artists.
My dad had his own view of this much maligned mogul. He was quoted as saying that Cohn was a real Jekyll and Hyde type. Socially, he could be very charming. Shades of Ted Healey. Cohn had founded the firm in New York as the CBC Film Sales Company, and when he moved to Los Angeles around 1920, he located his fledgling operation in a rundown section off Sunset Boulevard, the home of second-rate and fly-by-night studios. It was an area that would be derisively dubbed Poverty Row. And after hearing the low-budget CBC constantly referred to as corned beef and cabbage, Cohn changed the name to Columbia, a word he reportedly could not even spell at first. But for all his educational shortcomings, Harry Cohn knew how to make pictures fast and cheap and turn a small but dependable profit. He was one of the many American Jews attracted by the gold rush of opportunity provided by a new industry, one that was open to men who had been excluded from so many others because of their religion.
There was like a hate that was terrible. On Delancey Street, hire Schwartz. No, it's Smith now. Because Schwartz ain't working, there was a lot of underground anti-this and anti-that.
Growing out of vaudeville and melodramas, this burgeoning business would become, for those relocated East Coast Jewish Americans, an entertainment empire that was the envy of the world. And Harry Cohn was one of its most ambitious emperors. Actually, there were many striking similarities between my father and his new boss. They had been born 6 years apart in New York City to an immigrant Jewish family. Like Moe, Cohn had a successful mother and an ineffectual father, and both had dropped out of school before the age of 15. And there was something else that formed a parallel between them. One of CBC's earliest efforts had been a series of silent shorts depicting the misadventures of the Hall Room Boys, a pair of hobos who wreak havoc on high society. Cohn, as a denizen of Poverty Row, as a man driven by his resentment of the more glamorous rivals, no doubt took pleasure in the idea of these two clowns, as common as dirt, delivering a haymaker to the chin of aristocratic arrogance.
MGM was so rich, they did everything in a large manner, you know, where Columbia chose to save every nickel. You know, God help the guy that Harry Cohn caught lagging back on the job. Because he had a filthy mouth and a worse mind. And nobody seemed to like him, but we got along wonderful with him. He liked us.
It was an attitude that made him the perfect producer for the Stooges' brand of humor, the perfect partner to present Moe's undoing of dignity to the world.
Columbia was a good home for them. It was the right home for them, I think, because they were working with like-minded colleagues. They were working in the right atmosphere with the people who knew how to show them off at their best.
The Three Stooges to see Mr. Cohn. Go ahead.
They could have tried to go to RKO, which also made comedies, or to one of the other studios, but Columbia's setup was just right. Unfortunately, it wasn't lucrative for them.
And though Moe, Larry, and Curly had traded the abusive, abrasive Ted Healey for the abusive, abrasive Harry Cohn, it was a relationship that would result in great success over the next 2 decades. And so this was the Columbia and the Cohn that the Stooges found in 1934. Ironically, it was that same year that the studio finally achieved legitimacy by releasing the film that would shockingly sweep the Oscars, the hit Frank Capra comedy, It Happened One Night. Columbia had made the big time at last. The Stooges would not be far behind.
Hi, everybody. Hi.
Oh, hi.
We're the Three Stooges and Company.
Farewell, my lovely... What's your name?
Tilda?
Tilda. This I like. And I get paid for it, too.
Yes, the big time. Though the big time could very well have been the one time. Always aware of the bottom line, Harry Cohn had insisted upon inserting a 60-day waiting period into the contract, just in case he didn't like the first Stooge shorts. Not, as it turned out, that he had any reason to worry. Now, it is true that their initial Columbia outing, Woman Haters, is an oddball little film, even by Stooges standards.
In the name of the Woman Haters Club, I welcome you. Do you three gentlemen understand what you're expected to do?
Drawing on vaudeville more than virtuoso violence, this ingenious miniature comic opera, told in rhyme and music, is not what any typical Stooge fan would consider as typical Three Stooges, although it is typically entertaining.
Tell me, is it really serious?
You'll never know how serious.
Let me help her. She's delirious. Look!
She's gonna faint.
Oh, no, she ain't.
Oh, I can't bear it. I can't go on. Won't someone help me to my room, or I'll go right to my doom.
Well, little girl, if that's the case, I'll go with you almost any place.
Oh, thank you.
The Stooges, however, were on more familiar ground with the release of their second short, Punch Drunks, a frenetic farce that unleashed the boys in all their manic glory. The Stooges had found their own special style, and it was promising to be a knockout.
Say, You're a born champ. Did I do that? Sure. What's eating you? Don't you remember? No. Every time I hear that weasel tune, something pops inside of me.
With Punch Drunks, the classic sight and sound of the Three Stooges had arrived, and they began to work their magic on movie patrons from coast to coast. But it was their third two-reeler, Men in Black, that was to cement the future. A spoof of the film Men in White, featuring their old MGM co-star Clark Gable, this madcap parody of the medical profession was nominated for an Academy Award, the only Stooge short ever to be so honored.
What's your name?
Anaconda.
Anaconda what?
No, just anaconda.
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 Anaconda, 95 and an 8.
Anaconda, 95 and an 8. That's awfully low, Doctor.
Yeah, we ought to sell. Sell 100 Anaconda, 95 and an 8.
100 anaconda sold.
According to the producer Jules White, it was this accolade, along with rising box office receipts, that convinced Columbia to keep the trio working on celluloid.
How'd you find that patient in 66? Under the bed. How'd you find the patient in 72? Up on a chandelier. What'd you do for him?
Nothing. What do you ever do for us?
What are you working here for? For duty and humanity.
Success. Success.
Where are the tools? The tools?
Tools?
This was also the film that presented what is probably the single most memorable blast of dialogue in the entire Stooge canon.
Dr. Howard, Dr. Fine, Dr. Howard, are you coming? Calling Dr. Howard, Dr. Fine, Dr. Howard.
Get it.
Calling Dr. Howard, Dr. Fine, Dr. Howard. Calling Dr. Howard, Dr. Fine, Dr. Howard.
Now, my dad, Larry, and my Uncle Curly were beginning to truly endear themselves to audiences with their combination of comic chaos and relentless resiliency, especially in the face of endless unemployment, a common theme in so many of their early films.
The Stooges were always outsiders. They were always impoverished, or seemingly impoverished. They were always looking for jobs. They were always the have-nots. And contrasting that against high society and the well-to-do or bureaucracy in any form was a perfect setup. And audiences of that time were primed to enjoy that.
Enjoy it they did, and laughed at it, and responded to it. Even if their own off-screen economic situations were, unlike those of the on-screen Stooges, too sad to be funny.
Pardon me, stranger. I'm a musician.
So what?
Well, I thought if you had some music around the place, you might increase business.
How much dough do you generally get?
Well, I get $250, but for you, I'll take $200.
I'll give you a bowl of soup.
I'll take it.
If you're good.
I hope the soup's good.
Say, I'm from the newspapers. Would you mind posing for a photograph? Why, sure. Thanks.
The Stooges' seemingly never-ending quest to find a job,
Fine. Now raise your right leg.
along with their stupendously stupid strategies for going about it,
Don't move now.
not only made viewers howl with laughter, but touched them in a very personal way.
Stick 'em up. I haven't got a dime. It's a depression with me. You talking depression and me with a gun here without bullets?
After all, everybody was in the same boat, and that boat was sinking fast into the depths of the Great Depression. There was, however, an ironic twist, because while most Americans were being laid low by the hard knocks of economic hardship, the Stooges were rising to dizzying new heights. Yes, the golden age of Stoogedom had arrived.
Did you call? You see that?
By the mid-1930s, in towns big and small, the Great Depression had America by the throat. If there was an antidote for all this misery,
Hey, Larry.
maybe it came not from a good cry, but from a good laugh. And if that's the case, then it was just the kind of medicine being dispensed by the Three Stooges.
Spread out. I'll take him. Hey, you got a dime for a sandwich, buddy?
What do you mean a dime? You just asked me for a dime down the street there.
Check him, boys.
Well, I think the zeitgeist of the Stooges in their time was a dog-eat-dog, Darwinian atmosphere. And I think people related. I mean, would kill over a scrap of food.
What's that?
Fill soul and heal.
In a lot of their shorts, that's their characters.
The guys were always looking for work, looking for a buck, trying to find a place to sleep, trying to find a gal, trying to get by in tough times. And that was something that everybody in the 1930s could really relate to.
My good man, how long have you been starving?
Mister, I haven't tasted food for 3 days.
You haven't?
No.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it. It still tastes the same.
There's a chasm that is so wide in this country, and in the Depression I can see it then because the Stooges always pointed up that difference, that chasm when they'd have some rich fat guy, eating turkey legs and pieces of steak and washing it down with a double scotch and everything, and they'd be in the window like, ugh. They'd always have to make a plan, and it'd involve a dog or another person or whatever, just to get a taste of that food.
Oh, listen, mister, we don't mean any harm. We're hungry. Do you know where we can get a job?
Why, you've got your...
The comedy inspired by all this despair struck a chord deep in the collective consciousness. Everybody was out of work, everybody was out of luck, and everybody was suffering.
I think people at the time, guys at the time especially, who were going out like, the famous thing where they would go to the movies instead, they would pretend they were looking for work, and they would see the Stooges doing almost the same thing on screen.
They weren't trying to be something they weren't. They were three guys trying to get stuff done, whether it was painting or trying to babysit something. They were always trying to get to the goal. There was always the goal. And it wasn't done in giant movie form, which Abbott and Costello were. It was more intimate. The comedy was more intimate. I could sit, I could watch, and I could see what they were doing.
And these three hopeless, hapless, and yet eternally optimistic everymen became the surrogates of all those downtrodden people. They kept their heads up as they lowered the boom on the pompous and the powerful, the very culprits who had been the cause of the Depression. It must have felt like a much-needed boost for the little guys.
There's a certain formula we work on which is very acceptable both to young and old, and that is the upsetting of dignity. That's the basis we work on. In other words, see a man with a high hat, with a monocle, spats, evening clothes, and you smack him in the face with a pie, they accept that beautifully. That's what they want to see. They want to see the high mucky-muck be dragged down to somebody else's level.
They did clash with the upper class, I think to the great delight of the audience of the time. Probably the classic early case is Hoi Polloi, where they're actually brought into it in a remake of Pygmalion, where two professors bet each other. One says he can make gentlemen out of the Stooges, so you know where that's going.
I forget what happened. If you men will promise to do something for me.
Okay, we'll do it. What is it?
Permit me to transform you men into gentlemen.
Oh, no.
Police, help! Police!
Wait, hold on.
The twist at the end is that they become an in thing.
Backbiter, eh? See that? Hey, where's your dignity? Spread out.
The crowd loves their behavior, and these stuffed shirts get a chance to act like the Stooges, and it's hip.
Spread out.
The Stooges are actually appalled to see their behavior reflected. Well, of course, they don't think that's their behavior.
My dear fellows, this is our punishment for associating with the hoi polloi.
But there was another, more symbolic aspect to the Stooges' appeal. These three cantankerous knuckleheads, always slapping each other silly, also had a strange sense of family, of community. As dysfunctional as they might have seemed, they were a team, and they implicitly pointed out to audiences something that they subconsciously already knew. If cruel circumstances make you small and helpless, then the only way to survive is to stick together with your fellow victims.
What's the idea of moving into our apartment?
Come on, beat it.
I'm sorry, mister. Sis and I didn't know anyone lived here, so we just moved in. But we'll get out right away.
Hey, where's your father?
We ain't got no father. Just Sis and I.
Wait a minute, son. We made a mistake. This ain't our house. We didn't have any curtains. Go on, sit down and do your homework.
Oh, thank you.
Take it easy.
What they capture, I think, at any time about humanity is that they can't cooperate, but they can't separate.
Just a second. Let me have that wrench. Let me have it, you imbeciles.
They're trying to cooperate and usually making some simple problem worse. And then it deteriorates into war, three-way war. And then, but they band, like a little nation, they band together when they're up against a common enemy, outside enemy. You don't really notice how short they are when they're together, because they're all the same size, right? But almost always when they're confronted by an outside enemy, they're really tiny guys, compared to their adversaries, but they compensate with like unspeakable, abrupt and senseless violence, which they have on their side.
Oh, tough guy, huh?
Put all of these elements together, and you have three guys who were in the right place, Depression America, at the right, very bad time. And though the humor was topical and timely, there was something about it that speaks to people today, and any day.
As it turns out, those elements of comedy are timeless. And you don't have to be suffering yourself to empathize with a couple of guys, three guys actually, who are out of work.
You want to sign up?
Certainly, what do you think we're here for?
And will do anything
Right here.
to get a job.
It's a pleasure.
Oh, a job at last.
What are you going to do with all the money? Yes?
Yes?
Yes!
Yes?
Yes!
Yes?
Yes, yes!
Yes?
Yes!
Yes? What is it? What is it?
Yes!
Oh, yeah, yes! What? Yes, what?
A job! Well, you just hired yourself three good men. Yeah. Presto, changeo, domino. You feel? Oh, boy, we're going on a job.
What, already? We had a job 2 months ago. I got it! You mean we're going to be on the police force?
Oh, boy, 3 apples. Hey! Salesman, that's what I need. Salesman. Here we are, 3 of the best salesmen that ever sailed.
Have you ever sold anything?
Have we ever sold anything?
Have we ever sold anything?
Have we? Oh! Hello.
Gentlemen, the studio is yours, and I shall do everything within my power to help you make better pictures.
What that needs is a mixture of Enar plus anacetyl scram. Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Make a wish, dear, and blow out the candles.
Here they go.
You know, I think I was born to be rich.
Well, at this point, Moe, Larry, and Curly might not have been rich, but unlike most Americans, they had jobs, and pretty good jobs at that. The three were well on their way to achieving that most elusive of professional pursuits, becoming movie stars.
Do you see the same thing I do? The fat one. Fate must have sent him. He's the dead image of the missing link.
Oh, thank you.
Huh? I think you're right. And look at the other two. Neanderthal men straight from the Stone Age. We've found our leading man.
Now we can start our picture at once. You men are hired.
Fired and hired in one day. Thanks, B.O.
If it please the court, Your Honor, at this time I would like to introduce my three main witnesses, Howard, Fine, and Howard.
Every day, three men, Mo Howard, Larry Fine, and Curly Howard, went to work at Columbia Pictures. And when they stepped in front of the cameras, they left their real lives behind and became characters taking on the personas that today are as alive and as hilarious as they were then.
A bad beginning is a good ending. Certainly. If at first you don't succeed, keep on sucking till you do succeed.
Which brings us to a question. Just who are these guys who always seem to be doing these awful things to one another? Well, maybe it's time we investigate. So let's allow them to introduce themselves.
Hello.
And then figure out just what makes a stooge a stooge.
Eeny, meeny, miny, Mo. See, you can't go wrong with Mo.
Thanks.
Mo represented pure aggression. I was thinking, why is he the boss? You know, he's not smarter, he's not more talented, he's not more creative, he's just meaner.
He always had an answer or a sort of a suggestion of an answer to take care of a problem. And he'd get the other two. Are you coming or not?
You stand guard while we fresh the joint.
Me?
You.
Me?
He does it because they let him do it.
I'll lead the way. Go ahead.
To millions of moviegoers sitting spellbound in the dark, he was Mo, the master of the Stooges and the meanest man to ever uncork a conch on the cranium.
See that?
Yeah. Ooh. See that? Ooh. Oh, don't you dare hit me in the head. You know I'm not normal.
Why?
See that? Oh. Why dare you do that again? That's not the same.
Even when I was a kid, I realized that there's one kid that gives the orders. You know, are we going swimming or are we going swimming? We're going swimming. You know, and we all get on the bus. And I saw that in Mo.
Mo was the stern guy trying to get them from where they were to where they were trying to get to and dished out the punishment.
Mo is the boss, kind of the grouch. In some ways, the straight man, though he was also funny, but in some ways, he's the straight man because he's so often the butt of the jokes, but always the boss.
He was never trying to be funny. Never trying to be funny. Even when they did jokes that we got that were written down on paper, they never cracked up or laughed at it. It would just go by, you know, because an example of that would be like they were at this haunted house, you know, or something. They're at a door and Mo looks at Larry. They just happened, they were looking this way and then they both looked at each other at the same time. Mo went like that to him and he goes, "How much do you charge to haunt houses?" He goes, "How many rooms?" You know, but I would have died laughing if I were there.
More people, in my opinion, looked at Mo, not realizing that without the other two, Mo ain't no Mo. So it worked great, and when they saw it, I mean, they laughed. Just him going, I mean, you're dying. Today, they would lock you up. They would think there's something wrong with you. They had a rhythm, they had a purpose.
Get that weight. Hold that roll. Lift that barge. Tote that bale. Zoop. What am I doing?
I was a bully. I bullied them into thinking that I was smart. I was dumber than they were. Curly was a big, heavy guy, you know, and the only extent of his retaliation, after I give him a bop on the head or something, he just goes, you know. Yeah, right. Although if he wanted to, he could have probably mashed me into the ground. Larry was a pest. He was always in the way. That was his character. Yeah. And Curly, he was just the fall guy for everything. He tried to do things. He'd try to call me by name and say there was something wrong in the room or something happening. I'd never pay attention to him. I ignored him completely. And then if they both bothered me, I'd give them that double slap right across the face. I never listened to him, you know.
What's that for? We didn't do nothing.
That's in case you do, and I'm not around.
People thought of them as idiots capering around, but behind what seemed to be simplicity, there was a lot of hard work and thought. Mo particularly was a very intelligent man. Well, he was the leader in every way. He was the boss in the shows, of course, but he was also the boss off stage too. As such, when we had story conferences, he would take the lead and contribute the most.
I was doing radio in New York, and I ran into Emil Sitka. Just on the streets, he had a pair of Bermuda shorts on and, you know, some kind of baseball cap. And I stopped him and I just said hi, and I was asking him questions, and the subject of Mo came up. I mean, he loved him very much. He says, you know, Mo did not know how to relax. He was busy with a lot of things, but he didn't know how to relax.
I'll take it.
Yes, Mo was the boss.
Don't forget, this is my idea. I want to be captain.
And the bully, the guy with the short fuse and the long reach.
See that?
Oh, please, don't do that, Mo.
Now, who's the captain?
No.
Who's the captain?
Aye, Captain.
All right.
Oh.
Aye, Captain. Follow me.
Oh.
It's not that he's mean. They're not paying attention. You know, it's like, you know how you pop a dog on the nose when you're trying to get the dog to come back and pay attention? He's constantly trying to get them to listen and focus and let's get this done. Now, as with most people who know as much as Mo knew, sometimes he's wrong, and he doesn't like being wrong, and sometimes that's why you get hit.
Time for lunch.
What is that?
Why, ignoramus, don't you know?
No.
Why, it looks like it.
Well, wise guys, what is it?
It's a spider. Turtle!
Trying to kiss somebody, eh? I knew it was a turtle all the time. Sit down.
And yet, in spite of his terrible temper, Mo was unexpectedly endearing. Perhaps it was because audiences sensed the insecurity beneath his scowl, the frustrations behind the face slaps, the desperation of a determined little guy grappling with a crazy world he couldn't control.
You must help me. You must.
Don't worry, madam. We'll get him out of jail if we have to go into jail to do it.
And so, Mo acted like the smartest guy in the room when he clearly wasn't.
Cut. You ain't shooting the picture right.
Why, what's the matter with it?
There's no action. It was no good from the first kiss.
And he acted like the toughest guy in the room when he clearly wasn't.
Now, no more of your screwy ideas. There's no dead woman in here.
See, I told you.
And he acted like the most put-upon guy in the room when he clearly wasn't.
Oh, pardon.
Oh, oui.
Oh.
Pardon, oui.
Fish ain't good enough for you, huh?
Hey, you 4!
5, 6, 7. Sold to the man with the spittoon haircut.
Oh, getting personal, eh?
And viewers understood all of it and loved him all the more for it. Just look at that face, locked in a perpetual parade of glares, growls, and grimaces. And look at that hair, recalling an overgrown Buster Brown hell-bent on wholesale destruction.
I went backstage outside the street. Mo came up. His face was like he had sunburn. And I said, "Hiya, Mo. Are you okay?" And then I realized those slaps and the punching and the kept saying. And then he says, "What are you doing up so late, kid?" And when I realized that now this man cared of a stranger, "What are you doing up so late?" He must have known I cut school. I was 14 years old. I said, "Well, I'm getting ready to go home and get a beating." He says, "You go home. You know, don't hang around like that." And something must have been on his mind because he walked. But I think you got to get tired from that 5-6 shows a day, 7 days a week, you know. But they were special, and it must be difficult to be special like that. It must be difficult.
Mo had a journeyman mentality is what I get from everything. A journeyman who work was life, but not overlap, like bringing craziness home.
And there was Dad. He'd take 32 pages late at night, and they were memorized. He knew everybody's part, including his own. He'd wake up in the morning and not a thought to it.
I could see Mo wanting to work till the very last day, and he did.
The on-screen personality that Mo put together is a masterpiece of the comedian's art.
Wait a minute, turnip head.
And, like a great architect, Mo constructed his creation upon a solid foundation. His timing was always perfect, whether it was with a word or a whack. And he had a genius for physical comedy that I think is still underappreciated.
The art of slapping someone, you know, that is an art form. When Mo slaps Curly or Larry, it is brilliant, you know, because it's like a ballet move. You know, it's all movement. And I assume, and I could be wrong, that the way that it's staged, the way that it's moved was to telegraph, here's it's coming now, be prepared. Here, bam.
This is perhaps best illustrated by his remarkable ability to accurately deliver a comic curveball. When he was a kid, Mo had quite a throwing arm, and that old baseball talent was always in evidence, whether he was launching a pie or a poke. It was said that the studio insisted that Mo always be one to fire the volleys of pastry that came from off camera. They knew that he could get it right the first time and every time.
Pardon me, madam.
Yes, that was Mo, irascible and radiantly funny. That was his character, majestically mean and relentlessly ridiculous. And that was the man I never actually met. I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been calling that ornery stooge who pummeled his way through those Columbia shorts Mo rather than Dad, because that nasty guy was not my father. No, he was just a fantasy figure created by a film funny man, because when my dad was finished punching out his movie teammates, he was punching out a time clock and leaving his two-fisted tantrums at the studio gates. The man whom I called Dad was really somebody else, somebody you'll get to know a lot better as our story unfolds. For now, I can tell you that he was a devoted and yet undemonstrative father. He was expectedly fond of good friends and good times, and unexpectedly fond of gourmet cooking and classical guitar. And he was a man with both a healthy ego and a deeply seated streak of insecurity. One thing about Dad was always clear, however. He may have had trouble showing it, but there was no doubt that he cared enormously for his wife and child. And in 1935, as the Stooges were clowning their way into the affections of Americans, it was also the year that I went from being a gleam in my daddy's eye to being an official entry on the register of the diaper service. Yep, that was the year I was born. The year I joined the family. Of course, it was decidedly a show business family. And while I was a little young for my close-up, my sister Joni was not. And since my dad doted on his only daughter, it seemed only fitting that little Joni got her turn in front of the Columbia cameras in Pop Goes the Easel.
Pop Goes the Easel was the only Stooge comedy I was in. I had also been in about a half a dozen, or maybe close to a dozen, major films, just bit parts. But it sort of made me feel like a pro.
Hey, come back, gang!
And here was Phyllis, who was about 2 or 3 years younger, and I was asked by the director to kind of lead her through this hopscotch sequence because she didn't know what she was doing. I probably didn't either, but I was trying my very best to, I felt important. I enjoyed it. I wanted to make my dad proud. Everything that I did in my life, when I went to school, I wasn't trying to get A's for me. I was trying to do it for him. He was so giving and loving, I couldn't say no to him.
The other little girl sharing that hopscotch board with Joni also has a Stooge pedigree. She's Larry's daughter, Phyllis.
My mother, Phyllis, never had any issues with being a child of celebrity. She went to school, her mom took care of the house, her dad went out to work. So it was just a very conventional lifestyle, if you will. Her father just happened to be Larry of the Three Stooges.
Larry, the second of the Stooge characters. Larry, the perpetual but ineffectual peacemaker. Larry, the poor sap who always seemed to be standing in the wrong spot when Mo went on the warpath.
Always button in, eh? Come on, get out of my way.
I'm a victim of circumstance.
Larry, is kind of in the middle. He's just grateful that he doesn't get the worst of it.
Larry was this good catalyst. You know, I always called him like the Keith Richard of the Stooges, you know what I mean? Mo was like the Mick Jagger.
Not only were they professional colleagues all of that time, they were friends. Mo's family and my family, we socialized fairly regularly. They were very comfortable with their professional relationship. They had defined that relationship way back. Both were very happy with it. They liked each other, a lot of respect, and they were good friends. It's that simple.
Thinking about daughter Phyllis reminds me that Larry was not a typical father. He raised his kids while living in hotels, exchanging home cooking for room service. And he wasn't really a typical husband either. He seemed to have genuinely adored Mabel, his former vaudeville partner and wife for many years.
A dedicated husband. He really took care of Mabel, took care of the kids, you know, and he was just marvelous.
Larry pretty much cocooned my grandmother from the world. He doted on her. So Mabel's life was home-centric, and Larry was always there pretty much to take care of all the day in and day out stuff.
I keep thinking of Larry at Christmas time. He would go out and he would shop, and he would come home with acres of presents. And his wife, or my wife at the time, or I'd say, "What have you got, Larry?" He said, "Oh, you knew it was a sweater. Well, here, I'll have to go get something else." He did that for weeks. He loved it.
Not a typical father, though a devoted one. And not a typical spouse, though a loving one. And in the final analysis, perhaps not even a typical Stooge.
Will you join me?
Well, Larry loved a good time and loved a good joke and would always want to tell you the latest joke that he heard. He was that kind of guy, jovial, fun-loving, and never took anything too serious, as opposed to Mo, who took things, you know, much more serious.
He was always an outgoing person as he grew up. He had a need to be funny. This was within, it was born in him.
Hey, you're in the court, not in the woods, Tarzan. Cut it out.
I did always get the sense that he was sort of a guy that liked his leisure time better than he liked work.
He was a fight fan. Went to the fights. He never picked the right guy. I can't remember ever him backing a winner.
But how can we be certain you won't give us a double cross? I'll put up my bankroll. If I miss, I'll take the loss.
He loved going to the track. And yes, he bet on the horses. He was a $2 bettor. He didn't squander his money, but he enjoyed it too.
As soon as it was called cut for the day, he'd be down in Santa Anita or, you know, whatever, but he wanted to just enjoy life.
And it was that quality of likability, along with the fact that he seemed so resolutely ordinary, that was the secret of Larry's success.
Wait a minute! I'll fix it!
Larry's just, he's like that kid that just wants everybody to be happy. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Just tell me what you want me to do. Now you told me what you want me to do. I did it, and now you're still mad.
Larry is the guy who'll go along with things. He's the good-natured sap who just gets caught up in whatever is going on, whether they're trying to be plumbers or caterers or whatever it may be.
Greeting cards, folks.
Larry is often called the stooge in the middle. And that's what he was, a regular guy eternally caught in the never-ending conflict between the domineering Moe and the indomitable Curly.
Mistaken identity.
As such, he became the audience's surrogate, the relatively same one viewers could most readily relate to as the stooge most like them. Never as hilariously hot-headed as Moe, nor as outrageously oblivious as Curly, Larry was, perhaps in his own sly way, the most lovable of the Stooges. And that extended to his off-camera persona as well.
First of all, he was my father-in-law for 20 years. Not many nicer people would you ever know than Larry Fine.
He knew everybody in town, everybody knew him. I never met anyone who didn't like him that ever met him. Larry Fine was one of the nicest men I ever knew.
Happy-go-lucky, gregarious, and generous to a fault, he was someone who had an enormous talent to make people like him. That talent was always apparent on camera, too, along with another equally important one. Larry always demonstrated an ability as a comic actor that, like Moe's, remains undervalued by many.
Darling, I have come for you.
For while he might not have been a Brando or a Barrymore, he possessed a gift that is just as rare as theirs.
You're breaking my heart.
Our favorite Stooge is Larry, and it's because he's the great reactor. You know, he's the one who makes everything else funnier. If you watch what's going on and watch his reaction to it, it's a scene unto himself.
If you watch Larry, which a lot of people don't because action's going on with Curly or Moe, you'll see Larry performing in the background and doing his reactions with his hands and with his face.
Get going.
He ran out of us.
You dummy, he slid out the window. Hey!
I love periphery.
Are you guys coming in there?
You know, looking at the edges, just looking at what Larry was doing, you know, in the back, while Curly was being slapped by Moe, he'd be like, you know, wincing and doing antics and stuff like that. And I thought it was funnier than the lines he had.
If you just watch Larry, that's a comedy show in itself. It's his facial expressions, it's his gestures, which is really genius. Larry contributes his own reactions, which make it all work for the three of them in their own dynamic way.
And so Larry, the perfect foil, provided the put-upon Curly with a protector and the pugnacious Moe with a punching bag. And he gave them something else as well. He furnished them with a profile that separated them from their comedic counterparts.
He was somewhat of the middleman and the reactor among the group, which kind of holds them all together as they play off of Larry. There aren't any other great comedy trios. We've seen over the years great comedy duos, Abbott and Costello for one, Martin and Lewis. But it's very difficult for three comedians to be able to do the choreography that's necessary.
I'm also really happy that Larry wound up as a Stooge, because the funny and friendly Mr. Fine was a pleasure to know.
Sometimes I think you got part of a brain. Thanks. Don't mention it. Get out.
Are you dancing?
Are you asking?
Yes, I'm asking.
And I'm dancing.
Now, Larry had always aspired to become a serious musician, but way back in the beginning of his stint as a Stooge, Ted Healey had banished his beloved violin from the act. It was the day the music died, or so it seemed.
Pitch that an octave higher. Ole, 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 ole,
Oh, King Cole, you're a merry old soul, without a care and fancy-free. Please call for your pipe, please call for your bowl, and here are your fiddlers three, that's sweet. Ah, ha, ha, ha.
But music was here long before Ted Healey arrived, and for the Stooges, It was going to be there long after he departed, and music wound up being a central element of the Columbia two-reelers. And that made perfect sense, because the Stooges came out of vaudeville, where music was an important part of the show.
Maestro.
And they starred in talking pictures, where music was a drawing card that had been unavailable in silent films. So the boys tuned up, cracked their knuckles, cleared their throats, and musically went on their merry way.
The cows were flying about as the wife made sauerkraut. So we... That settles it! That settles it! I quit!
A number of shorts like 1942's Loco Boy Makes Good and 1939's Yes, We Have No Bonanza cast Moe, Larry, and Curly as singing waiters. And this particular occupation gave them the opportunity to sing for their suppers, if, that is, they could keep the suppers from winding up on somebody's head. And whether it was grand opera, or something a little more folksy.
On the range, where the roasts and the pies we do bake.
Moe, Larry, and Curly always managed to mix sweet music with their signature mayhem.
I'll take custard for mine. Oh, custard! Certainly! And now everything is all Jake. Oh, it's all Jake.
Even mounting a full-blown production number worthy of a first-class film musical.
They sung the great song Swinging the Alphabet that was brought to the Stooges by writer Charlie Chase. That song was actually performed by his maid for Charlie's Children, and it turned out to be a classic musical number for the Three Stooges.
I'm going to sit down. I'm going to test your mental sit down. I'm going to test your mental coordination with a little sit down, with a little number called Swinging the Alphabet.
Swing it, brother, swing it.
Right,
swing it.
right.
Right up, right.
I'll explain it so even you can understand. My colleagues will assist. Ready, sister? Let's get that junk out of here. Come on, boys, scram. I'll give you the idea in a nutshell. B-A bay, B-E-B, B-I bicky by, B-O bo. I'll give you the correct demonstration. Cutie pie, pound those horse teeth.
B-A bay, B-E-B, B-I bicky by, B-O bo, bicky by bo, B-U boo, bicky by bo boo.
C-A-C, C-E-C, C-I sicky si, C-O so sicky si so, C-U sue sicky si so sue.
Get the idea, girls? Now we'll all join together on the letter D.
D-A-day, D-E-D, D-I dicky-di, D-O-do, dicky-di-do, D-U-do, dicky-di-do-do. La-da-da-da, F-J-A, H-E-E, H-I hicky-hi, H-O-ho, hicky-hi-ho, H-U-hoo, hicky-hi-ho-ho. J-A-J, J-E-G, J-I-jicky-ji, J-O-jo, jicky-ji-jo, J-U-do, jicky-ji-jo-jo.
K-A-K, K-E-T, K-I-kicky-kai, K-O-ko, kicky-kai-ko, K-U-ku, kicky-kai-ko-ku. L-A-lay, L-E-lee, L-I-licky-lie, L-O-lo, licky-lie-lo, L-U-loo.
Curly's a dope, M-A-may, M-E-me, M-I-Mickey-my, M-O-mo, Mickey-my-mo, M-U-moo, Mickey-my-mo-moo.
Now, it's true that it was Larry who had the formal training, and his musical contributions to the shorts are wonderful. But surprisingly, or perhaps not so surprisingly, given his gift for producing nutty noises, it was Curly who manufactured many of the Stooges' most memorable musical moments.
Mister, can you prophonome?
No, but I can sing.
Men, man the pumps.
A bumpy we will go. A bumpy we will go.
Let's go and get the dough.
Let's go and get the moolah. 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 Go and get the moolah.
And considering his facility with physical comedy, it's hardly shocking that when it came to dancing, Curly could really cut a hunk of rug.
The delegates are here for the round table conference.
How many of them are there?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe 5, 6, 7, or 8, maybe.
5, 6, 7, 8.
I was amazed at how a man that heavy set could be that graceful. I was watching his feet. It was almost like a ballet dancer.
You know, you're not a bad dancer yourself. Are you insinuating? Gets dancing.
And this talent would serve him well off camera too, although in a slightly more dignified form. Yes, in 1937, Curly danced on the night he was wed for a second time.
Oh, boy, I can see it now. Me coming home from a hard day's work, I whistle for the dog, and my wife comes out. Me, with my own wife and children. Dozens of them.
Dozens of them?
Yeah.
How many's that?
2.
This time, the bride was a girl named Elaine Ackerman, and this time, unlike his doomed trip down the aisle almost a decade before, he had his mother's blessing.
What I remember my mom telling me is that she was working at Bullock's in the fur department, and Curly came into the department to buy a fur coat, I believe, from one of his babes. And he just totally told my mother she was absolutely gorgeous, and he wanted to date her. I don't remember how long they dated, but it wasn't a long, long courtship, I don't believe.
Jenny's once thriving real estate business had gone bust with the Depression, and she wasn't in the best of health. But that didn't stop her and Saul, along with Curly's devoted brothers, from celebrating the marriage of their favorite baby boy. There's an old family story about how Jenny, at the beginning of the Columbia years, had attended a showing of one of the 2 reel films at a Brooklyn theater and immediately began screaming at the screen, loudly berating Moe for being so mean to his poor little brother. But the fact is that the money from Hollywood had assured a comfortable retirement for her and her husband, even in the depths of economic calamity. So maybe this show business thing wasn't so bad after all, because it had, among other things, made it possible for them all to be together on this California afternoon, an afternoon full of peace and promise. Curly was happy that day, and he made millions happy every day. But who was this charismatic clown, really? Who was this manic man-child who created so unforgettably the third part of the Stooge trio, and who, for all his open-faced innocent charm, sometimes seemed to conceal more than he revealed? Well, as it turns out, my Uncle Curly was a lot more than just your garden variety knucklehead.
Certainly.
A lot more than just a collection of squeaks, squeals, and gyrations. Next time, we'll dig deep into the complicated psyche of America's foremost comedy, Psycho, as he discovers that life at the top can be anything but rosy, and that success often comes with a healthy dose of heartache. If my father, Mo Howard, was the undisputed king of the act known as the Three Stooges, then his uniquely gifted younger brother Curly was undoubtedly its crown prince.
Oh, cutie pie. Yeah.
But like many a monarch before him, my uncle was to wear his crown upon a troubled brow.
Apparently, he hid behind that clown mask pretty well. When he was performing, he was great. He was just great.
It was as Babe that he grew up. It was as Jerome that he grew older and a bit wiser. But it was as Curly that he grew into his role as one of filmdom's most iconic and most admired comedians.
I got it! Me like that one!
What? Oh, wait a minute! Now!
Hey, buddy, what kind of language is that?
Oh, deaf and dumb. Certainly. A victim's circumstance. But I'll do it.
Curly would kind of just follow along. He was like the little kid in a gang. You know, there's the leader, and then there's the kid in the middle who kind of like, he'll pretty much do what the guy in charge says, and then there's this little one that doesn't know which way to wander.
There was something about Curly. There was just something, you wanted to be his friend. Like, I knew I was a little kid and couldn't hang out, but I knew that he was a guy I would like to say, how you doing today? What's happening with you?
There is no denying the fact that there was something special about Curly. Mo and Larry were brilliant comedians, as Shemp had been when he was part of the act. And they each had their own signature styles and their own unique comic craft. But Curly was just different. His performances jumping off the screen with an energy and an edge that was obvious to everyone.
It's your little boy, Sammy, coming home from Alabama. Put on those eggs and hammy. Don't flim-flammy, mammy. Oh, mammy. Oh, mammy. Oh, mammy.
Now, I know for a fact Lou Costello used to stand backstage and make notes when Curly worked. And if you stop and think about it, there was a lot of Curly and Lou Costellos.
Which third man did you like to work with most, and why? My younger brother, Curly.
Will you throw that gum away? Look, I got rid of it.
Curly was an individual of which he had no peers in his field of comedy. I can't express the delight in having him work with I and Larry, because this man was a gem of a performer.
We arrive in Hollywood in an hour. Boy, I can hardly wait. Will I be a sensation in pictures?
I felt, and I've heard my dad say it, that he felt he was a genius at comedy. The scene in the short where he does all these facial expressions reacting to a clam jumping out of a bowl of clam chowder.
Just how do you explain the essence of that genius? Well, how do you define the indefinable? Like a comic hurricane blowing in from parts unknown, Curly defies easy description. He has to be experienced, not to be understood, to be appreciated. He always appeared to be just a yuck or two away from the nut house.
Oh, Larry, cheese!
He had these unique abilities as a comedian, and he was a big guy and silly and was in the middle of the mayhem.
You know, Curly was fat and looked like he was made out of rubber, you know, and you could smack him around, it wouldn't do anything.
Curly is a force of nature. Curly is hard to define because there's no one else like him. There really is no one else like him in screen comedy that I can think of. There were other comedians who were childlike or even childish, but he was a really interesting combination of being childlike in his reactions and grimaces and body English, but also very much an adult with an eye for pretty women
Oh, Admiral,
and a grown-up sensibility.
wouldn't you like to come and sit down?
Would I? Let's go over and find a dark corner. No. It's the kid.
Just a great, great comedian. Incredibly funny, naturally funny.
Well, Curly was a genius in my way.
What do you like off stage?
Like me, a nut. A real nut.
It's a wide open setup with us. Like, for instance, Curly. You couldn't write for him because he wasn't a good study. If he forgot some words, you know, what he had to say, he'd fall down on the floor and go spinning around like a top till he remembered what he had to say. It wasn't planned for him to lay on the floor and do that. I always wondered about that. We never even knew what he was going to do.
Relentlessly inventive and remarkably intuitive. Even Curly didn't seem to know what he was going to do until he did it.
Gee, the water's cold.
At the heart of it all lay a puzzling paradox. Curly was so sweet and yet could be so snide. He was so naive and yet could be so knowing. He was so ungainly and yet could be so graceful. The boy with the man's body and the man with the boy's soul.
Come on in. Gee, the water is just wonderful. Water?
Maybe he's got something here.
You think I'm crazy? Come on, try it. The last one in is an old man. Come on.
Babe, that little boy from Bath Beach, had never really gone away, and it was the quality that endeared him to his audiences and created his enduring image.
The first time I saw them, I was probably 12 years old, and I saw them downtown in a huge theater off of Broadway, and there was kind of like vaudeville before they actually had the movie. And I went with some girlfriends, and everybody was like, "Oh my God, that was your father." And, you know, it was probably the first time that I really got that, oh my God, my father was an actor and a comedian.
But reality is never as simple or as satisfying as the movies. For the man who was Curly and Jerome and Babe, combining those three personalities proved a daunting challenge. Curly, the eternal youth, was like Peter Pan, the boy who never grew up, and that childlike charm served him well on film. But on the highways and byways of the real world, that same character trait too often emerged as a streak of childish, sometimes even infantile behavior. Like his father Saul, Curly seemed unable to cope with the demands of everyday life. And so, like Saul, he chose to dwell in a world of his own making. But for father and son, those worlds were very different places. Saul had sought refuge in his religion, Curly, however, was fond of more secular things, like drinking, carousing, and carrying on.
Won't you take your coat off and be comfortable?
He had once been a popular ladies' man long ago in Brooklyn, and that hadn't stopped. He was, as always, the life of the party.
He was a ladies' man, you know. He was a ladies' man, liked to party, liked to dance. You know, there are lots of those souls in our business.
Larry and Mo were playing cards, which they did a lot. And Curly raced into the room and said, "Remember the last time we were here, that woman I met, she rolled me?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "Hide me, she's downstairs."
I think he had a love of life, and I think he had a lot of fun in his life.
Salty language, late nights, and devil-may-care attitude were his stock in trade, something that even extended to his relationship with the family.
When Curly was invited over to the house, I'm sure my dad read him the riot act. Be careful how you speak in front of Joni and Helen. And consequently, I don't remember Curly saying too much when he came over to the house. I think he was scared to death.
Curly was always slipping money to me. That was his way of treating me well. He'd always slip a quarter to me. "Here, kid, go buy something," you know? Or he'd go out with me and buy me something.
It's been said that Curly had almost no close friends and yet couldn't stand to be alone. And that, although he craved company, he was always more comfortable with his dogs than with people.
When I was with Curly many times, he had a dog. He had a definite love of dogs.
On any given Sunday afternoon, in our backyard, when everybody was enjoying the barbecue, the swimming pool, Uncle Curly, way away from the crowd, was right here on his chaise lounge, just talking with his dog Biff.
And this just might be the key to understanding the melancholy that permeated his personal life, a sense of isolation and of loneliness.
My mother remarried. I had a stepfather. He was a terrific father to me. I felt like if I, called Curly my father, he might feel bad, and I just didn't want that. I have a blood connection, but I really never had that fatherly connection, which now I wish maybe I had, because I probably missed getting to really know him.
He was a man-child, indeed, the little boy who never adjusted to being an adult and whose self-indulgent and ultimately self-destructive lifestyle perhaps grew from a longing that could never be fulfilled and a sadness that could never be forgotten.
Maybe he ran away from those situations with drinking.
It's sad to think that somebody who was so funny and who brought so much happiness to an awful lot of people didn't easily find happiness in his own life.
Yes, happiness always seemed to elude Curly, the man who exemplified innocent joy on the screen. And yet, that personal sadness never seemed to darken the bright and brilliant film persona, at least in the 1930s, that high noon of his comedic prime. There he was, a non-stop parade of cartoon noises, crazy gyrations, and clownish strutting. Though, like so much about Curly, these silly walks were not as simple as they seemed.
When you watch the old shorts, Mo will whistle for him, and he'll stop and he'll pivot on one foot, and then he'll hop along. Little things like that, you didn't understand what was going on. You just thought, wow, what a great choice, Why did he do that?
Do you remember the Chatham Farm and Babe's contradictory love of animals and of hunting? Well, it was a hunting accident that caused an injury that would forever affect his life. You see, his rifle unexpectedly discharged, and the bullet entered his ankle. My father, there as always to protect his baby brother, rushed the teenager to the doctor, who treated the wound but recommended surgery to permanently repair the injury. Babe, deathly afraid of hospitals and operations, refused, and the decision left him with a lifelong limp. the genesis of all the many Curly walks that were designed to disguise his disability.
I know that he was also in a lot of pain from that injury that he had on the farm where he shot himself in the foot. You can see him as he runs through the shorts. He's always running in like in a little circle, trying to take the weight off of that foot. So I feel he was a sad person.
A sad person and a comic genius. A man with so much private pain and a man who gave so much pleasure to the public.
He was like a speeding bullet. People talk about him as the prototype for like the John Belushis and the Chris Farleys, and it was sort of a through line, and that was the unfortunate sacrifice of having a trio where there's one sprawling, out-of-control guy that colors outside the lines. But he must have known he was loved. He must have loved doing those shorts.
And it was only a question of time before the laughter turned to tears. Yes, in the midst of all this comedy, there were the seeds of tragedy. And as that tragedy played out, it would profoundly affect our family and the still living legend of Curly, the wildest stooge of them all. But in the 1930s, that final curtain was still in the future. These were the golden years, and Mo, Larry, and Curly were on top of their games and enjoying ever-growing success, both artistically and commercially.
Mo, Larry, and Curly were artists. They were working actors. And there weren't that many of them. I mean, they were all sort of concentrated, it seemed, in Hollywood, and that's where you went. And if you saw them, oh my God, here's a big deal.
And the credit for so much of this excellence belonged to the boys themselves, in front of the camera, obviously, but behind it as well. Because many of the story ideas were theirs, and much of the dialogue was improvised by this fabulously funny trio.
The next time you watch a short, pay attention to the dialogue. Really focus in on the dialogue.
We had writers, but then they would take us to a situation and say the Stooges do their stuff.
And away they'd go. And from that came some just phenomenal little pieces of dialogue that you miss being caught up in the zaniness.
Now, what can I do for you, Toots?
I'm in a terrible dilemma.
Yeah, I don't care much for these foreign cars either.
What's that thing for? You never can tell, we might meet up with a bear.
Yeah, meet my bare hand. Get out.
Even the notoriously cheap Harry Cohn took notice, increasing the budgets, extending the schedules, hiring top-drawer directors, and incorporating location shooting into the productions.
Here you are, lady. Where'll I put it? Now, you can put that piece in your pocket. Yeah. Hey, Mo! Look!
How do you like that? We forgot to allow for shrinkage.
Free sample. Go, go.
Many of the shorts were shot at the Columbia Ranch. Columbia gained confidence in the Stooges so that the guys had a little bit more money to go out to shoot in different locations.
He's crazy! Oh! I'll bust the Boston! So's your old man!
Some of those locations are actually still around today.
And these images offer a window into a bygone Los Angeles, a depression world that now seems as distant as a dream.
I'll get this one. Yeah.
And though Columbia used as many existing sets as they could, recycling props and costumes from feature films whenever possible, After all, nothing was going to turn Harry Cohn into the last of the big-time spenders. The two-reelers of the 30s still represent the zenith of the stooge art, and a cash cow for Columbia.
Some theaters found that the Stooges were really popular and that they could actually advertise and promote those shorts very successfully. You'll see some still photos of old marquees of theaters around the country where the Stooges are billed on the marquee along with the feature film. They were definitely a draw.
And so, perhaps it's a good idea to visit that pinnacle and take a detailed look at one of the best comedy shorts of the period. In this case, 1936's Disorder in the Court.
Well, Disorder in the Court is certainly one of their classics. And they have the perfect personas for them. They're like jive-talking musicians, particularly Curly.
We were tearing up some hot swing music in the orchestra. Gail over there was swinging her fans. Her sweetie, Kirk Robin, was inhaling a bottle of hooch at a table. And a hoofer by the name of Buck Wing was getting ready to shake his tootsies.
Kindly speak English and drop the vernacular.
Vernacular? That's a doiby.
Their personas were kind of elastic in that they could be plumbers or hipsters, you know. But that one had everything. It had a great musical number. They even had a sexy dance routine. They worked a lot of gags around the music. The timing is perfect. They share the humor. They have jokes that don't involve them with the jury. So everybody's involved.
How could Gail Tempest's frail little finger pull the rusty trigger of that instrument of destruction?
See, there was nothing in it.
Broad Lane, 9972, after 5 o'clock.
The joke ratio's got to be like 1 every 3 seconds.
He grabs Kirk by the neck like that, see? And drags him over to the letterpress, see?
Curly's head in the vice is a classic moment.
Then he smacks him on the head like that. Then he pokes his coconut into the letterpress, see? Like that. Then he says, I'll squeeze the cider out of your Adam's apple. Then he gives him the works like this.
He had been in a lot of situations with the Stooges where what they did to him in real life would have been not just painful but fatal.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is...
In the plot, the parrot plays the key role.
Quiet, Polly.
They stall that perfectly. I mean, they cut back to him and everything. They don't reveal it to the end.
Look, there's a note tied to the parrot's foot. Come on, Polly, 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 Polly. Come on, Polly, Polly, Polly.
There's a scene where the parrot causes all the chaos in the courtroom. They have to get the hose out to drench it down so it can't fly. It's just classic.
Shut that off.
Ready? Hold it.
Disorder in the Court was, as so many of the two-reelers of the 1930s were, a miniature masterpiece. It featured all the elements that were to make the Stooge shorts a shining example of film comedy art. And just what were these essential elements? Well, they were numerous, and they were all necessary to assure that each of these movies was a little comic gem.
A bride never crosses her threshold by herself.
You're right, little dumpling.
Oh.
If we begin with the most visible component, then pride of place must be awarded to the army of actors who populated the many roles required by almost 200 two-reelers.
These people are staying all night. Give them rooms.
Professor Bilbo, the great magician.
What are you mugs doing here?
Moe, Larry, and Curly were undoubtedly and deservedly the stars,
Yes, and either you get out and get a job or I'll get a divorce.
but their performances benefited mightily from the contributions of a repertory company of reliable comedians.
It was the heyday of the shorts department for Columbia. And there was a lot of great talent in the shorts department, many of which appeared throughout the years.
Why
I beg your pardon.
And many of these characters are great foils of the Three Stooges in many of their shorts. The Three Stooges were fortunate to have that body of talent available.
My father, in particular, was always eager to give credit to this often unsung and yet always indispensable group of actors.
We had these people work with us mostly continuously because then they begin to understand us, and we knew them, and things ran smoothly. But no matter what you did, there was always something like if one of us thought of something funny, we had a cue where they say, "Now wait a minute." And then he'd say something funny. If it wasn't funny, he'd get a crack on the head.
Now it seems unfair not to mention them all by name. But since that's impossible, let's single out a few favorites.
That duck is calling is made from the Toolies.
Having gotten his start in the silent era, Vernon Dent didn't get much of a chance to talk, but he made up for lost time with the Stooges, delivering delicious line readings as officious dimwits and easily flabbergasted authority figures.
Come here, my little Edelweiss. Sit on my lap.
What lad?
I don't want a coat. I don't want a coat. I don't want a coat!
Oh, he don't want a coat. What he wants is a pair of our slick slacks.
Why don't you tell me the man wants slacks? Get him slacks.
And another silent screen veteran, Bud Jameson, stole many a scene playing cops, crooks, and generally cranky guys.
What do you request? How about a last smoke? All right, but when the smoke is finished, so are you.
The evocatively named Simona Boniface was, like Margaret Dumont with the Marx Brothers, the domineering dowager of one's dreams, and her regal pomposity was often rewarded with a pie on the kisser.
He did it.
Thank you. But you started it.
And who doesn't love Christine McIntyre, a regular who played good girls and bad broads with equal aplomb?
Take it easy, sister. We're looking for a guy named Dapper.
Dapper? I never heard of him. I'm all alone.
Good. I mean, we'll check on that. Look everywhere, men. Keep your mind on your business.
And who proved in microphonies that she could sing. Oh, no, I mean it. She could actually sing.
Ha-ha!
And the list goes on, including many like Dorothy Appleby, Gene Roth, Phil Van Zandt, and Dick Curtis, who had originally been dramatic actors, but who demonstrated impeccable comic pedigrees in the Stooge shorts. And to the roll of honor can be added the names of the anything but little Tiny Gates, the mad Russian Ivan Bustov.
Well, here's a go.
And that master of the double take, Dudley Dickerson. And then there's the Triple Crown trio of Marjorie White, Cy Shindell, and Kenneth MacDonald. Future stars also cut their actorial teeth with Moe, Larry, and Curly. Walter Brennan, Lloyd Bridges, and the much-loved Lucille Ball.
What are you studying at college?
Pig Latin. Atwe aye uye uinde unite. You wouldn't know a thing about that, would you?
Oh, nay.
And then there was Emil Sitka, who in later years became such a frequent co-star that he is sometimes referred to as the Fourth Stooge.
No levity, please.
Emil Sitka, for people who don't know, he was a young guy that played old men back in the 30s. So when he got old, you never noticed the change because he was always playing these rickety old codgers. I can hear him saying, "Hold hands, you lovebirds."
Hold hands, you lovebirds.
All of a sudden, I'm cast in a thing called a Three Stooges comedy. And then I see three little guys about a head shorter than I am, weird looking. I can't believe it. They're called Stooges.
Celery, sir?
That was with Curly, and Mo and Larry and Hapwood's Holiday.
Mr. Howard!
Sitka also occupies an important footnote in Stooge history, one that is both ironic and tragic.
Yeah.
But more on that later. No actor, no matter how gifted, exists in a vacuum. Equally ingenious writers and directors are required to create comic excellence, and the Stooges were blessed with the chance to collaborate with top-notch talents in both departments.
We always had bull sessions, you know, and talk about pictures and what we'd like to do. And we wrote the treatments for all the pictures. That's a 9-page treatment, of which a scenario writer, like you see the names, Felix Adler, Clyde Bruckman, Del Lord, Eddie Burns, Elwood Ullman. They did the script form, the shooting script. Then we'd get it back and see that they didn't put the wrong words in the right mouth or the right words in the wrong mouth. Or have Larry talk tough to me, which didn't go, you see.
We would have a conference with the producer. As a writer and producer, they'd say, what do you think we ought to do this time? They said, well, let's make a Western. That sounds pretty good. So we'd kick ideas around, get going on a Western. Or I'd say, let's make a horror story, a spoof on a horror picture in a haunted house. That's good, too. Or we'd make a picture in Surefire involving a guy in a gorilla suit. Whatever. Just so it was open to gags and laughs.
Wait for Papa, baby. Hey, baby.
As I mentioned before, the boys contributed many story ideas, with my dad being by far the most active in script meetings. But those ideas needed development and polish, and toiling away behind the typewriters were a crew of creative scribblers, including Felix Adler.
Now, whenever you're ready, serve the drinks and don't forget the canopies.
Canopies? Oh, you mean the toast with the lace curtains?
Such levity. You remind me of the Three Stooges.
Hey, that's an insult.
No.
Elwood Ullman.
You see, I had a good reason.
Were you ever indicted?
Not since I was a baby, Your Honor.
And Clyde Bruckman, who had once worked with Buster Keaton.
We don't know anything about flying.
Neither did the Wright brothers, but they flew. Anything the Wright brothers can do, the Wrong brothers can do. Right?
Right, wrong. Brothers?
And behind the cameras sat a diverse group of dedicated directors, each of whom brought their own distinctive styles to the Columbia comedies. As with the so-called bit players, there are just too many directors to discuss them all in detail. But several deserve special mention. Del Lord, Preston Black, and Ray McCary helmed the first Stooge comedies, setting a high standard for all that was to come.
I think they worked especially well in the 1930s with some of the silent comedy veterans who really knew what they were doing. Del Lord, one of the greatest comedy directors who ever lived, who trained at the Max Sennett studio, which was a birthplace of so much comedy. He and the Stooges made a great team.
Charlie Chase had enjoyed a brief but brilliant career as a silent film comedian, a career so noteworthy that some critics insist his name belongs to that select group headlined by Buster Keaton, Charlie Chaplin, and Harold Lloyd. Chase drew upon his pre-talkie roots when he took his post on the other side of the camera, designing elegant and elaborate sight gags and serving up seamless slapstick.
Jump! Come on! Get the girl! Come on!
Mo, where's your hat?
Visual gags were also favored by Edward Burns.
How you doing?
But this director also stressed strong storylines and clever characters.
Get your hand out of my face.
Edward Burns, who'd been a sound engineer, who'd worked with them on and off, had aspirations to become a writer and director and cut his teeth on their two reel comedies. And he brought sort of the best of both worlds. He understood visual comedy, but he tried to put a little more story and a little more construction and logic into what they did, and ended up making some of their better later comedies.
This was not surprising for a man who would later go on to direct feature films, including two sci-fi hits of the 1950s, Return of the Fly and the underrated World Without End, as well as the camp classic, Queen of Outer Space, starring none other than Zsa Zsa Gabor. And no discussion of the subject is complete without a consideration of Jules White. He became the most often employed of all the Stooge directors, and this made perfect sense. After all, he was essentially hiring himself. That's because White had been made head of Columbia's short subject division in 1933 and had produced much of the Stooges' output, including the Oscar-nominated Men in Black. As a Columbia producer, White gave himself free rein in the director's chair, and this affected his style because of all the men who helmed the two-reelers, it was White who was most enamored of extreme and excessive violence. This filmmaker seemed addicted to spectacular spasms of grotesque and violent slapstick, with some of the gags, especially those featuring sharp, pointy objects and soft, unprotected bodies, bordering on the brutal. And while these painful feats are pricelessly funny today, at the time, they were tough going. According to my dad, the boys sustained numerous injuries while making the comedies. Broken noses, chipped teeth, cracked ribs, and so on. And that the infirmary was always a lot more crowded during a Jules White shoot.
Larry lost a couple of teeth, so did I. I had broken my ribs several times.
I thought of him as being invincible. I think he had one cold in his life. Didn't realize he was going through all this other stuff.
Curly had stitches in his head about 3 or 4 times.
From just falling around in the movies?
Well, you see, they were all accidents. In other words, we did a picture, and I tipped the table, and Curly was so heavy that his head hit the edge of the windowsill. And there was 9 stitches in the head. Wow. So you see, you can't... Then there was once where we built an airplane inside of a garage, and I was on the propeller. Right. And swung me around, and finally I got smashed off of that thing. They never showed it, but I flew off of that thing and smashed a couple of ribs.
I thought they, the scene where like Larry would start it and then you'd be spinning around on the propeller, I thought that was done with a dummy or something attached to the propeller.
No.
They really did it with you and then just speeded it up or what?
Yeah, it was a speed shot.
Oh.
Jules White would never spend any money on a double.
Larry had a scene where he ducked under the water and came up with a frog on his head. He did it and the frog jumped off. So they said, well, let's try to glue him on. So they tried to glue him on and the frog jumped off. So they finally figured they'd wire him on and cover it and whatever. And the frog stayed there. But the frog didn't like it, went, and they have claws. Simple. Larry's hair is torn apart like that, and it never grew back. That's a lot of where the hair loss went, that frog.
Larry, though, had a very practical viewpoint when asked later about this literally sore subject.
Did you ever get hurt?
Oh, sure, you had to hurt me, but the pain goes away on payday. The pain goes away on payday.
So what kind of a director was White, really?
Mary Bell! Can't ring a bell. Oh, we're engaged! We are too. Congratulations!
Well, perhaps you can get a glimpse of his style by watching him at work in this rare behind-the-scenes footage.
Oh boy, I hope I win this contest.
Director Edward Burns had begun his career in radio during that medium's pioneering days and had come to Hollywood with the advent of talking pictures. In fact, before he took the director's reins, he had been a highly respected sound engineer at Columbia. and as such helped concoct, along with brilliant sound engineer Joe Henrich, the unique sonic flair of the Stooge films. Moe, Larry, and Curly, for all their indisputed command of physical visual comedy, would not have been nearly as compelling as silent film performers. Why? The delectable dialogue? Of course. Those hilarious working-class New York and Philadelphia accents? Absolutely. The memorable musical numbers? Certainly.
The Frenchman knows just what to eat. He eats some things so nice and sweet. Lollipop, lollipop, lollipop.
But there was something else, and you recognize it as soon as you hear it. Yes, it's that ear-catching cascade of sound effects that heighten the impact of every conk, crunch, and crash.
That's a dot, dash, dash, dot,
Hey, cut it out.
Making every filmic poke and punch resonate like a full-scale riot.
The talkies came into play just about the same time that the Three Stooges became popular in doing their shorts in the 1930s. And sound was really, really important.
The Columbia Sound Department was one of the best in the business thanks to Edward Burns and others like him, and the unit developed an endlessly expanding inventory of ear-grabbing effects, surprising audiences with an ever-inventive collection of creative noises.
The eye pokes and the bops and the banks, all those things that you hear were very unique sound effects that the Columbia Sound Effects Department was genius in developing. You have Curly getting hit over the head with a hammer. Now, what is that going to sound like?
Yeah, that's all right.
Columbia's sound effects people were able to come up with a perfect...
They were funny, they were inventive, and they became part of the Stooge vocabulary. You expected them after a while.
And since a punning picture is often worth 1,000 sounds, we also have to remember the treasurable titles like Disorder in the Court, Loco Boy Makes Good, and Yes, We Have No Bonanza, plus the priceless signs that pop up in the most unexpected places.
The great hypnotist, Sven Garland.
And so, putting it all together, it's easy to see why the Stooge shorts were a hit then and remain comedy classics now, just as dynamic and delightful as ever.
Look, it's an inkwell.
Inkwell nothing. Why, that's Earl.
Earl?
Sure, coal Earl.
You mean oil? It's a geezer! An oil geezer!
Yes, Columbia Pictures and their terrific trio had struck it rich.
Her entertainment is certainly novel.
It meant continuing commercial success for the studio and enduring artistic achievement for the boys.
Your entertainment is a huge success. How did you ever think of it?
Why, I saw them in vaudeville.
Oh, how clever! Everything is so very wonderful.
Well, Eddie?
You were perfectly wonderful, you funny men. Oh, you must come on the fox hunt with us.
It meant that the names Moe, Larry, and Curly would live forever. And it also meant that the Stooges were simply too popular with the public to be confined to the silver screen. Harry Cohn obviously was not allergic to the idea of making money. Keeping the Stooges busy on film was one way of padding Columbia's bank account. And sending them out on personal appearances was another. back in 1934, when he drew up the initial contract, Cohn inserted a clause enabling Moe, Larry, and Curly to tour as a live act whenever their shooting schedule allowed it.
The good part about the Columbia deal was that they worked out their shooting schedule so that they would make the films all in a group and then go out and tour in vaudeville, where they could make a buck, and where they could also increase their popularity by, being seen in person by lots of fans all over the country and even outside the country.
And it was good for them because it enabled them to make extra money that they didn't make at Columbia. And Columbia was good enough to allow the guys to go out and supplement their income through a very active live stage show presence.
This was good for the boys. It increased their incomes. And it was good for Columbia because it provided plenty of publicity for one of the studio's most profitable assets. And so the Stooges hit the road all during the 1930s, offering live performances, participating in benefits, and revisiting their old stomping grounds, vaudeville.
Sitting in the front row of a theater, he would perch me there before he would go backstage to join the other fellows, Larry and Curly. And there was something very exciting about it. Live music coming from the orchestra pit, sitting there and feeling special. It was very, very exciting.
Yes, those were the days when there still was life in good old vaudeville as it entered the final act of its heyday. The circuit may have been more limited than it had been at its height, having lost many theaters to the fall of the stock market and the rise of the movies. But the comics and the chorus girls carried on nonetheless. And these live shows were finding a growing number of their most popular attractions among the stars of motion pictures, the medium that would ironically seal vaudeville's doom. So it was with the Stooges. They toured the U.S. playing to sold-out houses, those theaters packed with all the people who wanted to see their favorite film funny men in the flesh.
Well, I saw them at the Strand Theater many, many years ago. They used to have 5, 6 shows a day with a movie. To see them in person was like an extra thrill for a kid. I must have been about 14 years old. And I knew I was going to sit through the whole day. So I saw them, and they didn't miss a bounce. They didn't miss nothing. Everything was just, it was like an orchestration, because they knew what they were doing. This wasn't just like, don't forget to do that. They knew. It was, again, like a rhythm. They came out there, they were funny.
And these holidays from Columbia weren't just confined to their own country. You've heard of the Norman Conquest. Well, in 1939, Moe, Larry, and Curly mounted an invasion of their own, taking the British Isles by storm. And they were held over at London's famous Palladium. And they wowed audiences in Glasgow and Dublin. Then it was back to the States for a triumphant return to Broadway in The George White Scandals of 1939. It had been 7 years since the boys had appeared on The Great White Way, but they hadn't lost their touch. One critic summed up the team's contribution this way: "The Three Stooges rushed bellicosely in and out of the skits like a trio of inflamed Ferdinands in a meadow of catnip. Boy, they sure had a way with words in them days." And so, as the boys basked in the warm glow of hard-won success, they must have imagined that nothing could ever darken their days again. But a shadow was soon to fall over my father, caused by the first of many clouds that were beginning to appear on the horizon. Because as the Stooges were traveling from triumph to triumph, another journey was about to come to an end. And destiny decided that this ending was not to be a happy one. All through the glory days of the Columbia two-reelers, Moe Howard and his fellow Stooges would then venture outside the studio gates, taking the show on the road for a series of live appearances. And it was during one of these trips that an old friend would re-enter our story in a sudden and shocking way. The year was 1937, and the Stooges were in New York City on tour. Dad phoned the Columbia offices to check on a booking. He was told that a reporter from the New York Times wanted to speak to him. And that call began with the journalist asking for Dad's reaction to the death of Ted Healey. Hearing the news, my father, usually so stoic and self-controlled, immediately burst into tears. It was so out of character that Larry at first thought that Mo was fooling around. Obviously, for all of Ted Healey's many faults, my father cared deeply for the man who had been his boyhood pal and his mentor, the man who had given him his big break.
Now we'll get organized, you understand? I get nervous with this acting stuff. There's nothing to get nervous. You're an old-time trooper, ain't you?
Not surprisingly, the hard-drinking Healey had been done in by the bottle, and his end was as gruesome as it was predictable. Never knowing when to shut up or when to back down, he had been beaten to death by 3 attackers during a vicious barroom brawl. Ted Healey was only 41 years old. A shroud of mystery continues to linger over Healey's death. To this day, many people believe that a major movie star and high-powered gangsters were involved in the fight, and that the police covered up their guilt. It is still officially listed as an unsolved case.
Mammy, here's your big boy, Sammy. He's back from Alabama. Put on those eggs and hammy. Don't flim-flammy, Mammy. Time for recreation. Dragging my heels all around. Here I go. I'm going to town.
In a sad postscript to Healey's final binge, 2 days before that brawl, the comic visited my mother to tell her about the upcoming birth of his first child and to express his delight at becoming a dad. For the Healey family, the circle of life had turned, as it always does, mixing life and death in equal measures. That circle, of course, turns for everyone. The day expectant father Ted Healey met my mom, she had an infant son of her own, a toddler stuck in the terrible twos. And that would be me. Yes, 1935 had been the year of my birth, and it began my own journey through life, one that has brought me to the point of intersection with the journeys of so many other people. My memories of the 30s are limited, of course. I can report to you that long before I could completely understand such things, our family suffered loss in the midst of new life. In 1939, 4 years after I came into the world, my oldest uncle, Irving, died suddenly. My father told me that no one ever let Jenny know the tragic news about Irving, hoping to spare the frail, fragile old woman a mother's greatest grief. Just 3 weeks later, Dad's beloved Jenny passed away. The pain of those 2 deaths, so close together, stayed with my father forever. If there was a balm for that wound, it was his love for his wife and his children, and his success.
As you move into the late 1930s, the Three Stooges are really hitting their stride. Their characters are really clearly defined. The writing has matured.
You'll face a firing squad for this.
Oh, Sergeant, give us another chance.
We'll save the captain, honest we will.
Remember, your mother and my mother are both mothers.
On his father's side.
It kind of all came together, I think, in that time period to make some of the best Stooge shorts. A Pain in the Pullman.
Meet the Three Stooges, comedy, singing, dancing, and snappy dialogue.
An Ache in Every Steak.
Hold that chisel. Put it in the middle.
I got it!
A Plumbing We Will Go. That was a period of really some of their greatest body of work.
And Dad also drew solace from the sun-kissed pleasures of Southern California, as he once had from the rustic charms of the Chatham farm. This Brooklyn boy, it turns out, took to the West Coast like a real native. In spite of that, though, our family had been living like Hollywood gypsies, moving from one furnished apartment or bungalow to another, acting like we were only a quick packing away from leaving town. My parents didn't even bring their furniture from New York until they leased the house on Highland Avenue. Now, such behavior may seem bizarre for an established entertainer, at least until you factor in the Machiavellian machinations of Mr. Harry Cohn. You see, the always power-mongering Cohn had insisted upon giving the Stooges one-year contracts, regardless of how popular and profitable the act was for his studio. This meant that the trio was always subject to the whims of this movie mogul, and that they could never depend on any long-term stability in their careers. This was obviously an attempt to control and intimidate one of Columbia's most valuable commodities, to keep the Stooges both working hard and looking over their shoulders. No matter how successful the Stooges were, my father literally didn't know if he would have a job the following year. Happy-go-lucky Larry and carousing Curly didn't seem to mind much. They always treated money with devil-may-care indifference. But for Dad, this endless uncertainty would over the years undercut his confidence and influence his financial decisions. But around 1940, things were good and the future looked bright. And so in spite of his worries, my father took the big plunge and built his dream home on Kling Street in the Toluca Lake section of Los Angeles. It was the house that he had always wanted to give my mother. Way back in Brooklyn, he had told my mom's Aunt Fanny, who owned a stately Victorian mansion, that he would buy her niece Ellen a house just as nice, though Fanny was convinced that a vaudevillian was sure to wind up broke. And it was the house that made him happy, even if there was a Stooge twist or two.
When Dad and I got together, we really got together. My dad, my mom, and I. And one of those times was the birthday ritual, every summer. First came the birthday party. Then came Burbank Airport, the Sky Room. We would sit and have dinner and watch the airplanes take off and land. Then came Pacific Ocean Park. That was terrific, where we went on the shoot-the-shoots. We went in the fun house. Dad threw baseballs and won prizes, and I shot BB guns. It was really, really terrific. So a Stooge that gets very, very busy and is very, very successful, he has time for his son when there's time.
I think he loved California, and I think one of the highlights of his life was going to that farm in Chatham. And I remember him trying to recreate that. When he finally had this big, lovely manor house in Toluca Lake, he wound up building chicken coops that looked just like the house. He didn't want to disturb the beautiful backyard, but he wanted to recreate the Chatham farm. And he actually had chickens, a chicken called a silver-laced Wyandotte. They're really beautiful things. But then when it came time to eat them, he couldn't touch them. The cook that we had at the time, she had to take care of that.
We moved into that house on Halloween 1940, when I was a mature and worldly man of 5. It was a place that we adored, and the times that we spent there were among the moments that families always treasure. Because while you can remember the joys of your childhood, they are all the more precious because you can never have them back.
That little garage there housed that little car with the gasoline engine.
my father told me one time, it made it such an impression on me. You got to make sure the little butterfly bolt on the carburetor is all the way closed. Otherwise, the gasoline will leak on the floor and we might have a fire. I couldn't sleep the night after that. I used to get up like in the morning and I used to go into the garage in my pajamas and make sure this thing was tight. But while we were busy with our carefree lives in the country, the life of our country was about to take a sudden and serious turn. Because if the 1930s were defined by the Wall Street crash and America's subsequent descent into the Great Depression, then the 1940s were dominated by the attack on Pearl Harbor and America's subsequent decision to enter World War II. For the second time in less than a generation, the American people were confronted with convulsive change and tremendous peril. And the Stooges would do their share to meet the challenge.
Rat-a-toodle-day-day, rat-a-toodle-day-day, rat-a-toodle-day-day. So sorry, please, Bob Tokyo, oh my. Rat-a-toodle-day-day, rat-a-toodle, push him up, rat-a-toodle, push him up. Rat-a-toodle-day-day, 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 rat-a-toodle-yah-hole, rat-a-toodle-yah-hole, rat-a-toodle-yah-hole. Ah! Give out, invasion!
In the aftermath of the attack, Moe, Larry, and Curly took part in benefits, war bond drives, and other morale-boosting activities, and like most Hollywood stars, strove to rally support for the war effort.
When movie stars get together for a charity baseball game, you can always be sure of a great turnout. But I've never seen such a crowd as showed up for this one at Wrigley Field. Yeah, even the Three Stooges were there. They were trying to watch Burt Lancaster at bat.
The home front in our home was also a hotbed of activity. Mother and Dad would invite soldiers that were off duty in the area to the house. And they would stay overnight. In fact, even one of them, I think, stayed in my Cub Scout tent. So they were really connected and really patriotic regarding the war effort. My mother was never particularly political, but she always cared a great deal about people in crisis. So she quietly organized charity luncheons and benefit events and worked tirelessly for the blood bank. She even took to canning fruit to feed needy families and knitted wool sweaters for the winter Russian front.
I have found letters in the attic from one of the War Departments thanking Mother for giving blood. She would have parties, and the money she was able to raise, you know, garden parties out in the backyard, and inviting different people, but they really, the thrust of it was to be able to help.
Dad also did his part in the food department, starting what was then called a victory garden. For some reason, he only planted potatoes. Lots and lots of potatoes. Why potatoes? I can't tell you, but I can tell you this. If potatoes had been as powerful a weapon as bombers or battleships, Dad might have won the war single-handed. My father was also appointed the air raid warden for our block on Kling Street. Dad took his position very seriously and handled it well. However, if you can picture a stooge in a warden's uniform, you might be able to imagine just how safe the neighbors must have felt.
Hey, don't look now, but I think we're going the wrong way.
They did a benefit, and they were given a bolt of silk, which was impossible to get at the time. And I got up in the morning, the next morning, and Moe and Larry are there, and they're looking for the silk, can't find it. They went downstairs, looked all over, went around there, and there was Curly with a pair of scissors in an alcove, selling it to people as they walked by the street.
Those are really wonderful times, not because of the war, but to be able to see the good that they could do.
Right, and to see that we were really a close family.
Of course, the war also had a tremendous effect on the Stooge comedies. Like the flag-waving feature films of the period, the Columbia shorts had Moe, Larry, and Curly battling the bad guys, in their case with topical jokes and war-themed gags. Now this may seem like an odd thing to say, but Nazi media chief Joseph Goebbels had nothing on the Stooges or on writers like Felix Adler when it came to delivering persuasive propaganda. A good example is one of my father's favorite films, You Nazi Spy. Released in 1940 before Pearl Harbor, it was a comic comment on the situation in Europe and American fears of foreign espionage. In it, Dad does a spot-on send-up of a certain Central European dictator.
You, I shall give Mickey Finland.
If I take Mickey Finland, I better be Russian. Then quit Stalin.
So be it.
Which, out of all the pictures that you made, was your favorite?
We have a round table conference. We only got a square table.
The one called You Nasty Spy. In fact, there was a sequel to that one called I'll Never Heil Again, in both of which I played Hitler.
I vanquished them. I am the winner. The world belongs to me. Give it to me.
No, it's mine.
Give me that world herring or I'll marinate you. Let me have it! My world. You nitwit, you shot at my world. Give out!
They were perfect in poking fun at the Axis powers. All of Hollywood participated as much as possible in trying to boost the spirits of Americans, and the Stooges certainly did that.
The portrayals are anything but politically correct, but they are a product of their period and have to be viewed in that context. Remember, there was a war on.
Which one of you is Nacky?
Me, Nacky.
Which one is Sacky?
Me, Sacky.
Then you must be Wacky.
Oh, so, very, very wacky.
Come with me. I introduce you to the ladies.
Oh, dames.
Ihre Kapazität Schmierkersenboy, Hauptmann. Ja? You failed to catch 3 spies. Blow out your brains.
But my Führer, we are Nazis. We have no brains.
Then what you got, blow out.
Wait a minute. I'll show you how to make a baby stop crying. He's a Japanese man, and a Japanese wife.
Is that not a swastika? Yes, that is a swastika. Is that not a dirty rat? Yes, that is a dirty rat.
American swines.
The Stooges worked relentlessly during the war, doing their bit, as the saying went.
Hey, Blubberhead. See those? Yeah.
Oh! Why, you swine!
Come on, you loafers! Spies,
We see them here with director Jules Wright in rare color footage shot at that time. The two-reelers of this period made their points with guffaws rather than with goose-stepping brutality, but they were just as effective in promoting the war effort as any bellowing blitzkrieg of rhetoric emanating from Berlin could possibly have been. At last, in 1945, the war was over. Almost 20 years of economic and political turmoil were now thankfully in the past. Joy could finally return to the American people. On a more personal level, our family was happy in our California country estate, content to enjoy life among the gardens and the gables. If you happen to look over the fence into our backyard, you might see a 12-year-old kid in a baseball uniform, and he's pitching fastballs and curves and sliders to the catcher. But a closer look shows that he's not even wearing street clothes. He's not even wearing a baseball uniform. He's a gladiator. And then maybe he's a cowboy. Maybe he's wearing a safari outfit. Maybe he's wearing prisoner stripes. You see, when my dad wanted to get together, he didn't waste a moment. He left the studio at the end of the day. He jumped in the car, didn't take his makeup off, didn't take his costume off, came home, grabbed the catcher's mitt, and away we went. Father and son together, quality time. Right at these French doors, a loving but nervous dad led his only daughter down the aisle at their wedding. Yes, little Joni wasn't so little anymore, and in June of 1947, she became a bride. It was a glorious day for my parents watching their only daughter tie the knot, but there must also have been a secret tear shed over the thought that the years were flying by, never to return. The groom was a handsome and talented Navy man named Norman Maurer, who would one day play a big part in the Stooge story. Actually, his role was already beginning. Norman, a gifted cartoonist, was designing a series of comic books starring the trio of pen and ink Stooges. Now, as an illustrator myself, I must have been a little jealous of Norman's project. Then again, the sting of envy was probably softened by the fact that I was 12 at the time. Those post-war days were happy times, and of course, we thought they'd never end. But the 1940s also bore witness to a series of events that would alter the face of our family and American film forever. Do you recall that earlier I stated that frequent Stooge sidekick Emil Sitka occupies an odd footnote in our story? Well, that footnote is simply and sadly this, that Sitka's first appearance in a Stooge comedy, 1947's Half-Wit's Holiday, coincided with Curly's final starring role. How could my Uncle Star have dimmed so soon? How could that brilliant supernova of energy and enthusiasm have burned out so prematurely?
This make-believe eating stuff may be all right for you, but my stomach don't think so. Pipe down.
Well, Rome wasn't built in a day, nor in a day did she fall. And so it was with the career of Curly, that emperor of comedy. Curly the Clown created an indestructible image as a comic genius. But Curly the Man was anything but indestructible. He was not immune to the passing of time, and not impervious to change. And now, Curly the little boy who never grew up was beginning to grow old before his time and before our eyes. The years of wild living were taking a terrible toll, and the signs of decline, subtle at first, were starting to emerge. All through the war years, Curly kept up his hectic shooting schedule at Columbia, and the quality of his work was almost always up to his exalted standards. But every now and then, there seemed to be something missing, a loss of focus perhaps, or a lack of the edgy energy that made his comedy so memorable.
Where were you born?
In the hospital.
Why?
I wanted to be near my mother.
What's the matter with you? Quit stalling around. Go on, stuff the goose.
It's haunted, I tell you. Every time I put a cracker there, it takes it away.
At the time, these lapses were attributed to Curly having, quote-unquote, a bad day. But there were going to be an increasing number of bad days ahead because something else was taking hold of this talented, troubled comedian. And once it had him in its grasp, it never let go. My Uncle Curly was a complicated guy, full of confusion and contradiction. In many ways, he was a lonely, insecure outsider. But he always loved being the center of attention and was always on the lookout for a good time. And no matter how much it affected his health, he refused to give up his self-abusive lifestyle. He continued to chase women like the proverbial wolf, smoke like the proverbial chimney, eat like the proverbial horse, and drink like the proverbial fish. He spent far more time in nightclubs than he ever did getting a good night's sleep. And he burned the candle at both ends with the intensity of a blowtorch. Even a frightening diagnosis from a doctor failed to slow Curly down. When told that he was suffering from high blood pressure, heart trouble, and chronic obesity, the hard-living comedian just shrugged off the bad news and went out for another night on the town. My dad was in a perpetual panic over Curly's wild ways, and he tried his best to rein in his brother's worst excesses. But just as Curly's character constantly defied Mo on film, so it was in real life. Little brother Babe was a law unto himself. And deteriorating health wasn't my uncle's only problem, because even though Curly was at his professional peak, his private life was in complete shambles. Tired of carousing and endless absences, Elaine, the girl he had married with such hope and promise in 1937, left him in 1940, taking their infant daughter Marilyn with her.
She was only married to him for maybe 4 years. That's not a long time. And you would have to know my mother to know that she was not the showbiz type. My mother was the type that had maids and was cleaning toilets. The maids were watching TV and she was working in the house. She was just the most down-to-earth person you can ever imagine. And I guess that's probably a big part of what didn't work, is they had probably absolutely nothing in common. Not that she didn't, laugh and take still photographs and do a lot of the stuff that maybe wives of other actors do, but it wasn't part of her. It just, knowing her as well as I did, because we were very close, I can certainly tell why it didn't work.
This devastating rejection sent Curly into a deep depression and also seemed to trigger a marked change in his personality. My uncle became outrageously crude and vulgar in his behavior, especially when he was drunk, which was a far too frequent occurrence. Curly had never been shy about using profanity, but now his language was so coarse that even jaded Hollywood types took notice. He had never been discreet about being a womanizer, but now he bragged in intimate detail about all his sexual conquests and giggled like a schoolboy over all his many girlfriends, especially the one who baked him cookies that unmistakably resembled part of the male anatomy.
My, what a beautiful head of bone you have.
I bet you tell it to all the boys.
And he became even more irresponsible about money. It came in fast and went out even faster as Curly blew the bank on wine, women, and song.
Boy, did I sharpen that bottle.
And his dogs. My Uncle Curly was crazy about canines and probably treated them better than he treated himself. However he was spending his hard-earned pay, he was leaving himself nothing in reserve. Things got so bad that at one point the sheriff garnished his wages to pay the thousands of dollars he owed Elaine for child support.
It's not like it was, gee, I'm going to see my father every week or every month or every quarter. It didn't happen that way. It was when he was in town, when he was available, and that type of, visitation. not having known my father as a person, really. I knew him as a weekend father. I knew him as somebody that I saw once in a while. I have faint memories of him, coming over, bringing stuffed animals. I don't ever remember going with him anywhere.
Taken together, all these elements added up to a recipe for disaster. For years, my uncle had enjoyed the freedom of an adult and the self-indulgence of a child. And now it was all catching up to him. Sad, sweet Curly, so lonely and so lost, was careening out of control, and it seemed only a matter of time before a tipping point was reached. That point came in 1945, when the troubled waters of my uncle's life began to rise precipitously. Curly was becoming increasingly more unreliable, on screen and off. During filming, he seemed fine one day, fatigued and forgetful the next. Simple physical tasks challenged him to an alarming degree.
That can't be me.
And Dad and Larry had to constantly rearrange gags just to cover for him.
Oh, excuse us, lady.
And even an appearance in a feature film, Rockin' in the Rockies, could neither conceal nor improve his condition. It is now believed that my uncle suffered a series of small strokes beginning in January of 1945. And while they were the cause of his erratic behavior, they weren't severe enough to incapacitate him, so nobody really knew what was going on. Some people even attributed the whole thing to hangovers. Not, of course, Larry and my dad. They were seriously worried, and they both sensed that there was something terribly wrong with their partner.
Many believe that he suffered the impact of a series of strokes throughout the early 40s. As you observe the shorts, particularly in 1944 and 1945, you can see that Curly is not the same Curly he was in the late 1930s. Sometimes he's not as quick with his lines.
Feels good to be discharged at last.
Let's have a ride.
Sometimes he seems a little disoriented, not really with it.
In 1945, when I began to direct them, was quiet and subdued, almost you might say a loner. A stroke often affects personality, I believe. In the old days, when I remembered them as when I was a sound man, he was much more lively.
Larry later said that he suspected a stroke and believed that Curly tried to hide his distress for fear it would destroy the act. My father had similar suspicions, but also blamed something else. My grandfather Saul had passed away in December of 1943. Curly had lost his mother, his father, and his brother in a 4-year period. And during that same span, he had been separated from his wife and surrendered custody to his baby daughter. Dad became convinced that isolation, depression, and grief were contributing mightily to Curly's decline. And so Dad decided to play matchmaker, introducing Curly to a divorced young mother named Marion Bucksbaum. Little brother Babe fell for the flirtatious beauty like a ton of bricks, and in October of 1945, after knowing her for all of 2 weeks, Curly made Marion his 3rd wife. 3 in this case was not a charm. Marion, you see, was what they used to call a gold digger, and she had found the mother lode in lonely, love-struck Curly. Within days of the wedding, she was already angling for a quick divorce and a fat settlement.
Good morning, sir. I'm the census taker. Are you married or happy? Married.
In the end, the greedy, grasping Marion got her way. She was the goldest of gold diggers. The two, I hesitate to call them a couple, separated in January of 1946, less than 3 months after their wedding day. After a very ugly, very public divorce that dragged my uncle's name through the mud, Marion walked away with half of Curly's property and just about all of what was left of his dignity. For fragile, sickly Curly, it was a brutally cruel blow. And to his dying day, my father believed that the humiliating experience with Marion was the last straw, the thing that pushed his brother past the breaking point. He may well have been right, because roughly 5 months after the separation from Marion, my uncle, now described by Larry as a shell of a man, finally collapsed under the strain. It happened in May of 1946 on the set of Horwitz Holiday, the 97th two-reeler the boys were making for Columbia. This comedy, which was not released until 1947, was in fact a remake of 1935's Hoi Polloi, a short based on a story idea written by my mother.
All you have to do is let me make gentlemen of you.
No, not that. Our father would never forgive us. There ain't been a gentleman in our family for 50 generations.
Quit bragging.
Comparing the two films is undeniable proof of my uncle's decline. Just look at Curly in 1935. So fresh, so funny, so free to express every comic idea that came into his head. Now, consider what we see a little over a decade later in Horwitz Holiday.
Good evening. May I introduce my 3 protégés, Mrs. Gottrocks?
Delighted. Devastated.
Dilapidated. And the Countess Spritzwasser.
Enchanted.
Enraptured.
Embalmed.
This was indeed the shell of a once great performer who had carved out a unique place in American comedy.
Hiya. I'm Charles.
Broken now
I kiss your hand, madame.
by illness and injury.
Isn't he gallant?
My dad has a throwaway line that was meant to be funny. But at that moment, Moses Howard could, like his namesake, be considered a prophet.
Lady, if you don't leave right now, you're not going to miss anything.
Young man, what's wrong? You act as though the sword of Damocles is hanging over your head.
Except that the harbinger of doom
Lady, you must be psychic.
hung not over him, but over his little brother, Babe. The version of Horwitz Holiday that was finally released was not complete as written. It could not be. On a stifling hot day, as shooting was wrapping up, Curly didn't answer a call for a setup.
We were just finishing up this picture with one more scene for Curly to finish. And they called from the assistant director, called Curly. He was sitting in the director's chair out in the sun, outside of the stage. He didn't answer, so I went out to call him. I tapped him on the shoulder. His head was on his chest. He looked up. His face was all distorted. He had a stroke in the chair.
Curly had suffered a massive, crippling stroke. Shooting was suspended as he was rushed to the hospital, disappearing into the blinding California sunlight, unable to utter even a word of goodbye. And so, in literally a heartbeat, it all came crashing down. A legendary career was over, and a life hung in the balance. Curly the Stooge was gone, felled by a force more powerful than fame, more powerful than genius, more powerful than even the love lavished on him by his family, by his friends, and by his fans. The Babe Howard, the funny, fun-loving son of a long-ago Brooklyn, was fighting to survive, forever changed, never again to laugh with the same joy, never again to smile with the same innocence. And now my father faced a terrible crisis. His beloved brother was gravely, perhaps fatally ill, and the act that had been Dad's life and his livelihood for more than 2 decades could not be expected to endure the loss. His first priority, of course, was to care for Babe, to help and support him. Perhaps he would make a full and complete recovery. Perhaps he would be able to lead a normal and happy life. Perhaps he would even one day be well enough to return to work and once again bring laughter to millions. Dad and Larry kept telling themselves that all these things could happen and that they would happen, but deep down they probably knew that it was only wishful thinking and that in the end it simply and tragically was not to be. A chapter had closed in life and in art. Whatever happened next, the Three Stooges would never be the same ever again.
Haven't you got any more brains than to walk off a stage when you're entertaining people?
Besides, we gotta help the old lady.
Yeah, now get out there and mingle with the guests.
Listen, you!
Mingle or I'll mangle.
Oh, that's different.
You don't know, the show must go on.
There is in show business an expression that is, on the one hand, inspiring and noble, and on the other, insensitive and callous. That expression is, the show must go on. That is exactly the position Larry and my father found themselves in during the summer of 1946. To Dad, Curly was a brother who was almost like a son. And to Larry, Curly was a pal who was almost like a brother.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother.
Oh, brother.
It seemed unthinkable to consider continuing the act without their sidekick. But my father and Larry had to think about just that.
When you start to think about the fact that this was their brother, Curly wasn't a member of the team. He was Mo and Shemp's brother, and he was having a series of strokes, and how hard it must have been to shoot those last films with him and turn a blind eye to the problems that were right there in front of them.
You know that their attitude would be, what do you mean? There are 3 other people who can do this. Come on, what are you doing? If you were going to have a Ghost of Christmas Past, you know, the brothers would be going, you know, A, this is not like you to give up like this. B, we all knew none of us was going to last forever. And so there are enough of us to continue this group. So what are you doing? You know, you need to get out there and take care of business, and that is the show must go on. You know, people don't want you to stop.
The Stooge comedies were immensely popular, and the public demanded new ones, even if Curly could no longer be a part of them. Columbia Pictures depended on the shorts as a steady stream of income, and so did the Stooges. And thanks to Harry Cohn's one-sided, one-year contracts, Dad and Larry had no long-term deal to use as leverage for a lucrative buyout. They were legally obligated to provide more comedies. And if they didn't, there would be no more money. And this problem was compounded by the fact that Curly, always so cavalier about his finances, was broke and needed someone to help pay the bills.
The way I throw my money around, I'll bet you think I'm crazy.
And so, indeed, the show had to go on. But how could it? How could you reinvent a comedy team that had become as familiar to moviegoers as popcorn and peanuts?
Don't even say that.
Well, my dad did it.
You ought to what? I ought to be a little more careful.
By reaching into the past and bringing the Three Stooges back to their long-forgotten beginnings. Would it work? Oh, brother, would it ever?
Thank you, gentlemen. Come, I'll introduce you.
In 1946, Curly, that seemingly irreplaceable third Stooge, was disabled by a devastating stroke.
Dilapidated.
Now, if the Stooges were going to continue, the irreplaceable would have to be replaced. And it fell to my father, Mo Howard, to determine the future. Columbia Pictures needed new Stooge comedies to meet public demand. And Mo, for reasons both personal and professional,
You know, I was thinking.
couldn't just say, no more. Up until 1932, the Stooge names had been Mo, Larry, and Shemp. Then the older Howard, tired of the hard-hearted Ted Healey, had exited the scene to be replaced by little brother Babe. Now, in the face of the bitter fate that had befallen Curly, Dad once more turned to a family member to save the act.
I'm Halliday.
I'm Taraday. I'm Groundhog Day.
It was deja vu all over again.
Mo called Shemp and he said, Shemp, you have to come back because we need you. And he was doing very well on his own, but because he loved his brother Mo, he says to Mo, I will come back into the act. I will come back.
Hello.
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 Is this the Miracle Detective Agency?
Yes. The harmony's bad. We didn't have time to rehearse.
After Curly was gone out of the act, it made perfect sense to bring Shemp in.
Shemp had been with the act before.
You look great, kid. You're a cinch. Go to it.
So actually it was a big benefit to Mo and Larry to get somebody of the caliber of Shemp to come in and fill the role of the third person.
Yes, it was the logical choice, the right choice, the classic no-brainer. So, of course, it almost didn't happen. Columbia executives didn't like the idea at first, on the grounds that Dad and my Uncle Shemp just looked too much alike, thereby wrecking the comic contrast. You can decide for yourselves if the movie men had a point.
Oh, there I am. And as pretty as a picture. Yeah, but Nate, get gone.
In the end, it didn't matter. Dollars ultimately determined the issue, as they usually do. Shemp was indeed familiar with the routines.
I got it. What? A terrific headache.
And he had plenty of performing experience with his former partners.
Strategy. Who's asking you?
Production could therefore continue without a pause, saving time and money. So for maybe the 1 millionth time in Hollywood history, the song of the cash register was #1 on the hit parade.
What's the total?
$411,
But there's a sale today.
you get 10% off.
That makes it $42.50.
And speaking of things financial, both Dad and Uncle Shemp immediately decided to donate a portion of their weekly salaries to Curly. Larry insisted upon making an equal contribution, regularly sending his share along with those of the Howards. This act of generosity touched my father deeply. Larry wasn't family, but he always acted as if he were. Now, in the 14 years since Shemp had hung up his Stooges hat, he had not been resting on his considerable laurels. He had, in fact, been a very busy fella.
He had a very funny solo career. He was great in The Bank Dick with W.C. Fields. He was great with Abbott and Costello.
But Abbott and Costello,
John
Marlene
Wayne,
Dietrich,
John Wayne.
John Wayne, W.C. Fields.
Most memorably, W.C. Fields' The Bank Dick. I think that is his most memorable screen appearance as the bartender. He never seemed to lack for work. He did a lot of work for the Vitaphone Corporation, which was Warner Brothers' short subject outfit, which worked in Brooklyn, and was very active in the 1930s. And so he was there a lot. He worked even with Fatty Arbuckle there, and a lot of other talented comedians, many of them from the stage or vaudeville, because those are the people working in New York on the stage who could go to Brooklyn and make these quick, short subjects. And he was even Nobby Walsh in a series of Joe Palooka, two reel comedies, which was a very popular comic at the time, comic strip, and he was a very popular character, so that helped build him up even more. He made shorts for a variety of studios as a solo comedian, And then ultimately found his niche as a kind of supporting player and character actor comedian in Hollywood, and was in dozens and dozens of shorts and feature films, lots of feature films. He worked with a lot of people, quite a bit at Universal Pictures, where they did a lot of sort of bread and butter comedy features, and he was one of their go-to guys.
Upon his return to the Stooge ranks, Shemp drew on his wide experience and his well-honed skills as a comedian to establish his own personal style. A style that was worthy of the world-class standards of the Columbia shorts.
He sure could act scared. He'd be totally horrified when something would happen. And I think he did that better than anyone else.
Yes, there will be strange happenings.
You know, that just opening up something and going,
Something's got me.
yeah. Whoa! Whoa!
Edward Burns, for one, was extremely impressed with his work, calling him a trooper and a delight as a colleague. And the director also paid my uncle this compliment. Burns said that Shemp was a remarkably versatile comic actor who could do almost anything, while Curly, for all his genuine genius, could only have been Curly of the Three Stooges. Still, Shemp was following a legend, and whatever Shemp was, there was always something he was not.
Shemp's a very funny guy who I'm afraid has suffered in recent years and decades because he isn't Curly. There's nothing wrong with Shemp, except for, in many fans' eyes, he just can't take Curly's place. And of course, no one could take Curly's place. Nobody, because Curly was one of a kind. But Shemp was one of a kind, too. He was his own man. He was a very talented and experienced comedian. You just wouldn't want to have to be the guy to step into Curly's shoes.
But those were the shoes that Shemp had been fitted for, and he wore them with tremendous energy, enthusiasm, and talent. If the fans could no longer have their beloved Curly, then they were at least lucky enough to enjoy the brilliance of his rubber-faced replacement.
Oh, a wise guy. So you meant it, eh? Oh!
Cut out this nonsense.
You only have to watch the older Howard at his finest to realize that no, he wasn't Curly, but he was Shemp. And that was good enough to create a comic legacy that belonged to him alone. Not as a stand-in for Curly, but as a star.
What's the matter? I'm dancing from a trombone pot.
Shemp episodes were great. They were very popular. Again, because Shemp was an established great comedian in his own right and brought a whole new perspective to the group in the things that he did that were so different from Curly. And those early Shemp episodes are classics as well.
Mo, where's your hat?
In classic two-reelers like Malice in the Palace,
There you are, sir. You look very pretty, and the spaghetti's as good as new.
Sing a Song of Sixpence, and Brideless Groom, Uncle Shemp delivered with punch
How dare you pretend to be my cousin Basil?
and was often the recipient of just that.
Don't you dare strike me! Taking advantage of a poor, weak, helpless woman!
My uncle delivered the comedy goods with a personal style that did the Stooges proud. And if poor Shemp's head hurt, well, at least he was sharing the pain with the people in the audience whose sides were aching from laughing. Yes, in front of the camera, Shemp was a wild and crazy guy, loony and lovable in equal measures.
Homogenized.
And you know something? What you saw on screen was, to a very great degree, what you got off it. Because like his little brothers, Mo and Babe, My Uncle Shemp was one of a kind. He had, as someone once pointed out, the face of a felon. He seemed on film to be just like the guy next door, assuming, that is, you lived next door to an insane asylum. But he was, in reality, a sweet and sensitive soul who loved his partners and the people he called his own.
When I first met Mo, it was, hi, how are you? Nice to see you, whatever. When I first met Chip, it was hi. It's like I'd known him for 30 years and we just caught up again.
My favorite was actually Shemp. He was wonderful. My mother was very friendly with Babe, and I would always go over and visit, and he would always have a shiny dollar, silver dollar for me. And he was just very loving and just a sweetheart of a man.
Shemp was a wonderful family man. He would be so happy when the family was all together. He felt very close to Mo. Their relationship was very, very good. They had a little trouble with Curly, because Curly was a little bit of the
renegade.
The renegade, that's right. That was a good word for it. And they used to worry about Curly. But of course, Mo was always the business manager, and Shemp was a little bit more the easier type of a person.
Easygoing is not, of course, the term you would use to describe Shemp's character in the Columbia comedies. He always seemed just a twitch away from coming apart at the seams, especially if the subject was women.
We're detectives. Mr. Goodrich sent for us.
Oh, I'm his niece.
The niece is nice. Hold on. We're here on business.
I mean business? Oh.
Wait a minute. Why, you...
Hold it. You know what this means. You can't give it a man.
He had all the skills that it took to go all the way. I think he was a real instinctive actor, very natural. He was probably just a funny man machine in real life. He was probably just funny and would probably do antics to the kids and stuff. They must have loved it.
My Uncle Shemp had a very stable, very supportive marriage with the other member of the family, whom everybody called Babe. Shemp was indeed a devoted family man. He and Babe were kindred spirits, sharing a love of friends and fun, of parties and the ponies, and of doting on their son, Mort.
Well, Shemp was a wonderful father. Both Babe and Shemp were very, very proud of Mort, my husband. They did try to spoil him a lot, but he was very independent. He was a self-made man.
Mort, like his father, left a deep and abiding impression on everyone he met during his tragically short life. An impression that, again like his dad's, was singularly positive and happy. And I count myself among the people who were lucky enough to call him friend. And just as Shemp had been devoted to the little boy who called him Pa, he later lavished the same affection on the little girl who called him Grandpa.
He was very kind to me. We had a, like I said, very loving relationship. Every time I would cry, I was told that my grandfather would come over and make sure that there was, I was okay.
Yes, you can tell a lot about a man from the way he treats the people close to him. And sometimes you can tell even more from the way he treats the people he doesn't even know.
Mort was Babe and Shemp's only child. He did not tell me who his parents were, so it was a big surprise. On our first date, I went out to the car, and there I saw Babe and Shemp. That was my first meeting with them. And all of these fans were running over to Shemp and asking for his autograph. And I was amazed at how nice he was to everybody. I said, doesn't that bother you? Here you're out and you want to enjoy the evening and you have all these people coming up and asking for autographs. And he said, the minute they don't come up and ask for autographs, then I'm going to be in big trouble. He says, I love the fans and I love doing it. I love signing autographs. And I thought, he is really a very, very nice person. And as time went on, and I got to know them better, I realized what a wonderful personality he truly was.
He would take me every Sunday to what was called the Kiddie Park in, Southern California here. And we would pull up in the cab and people would run over to the cab and being 3 years old, I couldn't understand who these people were or what was going on or who my grandfather really was. And they would ask for autographs.
Now, I said earlier that Shemp the comic was at once lovable and loony, and the same was true about Shemp the man, especially the loony part, because you see, my uncle was a bit of a nut. A very nice nut, to be sure, but a nut nonetheless.
I wasn't sure about Shemp because he disturbed me. He disturbed me because I wasn't sure what he was doing. He would show up and I'd think, oh, something's wrong. Something's wrong. He's about to do something. Because you knew it wasn't going to go as smoothly. Like with Larry, you kind of go, oh, it'll be all right. With Curly, it was like, oh. But when Shemp showed up, it was like, you know how, like when you see Pigpen walking and you see the dust up around him? Shemp had like a tornado around him when I looked at him, because there was always something getting ready to happen, and he was so jittery. It was like, dude, you are gonna explode. Calm down.
Wait a minute, Mo. I feel kind of edgy myself. I ought to take something for my nerves.
Like what?
A trip home.
Come on, get going.
He had more fears and phobias than a textbook on psychology, and his many neuroses might have inspired a man like Sigmund Freud to hang a quarantine sign on the door.
A lot of things frightened him. During the war, my mother-in-law said, Shemp, don't worry. I'm going to be an air raid warden. I'll come back and report everything to you, and you'll be perfectly okay.
For example, in Hold That Lion, Shemp, to me it was comical because a lion was a sickly-looking thing. They had a whip, give him a little whiplash to make him open his mouth or something, Shemp, unbelievably, almost turned pale and almost shook, when the time came for a scene where the lion is supposed to be in the background or something. And he just absolutely, no sir, no way will he be that close to the lion. And the funny thing is, we did that scene with a good big plate glass between him and the lion. And then later on, they were looking for the lion. Here comes the trainer looking for him, and there's the lion sleeping behind Shemp.
Sometimes I think it would be quicker to list the things that didn't scare my uncle rather than to count the things that did. He was terrified of cars, swearing off driving and sweating it out as a passenger. Water made him go green at the gills, and once during a fishing trip, he insisted that he was getting seasick on the dock. And he was so frightened of doctors that he refused to have a mole on his ankle removed, telling people that he needed it to keep his socks up.
It seems to me that he was frightened to death of life or something, or by things in life that might have kept him out of places where he could have really served his own best purpose, fulfilled his objectives as a performer.
In spite of being a little crazy, or maybe because of it, my Uncle Shemp managed to mix the sublime and the ridiculous into a comedy concoction of rare quality. It was our good fortune that he was both an exceptional entertainer and a great guy.
I'm about to do you a big favor. Will you marry me? Oh.
And it's not an exaggeration to say that he came to the rescue when my dad and Larry needed him most, completing the trio.
Shut up! Well, give me back my front teeth.
And providing the perfect foil for the Three Stooges films of the late 40s.
I'll take a milkshake. With sour milk.
But as the decade turned, dark clouds were starting to gather. The winds of change were beginning to blow, and soon a brutal storm would batter the world of the Stooges. I, however, wasn't really aware of all the problems to come. I was just a kid facing challenges of my own. And one of those challenges was being the son of a very famous father. When I was about 15 years of age, I was a fairly popular kid. And one of the reasons was my dad taught me how to play the ukulele. So one afternoon at school, I'm sitting around the lunch area and I'm playing the ukulele. Last night I ordered an oyster stew, alone, tee-hee, alone, as one little oyster came to view. Alone, tee-hee, alone. He raised his head and he said to me, I've been in many of stew, said he, but don't tell the cook that you saw me. Alone, tee-hee, alone. So I'm playing my little ukulele, and there's a few kids around me listening to me. Suddenly, over my right shoulder, I see a bunch of kids all gathered together. Maybe it's a fist fight, I don't know what it is, but there's 25 or 30 of them, and they're kind of moving towards me, closer and closer, until it got to be about 20, 25 feet from me. Then suddenly the middle opens up like the Red Sea, and out from the center walks Dad. He walks up to me kind of nonchalantly and says, Paul, Mother thinks that somebody tried to break in the house the other night, so she had the locks changed. Here's an extra key. We're going to be home late tonight. I wanted you to have it. We chatted a couple of seconds, and he turned around and disappeared. And now, after all those years of keeping it a secret of who Dad was, my cover was blown. For most Americans, the 1950s were the good times, a welcome relief from the challenges and conflicts of the previous 20 years. The post-war economy was booming. Big chrome-encrusted cars were barreling down the highway, and rock and roll was beginning to blast from jukeboxes and transistor radios. For the Stooges, however, the 50s were anything but fun. My dad was worried about a lot of things, about Curly's illness, about the act, about money. He had worked so hard to get where he was, and now it all seemed so fragile, so fleeting. And then he had me to worry about, a teenager eager to test his wings. Even though I grew up with Mo, I lived a pretty normal life, and I had some pretty normal friends. But every now and then, we got into a little bit of trouble. Like one night, we decided we wanted to go out on Cahuenga Boulevard and put beer cans on the street and listen to the cars go pop, pop, pop over them. Well, that night, we went out there and did that and hid in the bushes. But what we didn't know was that someone was watching, and that someone called the police. 5 minutes later, suddenly a car roars around the corner, the police jump out and chase us. I'm running like crazy, but the policeman is running faster. He grabs me, we walk together to my house, just about 4 or 5 doors. We get to the front door and I'm praying that my mother will answer the door, but my prayers were not answered. The door opens, there's my father. I can remember it as if it was yesterday. The door opens, and there's my dad. He takes one look at me and says, I've been busting my ass to make a career for you and the family for 30 years, and in 10 minutes, you try to ruin it for me. And then he began to cry, and that was the first time I'd ever seen him in tears. And there would be more tears to come, because the sad and spectacular story of his little brother, Babe, was about to enter its final act. Ever since his crushing stroke in 1946, Curly had been living in a gray world whose gloom was periodically lifted by the hope of recovery. In fact, by 1947, he was well enough to make a cameo appearance with a full head of hair in a Stooge two-reeler, Hold That Lion.
I'll bet that's him. Take it off.
It was the first time the three Howard brothers were seen together on film. Unfortunately, it was also the last.
What is that, a Cocker Spaniel?
No, I think it's just a spaniel.
That's not him.
Well, we tried to build Curly's morale up by putting him not in one picture, but in two. But it didn't work out. His speech was very thick, and it was just more damaging to me than it was to anyone else.
It's very poignant to think that they brought Curly back one or two times to the studio and had him make very small cameo-type appearances in the shorts in the late 40s. Whether they did this as a bit of auld lang syne or to see if he was up to performing again, I don't know. It certainly adds a almost melancholy postscript to his life and career, to know that he was there, but he wasn't there.
No, Curly wasn't really there in the bright lights of fame or in the dark shadows of his illness. It was truly limbo. But solace can sometimes come from the most unexpected places. After the horrible experience with a money-grubbing Marion, it seemed unlikely that Curly would ever fall in love again. But broken hearts, even stooge ones, can still work in mysterious ways. The same year that he appeared in Hold That Lion, my uncle finally found the soulmate he had been searching for all his life. Her name was Valerie Newman. She became a devoted companion who was everything the gold-digging Marion was not. On July 31st, 1947, about a month after my sister Joni's wedding, Curly and Valerie walked down the aisle. And a year later, they welcomed into the world a baby daughter, Janie. Perhaps for the first time in his life, Uncle Curly was in a relationship that made him truly happy. But happiness was not enough because the damage had been done. His physical deterioration was accelerating, and to that now was added a creeping dementia, wild mood swings, and irrational behavior that almost seemed psychotic. And sickly stricken Curly, deteriorating by the day, was soon spending more and more time in hospitals. I vividly recall visiting my uncle in one of these facilities, St. Joseph's Hospital in Burbank. I remember proudly wearing my high school swim team Letterman sweater, thinking it might cheer Curly up and give us something to talk about. Entering his room, I was shocked to see my uncle, lying in bed as helpless as a fish in a boat. I wasn't surprised, however, to see Dad standing right by his side, tending to his every need, like the guardian angel he had always been to his little brother. After a moment, Curly's head turned in my direction. He muttered something to me in recognition, and tears ran down his cheeks. I was so overwhelmed by this heartbreaking scene that I completely forgot about my silly sweater and merely put my hand in his, saying, "It's good to see you, Uncle Curly."
You can't even imagine what it's like to know in the back of your head that you know that somebody was alive and vivacious and a happy person, and then the next thing you know, you see them as completely paralyzed from the neck down and drooling. I mean, that is the extreme that my memory takes me.
As much as no one wanted to admit the truth, it now seemed clear that the curtain was closing on a memorable and yet misspent life. That curtain came down on January 18th, 1952. The official cause of death was a massive cerebral hemorrhage. But I don't think it's melodramatic to say that my uncle was ultimately murdered by his own demons. Jerome, Babe, Curly Howard was all of 48 years old. I didn't go to the funeral. I know I should have, but I just couldn't bear it. Dad took Babe's loss very hard. He had been devastated by the deaths of Jenny, Saul, and Irving. But this was different. This was the little brother he had watched over like a father all his life. This was the man he had worked with on a daily basis for 15 years. And this was something that never should have happened the way it did. The death of Curly cast a pall over the Stooges that never really went away. The personal loss suffered by Moe, Larry, and Shemp, and in turn by family, friends, and fans, was enormous. And more trouble was on the horizon because professional woes were about to be added to private pain. Pretty much throughout the first half of the 1950s, the Three Stooges remained the top box office draw among two real short subjects. The public missed Curly, of course, but they had learned to love Shemp almost as much.
Sir, this is so sudden.
You muttonhead.
Larry!
The fan mail kept pouring in. Moe, Larry, and Shemp were still in demand for personal appearances, and it seemed as if the Stooges would go on forever.
Columbia had the largest short department of all the studios in town. And the Three Stooges were the top of the heap in terms of the shorts that they produced.
But success is like good weather. It tends not to last. Hollywood was changing, and not in Stooge-friendly ways. The motion picture industry had once been the upstart that killed vaudeville. Now, there was a new kid on the block, and families were becoming extremely fond of sitting in front of a large piece of furniture that featured a tiny glass screen. Yes, television had arrived. It was having a profound effect on movie-going and on movie-making, and it was scaring the heck out of every movie producer in town.
What is all this? What's happening?
If the motion picture was going to remain the king of the entertainment hill, it would have to find ways to lure viewers away from those damn TV sets. So the studios experimented with all manner of enticements to tempt the public. Widescreen, stereophonic sound, 3D. The more things change, the more things stay the same, right? And in 1953, Columbia decided to release two Stooge shorts, Spooks and Pardon My Backfire, and 3D of all things, in the hopes that it would revitalize the short comedy films that were feeling particularly keen competition from television.
I'll get you this time.
The reception, unfortunately, was less than rapturous, and it was soon after this failed foray into three-dimensional stoogery that the popularity of the team began to show an undeniable decline. Could it be that the upwardly mobile suburban audiences of the post-war period no longer related to the working-class urban comedy that had been so appealing during the Depression? Whatever the reason, Columbia reacted by cutting the budgets, using more stock footage, and recycling scripts into a series of remakes. This in turn led to infighting and to a series of crippling defections in the Stooges' ranks, as important writers, directors, and producers left in search of greener pastures. Moe, Larry, and Shemp now faced an uncertain future, and an unkind fate decreed that uncertainty would give way to tragedy, because that future would not include one of them.
Now, this minute.
On a late November day in 1955, my Uncle Shemp had just completed a particularly tough stretch of shooting. To celebrate, he went to the racetrack and then took in a boxing card with a couple of his cronies. The actor who had once played Joe Palooka's cornerman was genuinely fond of the fight game, and the fight game was genuinely fond of him. After all, he put on almost as good a show as the guys in the ring did.
Shemp loved going to the fights on Friday night at the Hollywood Legion Stadium. He had the habit of taking every punch and taking every blow. So he was the second star attraction.
There goes Shemp with the left jab. There goes Shemp with the right uppercut. There goes Shemp with the haymaker. There goes Shemp.
After each round, they would come and wipe him off and make sure that he was nice and dry. And he was hysterical. He was very funny. And that was one of his loves, were going to the fights.
After the fights were finished, Shemp and his pals piled into a car, headed for home. But that trip would end not in contentment, but in tragedy.
Don't tell me that there isn't a Lord above who watches people, because he watched out for Shemp. Because when time to go, if Shemp knew that he was passing away, it would have been terrible. And it didn't happen that way.
They were clowning around coming home from the fights, and he lit up a cigar. And he lit the cigar and then leaned forward. And they said, "Shemp, Shemp." They thought he was clowning around. And they were shaking him, and they realized there was something wrong. So they rushed him over to St. Joseph's Hospital, and he was pronounced dead of cerebral hemorrhage.
Samuel Shemp Howard, the once and future Stooge, was just 60. Like his baby brother, he was gone much too soon, but Curly's passing was expected. Shemp's came suddenly and without warning. I'll always remember how we found out. We had just finished dinner and the phone rang. When Dad put down the receiver, his famous face of stone couldn't hide his anguish or his pain. All he said was, "Shemp's gone," and went into another room to be alone with his grief. But Mom wouldn't let that happen. She joined him to share the tragedy. I'll always think of my sweet, silly Uncle Shemp as the man who made people happy. Whether it was at a family gathering, or at a sporting event, or just sitting around watching TV, he was always a joy. The classic cliche of everybody's favorite uncle. He had the same childlike charm that made Curly so special, but without the dark, self-destructive streak that had disfigured his younger brother's life. In many ways, Shemp was a simple guy, as in simply terrific. This time, I went to the funeral. And one moment illustrated my uncle's life better than 1,000 eulogies. Old Vernon Dent, one of the most frequent and most welcome co-stars of the Columbia Shorts, was suffering severely with diabetes and was completely blind. But he came to pay his respects anyway and had to be led up to the casket. There he stood with his unseeing eyes for what seemed like an eternity, gently feeling Shemp's hand and then his face. Fellow bit player Emil Sitka later said it was one of the most touching things he had ever witnessed. Deep emotions ran strong that day. During the service, in keeping with Jewish tradition, my father recited the Kaddish, the prayer for the dead. Dad's voice clearly betrayed the strain of sorrow, and in mid-chant, it broke. It took all his actors' training to control the tears and the terrible grief. It had been 40 years since my father had first shared a stage with Shemp, appearing as part of an absurdly awful vaudeville act. Now, on that grim afternoon in 1955, Dad was saying goodbye, not just to a beloved brother, but to a bygone era as well. Mo Howard, last of the performing Howard clan, now stood alone, with only the ever-loyal Larry still left by his side. Together, they would now be forced to confront advancing age and a shifting show business landscape with a shattered act and with heavy hearts. And the surviving Stooges were forced to confront one more thing. Curly was dead, the victim of his own lethal demons. Shemp was dead, the victim of damn lousy luck.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, she says. If I leave now, that proves I'm dead. Well, goodbye.
Now, after 35 years of sensational success in vaudeville, on Broadway, in feature films, and in comedy shorts, could it be that the Three Stooges were dead as well?
During the mid-1950s, it looked like the Three Stooges' career with Columbia Pictures was coming to an end. And our houses in the San Fernando Valley had to be sold. And it was really a low point. But this weather vane, kind of like our family coat of arms, represented a shift in the wind. A shift in the wind not only for our family life, but also for the Three Stooges' career.
Yes, that was the question. Was the seemingly indestructible act known as the Three Stooges now really part of history? Or could it rise again like a phoenix from the ashes of calamity?
Shemp dies, and my father is having to go through this heartbreaking situation again.
It was devastating enough for Mo to have to bury his younger brother, Jerome. But then after his older brother, Shemp, had come in and joined the group, he had to face that once again.
The twin blows of his two brothers' deaths, so close together, had drained the joy from all the silly slapstick and corny jokes, and my father, with Larry's support, seriously considered disbanding the act.
My mother was wonderful. I think she gave him the strength to go on. I've got to give her credit for that, because he was ready to give up.
Still, I know such an outcome would have wounded my dad, despite his profound grief. He loved being a performer, smelling the grease paint and hearing the applause, and his showbiz cronies were like a second family to him.
Hey, look, I found another 50. Yeah, so you did. Why?
When all was said and done, personal feelings took a back seat to cold, hard cash. Columbia insisted that the Stooges continue to crank out comedies because the two reelers were still too popular to just fade away. And so my dad and Larry soldiered on. Their initial idea was to perform as the Two Stooges, but for the studio that was one Stooge too few. As far as Columbia was concerned, 3 was the charm. What this meant in the short run was a ghoulish variation on a Stooge comedy from 1948. In that film, Heavenly Days, Shemp dies, but is allowed to return to Earth to watch over Mo and Larry. Now, in 1956, life was about to imitate art.
They had to make what was called the Shempless Shemp shorts because they had to complete the contract.
The studio inserted footage of the dead Shemp into 4 shorts that were essentially remakes of earlier efforts. The studio cobbled together comedies combining new material featuring Dad and Larry, stock footage of my uncle, and for the long shots, Shemp look-alike Joe Palma, whose face was never seen.
Go on, you heard the guy.
Joe Palma played in many, many shorts. He was a wonderful supporting player, filled in for Shemp. Those had to be shot differently. Shemp always from the back.
There were no VCRs during those days, and so people really couldn't closely compare whether this is the real Shemp or not the real Shemp. You can see if you look hard enough, it wasn't Shemp.
Shemp, guard the door.
The Stooges and the studio had to somewhat get by with what they had. They had no Shemp. They didn't have a big budget. And so they were kind of piecing together what they could to get by at that particular point in time.
It was as bizarre as legendary bad filmmaker Ed Wood substituting a ringer for the dead Bela Lugosi in his magnum opus disaster piece, Plan 9 from Outer Space. A new Stooge was needed, and Dad, still in mourning for his brothers, had to make the choice.
This was uncharted territory for the boys because there was no immediate replacement. There wasn't an older brother or Shemp or anybody else to step into those shoes.
For more than 30 years, the Three Stooges had meant only one thing: the Howard brothers and their loyal, longtime buddy, Larry Fine. Now new blood was needed to save an age-old act. The winds of change were blowing through the lives of the Stooges. And if they were going to survive, then the Stooges would have to ride those winds into a new and unpredictable world.
Take it easy!
In 1955, my father, Mo Howard, buried Shemp. Once again, Stooges Mo and Larry had lost their third partner, as they had lost Curly to a debilitating stroke earlier. Columbia Pictures, the fans, even the Stooges themselves were not ready to finally say goodbye to the two real comedies. But that was easier said than done. A new Stooge was needed, and Dad, still in mourning for his brothers, had to make the choice.
Mo, just a reminder. I'm paying for 3 Stooges, not 2.
He decided on an old friend of Shemp's, a comic with a big following and a well-known style, and a man who was definitely not just another guy named Joe. Dad wasn't crazy. He knew what he was doing. Running away from home at 13 to join a traveling show, Besser's original ambition was to be a magician, but his tricks were no treat. Comedy was his true talent, and he became a vaudeville headliner, especially with his routine as a wimpy, whiny kid who drove everybody up the wall. Soon, he was making movies, including Abbott and Costello's safari spoof, Africa Screams, with his good buddy, Shemp Howard. It was with Bud and Lou that Besser achieved his greatest pre-Stooge fame.
Not me, him. I'll go get help. Well, you're such a nuisance.
I grew up watching Joe Besser play Stinky on the Abbott and Costello show, and I knew how funny he was, playing this big overgrown baby. I already liked him, and I always found him funny.
Joe was the perfect fit, a proven audience favorite and already under contract to Columbia. He seemed to provide a seamless transition from the Shemp era shorts. A seamless transition? Sure, except for one small detail. One of Besser's vaudeville catchphrases had been, "I'll harm you." But by the time he joined the Stooges, he obviously changed his tune.
Ow! Oh, that hurts. That hurts. Shut up. Not so loud. What are you doing? Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Ow, not so hard. Ow, that hurts. Go on.
Not exactly a blueprint for unrestrained mayhem, is it? There's no doubt that the Stooges with Besser were a kinder and gentler trio.
Oh, that hurts. I'm sorry, Joe. I'm sorry, Joe. I'm sorry, Joe. Can't you ever say anything like, I'm glad once? Yeah, so I'm glad I'm sorry once. That's better.
He wouldn't take a beating. I didn't like that. Curly was like, okay. After he just got his are you going? I'm going. After he just got beat up. But Joe was whiny and he wouldn't take a beating. It's like, I won't participate.
I never liked to be hit with anything. And Larry used to say to me, "Don't worry, Joe, I'll take it." Now, that's the kind of guys they were.
Quit acting like stooges. Please stop that nonsense and have your lunch so we can get started again.
Now, the confrontations were far more verbal than physical.
You get rid of that package. It's a right record. You hear me? He's mad.
My dad wailed a lot more often than he walloped, which shifted his meanness to a new and strangely overbearing level. Joe also suggested that Moe and Larry comb their hair back to look more like gentlemen and encouraged them to trade in their blue-collar overalls for business suits. As a result, these new Stooge comedies more closely resembled TV sitcoms than they did the shorts of the golden age. And by this time, the mid-1950s, TV sitcoms were reflecting the new, upscale tastes of the prosperous post-war population, creating a bland, suburban world where nobody ever raised their voice, much less their fist. The style fit the Stooges like a tuxedo fits a gorilla. Plus, there was something else. Dad had always talked about Stooge comedy being rooted in the undoing of dignity. In the Depression world of the 1930s, giving the pompous and pampered rich their long overdue comeuppance was popular and politically correct. But in the paranoid Cold War 50s, when many believed that Hollywood was a hotbed of commie conspiracy, such sentiments could be seen as anti-capitalist and therefore socialist and subversive. And so, it's not surprising that the shorts of the Besser era never really suited Dad and Larry, though it wasn't for a lack of trying.
Joey, darling. Sugar plum.
It was not perhaps the ideal match.
To me, it always breaks down to the fact that Joe Besser was not curly. Shemp even suffered from the comparison.
Although he was a funny man, I think he was out of place in the shorts. So they basically had to plug him into the third Stooges role.
I would have hated to have been the guy that had to play center field for the Yankees when Mickey Mantle retired. Good luck. Bobby Mercer did a great job, but he wasn't Mickey Mantle.
Joe Besser was not as well known as either Curly or Shemp. He was a different kind of comedian with a very different style. I think a lot of fan reaction was initially somewhat negative because it was such a stark contrast from what was there before.
Viewing the two-reelers of this period reveals that the magic was slipping, and that the laughs were stalling, and that it just didn't seem like fun anymore.
Plus, they were spending less and less on producing the shorts. Some of the shorts are funny, but Besser looks out of place in them. He doesn't look like he really belongs.
You know, he fancied himself as a vaudevillian that was going to be a comedic star on his own. And so it seemed to be a satellite. He was satelliting around them. He made a big mess, you know, with eggs, and he takes a flamethrower, and that's all funny and everything. But it was him doing a solo show.
They were turning them out so quickly, and they were mostly either remakes with stock footage or hodgepodges by that time, the late 50s. But I always liked Joe.
He was instrumental in helping him get through that time period. And some of the shorts that he did are great shorts and considered very, very well among the fan base.
The Besser comedies did indeed have their own special charm. Just consider, for example, Merry Mix-Up, a brilliant concoction concerning three mismatched sets of triplets that would have done a master of mistaken identity like Shakespeare proud.
This gets worse by the minute.
Or Hoofs and Goofs.
Hey, sis, it is you. I'd know those ears anywhere.
Oh, Larry, gosh, I'm happy.
A bizarre story about, and I kid you not, a reincarnated horse.
See it?
Bertie, you're reincarnated. You've come back. But Bertie, you're a horse.
So who did you expect? Kim Novak?
Oh.
The writing was really good in those, and they brought in a lot of current event topics. Television, space race just beginning.
The Stooges even satirized the 1950s sci-fi craze when they took on Amazon women in outer space and Spaceship Sappy. Oh yes, these films were unusual and inventive and outlandish. And they were also weird, which is generally not the result you're looking for in comedy. So what went wrong? Well, the reasons are many, and most of them have to do with the Stooges themselves. To begin with, Joe Besser, the new Stooge, never really meshed all that well with the old ones. And speaking of old, at this point, my father and Larry were pushing 60. Dad, in fact, was soon going to be pulling it. And yet, they were still playing the same roles they had in the 30s. Like those Depression-era characters, they were still usually unemployed.
Mo, you should be looking through the one ads for a job.
Still usually unmarried, and still usually living together. And still almost always acting like overgrown children.
There's something just not as funny about watching old guys do slapstick, you know? It's just like you worry about them instead of laugh. And by the time they're in their 60s, you know, it's just not as funny.
It was all a little strange and a little sad as well. And all the business suits and slick back hair and all the clever plots and unexpected twists couldn't hide the sneaking suspicion that the parade had passed the Stooges by.
What happened?
Now, my father had been leading that knucklehead procession for an awfully long time. And it's never easy for a performer to admit that the day to finally put away those marching shoes might be drawing near. After all, nobody wants to believe that it's going to rain on their parade. But Mo the Stooge was a realist, and he could see those gray clouds hanging in the sky. For my dad and for the Stooges, the world was changing, and they were trying their best to change with it. And while many fans now see the Joe Besser comedies as a pale imitation of what had gone before, they did inject new life into an aging franchise that was frankly running out of steam. And with Besser, the Stooges enjoyed an uptick in box office receipts and in audience appeal. Of course, in the end, all of that didn't matter, not one little bit. It didn't matter, because by the late 50s, the previously invincible studio system was finally breaking down. New economic realities meant big cutbacks, and among the casualties were theatrical short subjects.
Shorts were no longer the big audience draw in the movie theaters, especially with the advent of TV.
One by one, the major studios dropped them until Columbia stood alone, holding on to the hope that these relics of another era could still prove profitable. Well, that hope didn't last forever. On December 20th, 1957, the Three Stooges completed their 190th Columbia two-reeler. It was a series that had made them kings of short-form comedy, with the very name of the act entering pop culture as a synonym for outrageous ineptitude. They had entertained millions with their inspired insanity and had made millions for their employers with their relentless hard work. And now, like the characters in one of their comedies, they were about to get the bum's rush. Columbia, citing rising costs and declining interest in theatrical short films, informed Mo, Larry, and Joe that their contracts would not be renewed.
They film their last short, they go back to their dressing room, and guess what? You're done.
Just like that, a glorious run of 23 years was over. The pink slip, delivered in the midst of the holiday season, came without a ticker tape parade, without a set of statues on the studio lot, without even, as far as I know, a gold watch to honor the men who had won fame and fortune for a once small and struggling operation. No, there was none of those things. Just some cold words and the sound of a closing door. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. A couple of weeks into that new year, Moe Howard, the legendary leader of the equally legendary Three Stooges, drove over to the studio to say goodbye to a few old friends. This was a man who had been instrumental in creating a new form of film comedy. This was a man whose face was as familiar to movie fans as Harry Cohn's Statue of Liberty logo, and a man who had helped Columbia survive the grim days of the Great Depression. And now, this was a man who was turned away from the studio gate because his entry pass had expired. The cliche had come to pass. Insult had been added to injury. And now my father was little more than an outcast, a stranger in his own land. In his almost 5 decades in show business, Dad had suffered his share of hard knocks, and he had always managed to land on his feet. But this was different. This wasn't some pothole on the road to success. This was a chasm the size of the Grand Canyon, a bottomless pit that could swallow a career in the blink of an eye. Yes, the winter of the Stooges' discontent had arrived, and spring looked like it was never going to come. But there was one last irony to consider before the fall. An odd twist of fate accompanied Dad's departure from Columbia Pictures. About 2 months after my dad lost his job, studio founder Harry Cohn, often called the most hated man in Hollywood, lost his life, falling victim to a fatal heart attack. Harry's send-off might have been even more cynical than Moe's. The funeral was extremely well attended, and comic Red Skelton, who had worked for Cohn, was asked why so many people would show up at the services for such a universally despised individual. "It just proves what Harry always said," replied Skelton. "Give the people what they want, and they'll come out for it." That's Hollywood for you, all heart. In that bleak winter of 1958, Dad, dismissed and disgraced, was finding out just how hard that heart could be.
What do we do now, both individually and collectively, because this is all their entire professional life had been as performers.
With the Columbia contract ended, my father looked in the mirror and saw an aging, unemployed comedian. And he saw as well that the man looking back at him might have no other choice but retirement.
The Three Stooges are over, kid. Ancient history. They're dead.
And so Dad started worrying about money. Actually, that's not true. Dad always worried about money. He had already a few years before, right around the time of Shemp's death, sold our dream house in Toluca Lake, moving us into a modest apartment. I guess he sensed that bad times were ahead. And now the bad times were here. Dad had a few investments and also owned several buildings, though as landlords go, my father was a notoriously soft touch. One tenant felt so guilty about Moe's refusal to increase the rent that he actually raised his own rent. And in a way, that sums up Dad's attitude about money. He was insecure about never having enough, and yet could be an easy mark, as I found out when I was a teenager. One Sunday afternoon, my mother and father decided they wanted to give me some extra driving practice. They said, let's go to San Diego. So we hop in our 1947 Studebaker Champion. I'm sitting on a cushion so I can see over the steering wheel, and away we go. We're driving about halfway there, and it's a divided highway with a cement island separating the directions of traffic. I'm cruising along about 25, 30 miles an hour, approaching an intersection, when suddenly somebody cuts left right in front of me, and then I cut in the other direction to try to avoid him going into oncoming traffic. I'm dodging oncoming traffic, and then I jump over the divider coming back, and suddenly things begin to slow down. My mother is rolling back and forth in the back seat like a bowling ball. My father is patting me on the shoulder. Good boy, Paul. Good boy, Paul. Then suddenly things seem to speed up, and I'm trying to avoid traffic going in my direction, and I slowly pull over the curb and stop. And another car pulls over and stops. And the guy gets out, and he says, hey, buddy, I saw where that guy went. He went just behind the parking lot by that supermarket over there, and I know he's there now. That's all my dad needed to know. He says, let me take care of this. So we drive around. My mother says, please, Mo, be careful, be careful. He gets out of the car. Sure enough, in the distance, we see that car parked with some guy slumped down behind the seat. Dad strolls over to the car. I can kind of see what's going on. I can kind of hear what's going on. I see him gesticulating wildly. I can hear him swearing. It takes about a minute, minute and a half. Suddenly he wheels around and comes back, and my mom says, what did you do? What did you do? Dad says, his wife's in the hospital, and he's out of work. And I slipped them a 20. It all added up to a surprising truth. Mo Howard, movie star, was not a wealthy man and was staring at a tough and frugal future. The situation was even worse for Larry. The loss of the Columbia dollars was pushing him close to bankruptcy. And for the wild-haired Mr. Fine, work still meant being a stooge. And so partly out of loyalty to longtime pal Larry, and partly out of loyalty to his own wallet, and partly because Dad was always a performer to the bone, my father decided to hit the road one more time for a series of personal appearances. He approached Joe Besser with an idea.
They were inundated with offers for personal appearances. Besser could not travel. Family health situation precluded him from traveling.
Besser's wife was not well, and he didn't want to be away from her. So Joe left the act. And for the third time in 12 years, Dad and Larry found themselves a duo rather than a trio, with no real prospects and no real plans. And they also found themselves living in an America that perhaps no longer had room for the Three Stooges. The glorious innocence of the post-war boom was fading, and in just a few years, many one-time Stooge fans would become embroiled in the turmoil of Vietnam, the civil rights movement, social protest, and the sexual revolution. Did anybody really still have time for three imbeciles who batted each other silly? And me? Well, I was just a 22-year-old kid fresh out of college, confronting time on Uncle Sam's payroll as a member of the United States Army. I wanted to help, of course, but what could I do? No, it didn't seem as if anyone or anything could change the grim fact that the final act had seemingly played itself out, and that the Stooges would now be no more than a memory.
What's the slows here, anybody? I am the doctor, is it?
But salvation was about to arrive from two very unlikely sources. The first entered the picture by the pale glow of a cathode ray tube. That's right, TV. The very medium that had helped wreck the Stooges' movie career was now ironically coming to the rescue. If you were lucky enough to grow up in the New York metropolitan area in the late 1950s and early 1960s, this man was your true and trusty friend. He was known to kids of all ages as Officer Joe Bolton, and he arrested your attention with an after-school surprise that was a lot more fun than homework, because he brought you the Stooges.
As in almost every city, there were local kiddie show hosts. And in New York, one of the stalwarts was Officer Joe Bolton on WPIX. And he hosted and introduced the Three Stooges.
I have these memories of, you know, coming home after school and sitting with Joe Bolton and the Three Stooges. And I did not know, see, I didn't know that they had done stuff way, way before. I had no clue. I thought these were like guys up the block.
And every now and then, they even came to the studio and would make personal appearances on the show. That was really exciting.
And even though he became the most famous of the Stooge TV hosts by virtue of broadcasting in New York, he certainly wasn't alone.
My father was doing mostly radio work at the time. He was a top 10 DJ in Los Angeles for many, many years. KTTV in Los Angeles called him and asked him to come in and audition for this new TV show they were going to do. It'd be a live show 5 nights a week. We'd like you to audition for the host.
We went on at prime time, and we did good. They did good. The Stooges themselves came on a couple of times, ran a contest on the show, and a little gal won. And I took her to dinner, she and her family, and got up in the middle, made a phone call, and we're sitting there, and pretty soon here comes this guy, and he sits down beside her, and he goes, it was Larry. And she went, ah! He just came from home and surprised her. It was marvelous.
By about 1960, there were 156 local stations airing the two-reelers, to the delight of fans, young and old, from coast to coast.
We used to watch the Stooges on TV. This was back when we lived in Cleveland, Ohio. They were on a show with a guy called Captain Penny. He used to show the Three Stooges.
I had a longing to be near that kind of dynamic, to try to understand it, to try to somehow be a part of it and learn from it.
There was something about Officer Joe Bolton. I don't know why, but I got him. I understood him. And in the afternoon after school, he presented the Three Stooges, and I can't explain why they appealed to me. I can't explain what the connection was, but I was connected to them. Like, I got them. I just knew that these were my guys. And so I would watch them and just have fun, you know? I have tried to imitate the whoop, 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 whoop. I've tried, I'm not gonna lie.
I can do this part of it. I can't do the cheek finger roll. That's difficult to do. Billy West is a master at it.
Swing me. Sometimes in the dark of night, in my mind, I hear myself humming, da, 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 da. And I know that they're around. I know that they're around me. So.
All across the country, there were shows dedicated to delivering the Three Stooges to kids who hadn't even been born when the boys were in their heyday. And while the hosts of these programs, Sherry Lewis, Jerry Mahoney, and Sally Starr, among so many others, were unknowns at the time, they were about to ride a tidal wave of celebrity that no one could have predicted. So how did all this happen? And how had those famous comedy shorts made their way into the small screen? Well, in January 1958, right after the studio had given the boys the boot, Screen Gems, Columbia's TV arm, released 78 of the old comedies to television as part of a syndication package.
Columbia released the pictures on TV. Then it really went sky high.
You mean you had more popularity on television than you did on the screen?
Oh, yes.
Their exposure on television basically brought them to an entire new audience who had not seen their films necessarily in the theaters. and the renaissance and explosion of their popularity to new generations just exploded.
When their contract ended, they really didn't know what they were going to do. And it really wasn't until they had a positive, huge positive reaction from television audiences that they were back. They were not only back, they were more popular than ever.
Very quickly, early positive feedback grew into a full-fledged phenomenon. Cities began recording astronomical ratings. Larry's old stomping grounds, Philadelphia, delivered an astounding 33.3 number.
I was 8 years old when they made their big TV debut, when the old films were sold to television in 1959. And I was a TV junkie in those days, and I got hooked immediately.
They showed the Three Stooges before we went to school in the morning. They showed the Three Stooges at like 7 a.m. I was just getting up, and here are these guys on TV. I mean, I learned my life's lessons, not from school, from these episodes. I learned how people interacted, and I learned the truth of acting.
In 1960, I had my first child, and when Darren was a baby, I would be ironing, washing, and in the background, I'd all of a sudden see the Three Stooges on television. And it was like something I had never seen before, because I went through many, many years of really not seeing them.
Hit me when I wasn't looking, eh?
And then it would be, oh my God, that's my father again.
The shorts were perfect for television. You can show 2 or 3 episodes and make it a regular hour show for kids or for adults to watch, and that's exactly what happened. And in television syndication, those shorts showed domestically in the United States as well as all over the world.
Perhaps this overwhelming reaction wasn't quite as surprising as it seemed to be. One reason for it was pointed out by my father, who understood a fundamental truth about television.
You couldn't get a 5-year-old kid into the theater, and have them enjoy anything. So you can see the advantage of television. It kept the youngsters at home. Our pictures were the finest babysitters in the country.
Of course, the Stooges were so much more than just electronic nannies. Those Golden Age shorts were little comedic gems, still as fresh and funny as the day they were made. Older audiences now had a nostalgic reminder of long-lost laughs, and kids were making the acquaintance of some very amusing guys. And despite complaints from several parents' groups citing the negative impact of signature Stooge mayhem, in response, my dad pointed out that the typical two-reeler was far less violent than your average Western. And so the Stooges basked in a lot of newfound fame, and Columbia banked a lot of newfound loot. The studio, which subsequently released another 40 shorts to cash in on the craze, reportedly made $12 million from this TV revival. Moe and Larry, however, didn't see a dime of it.
Now, did you guys get any money at all from after you gave up making the pictures and they ended up going on television? No. Nothing? No, you see, when we signed the contract with Columbia, there was no TV. No, I'll tell you, there was a very mean clause in the contract, which I learned and never have forgotten. And it was worded like this. It said, Columbia Pictures Corporation has the perpetual rights to your likenesses, your voices, in mediums now known or to be invented. Wow. How do you like that? Nobody could get residuals, only in pictures made after 1960. Oh.
But while the Stooges' sudden TV stardom didn't make them rich, thanks to guys like Officer Joe and Don Lamond, it did launch a renaissance that was as unstoppable as it was unexpected, as the trio's fortunes rose like a rocket.
And from then on, it just became history, Back we came again, right to the top of the heap.
And unexpected is also the word for the second unlikely source of support I mentioned earlier. It arrived in the form of an ally who would turn a cliche on its ear. Because you see, in this case, the wife's dad was about to get a helping hand from his son-in-law. As I said earlier, Norman Moore, my sister Joan's husband, actually began his service to the Stooges cause before he officially became my brother-in-law with his series of comic books that were still going strong long after their debut in the 1940s. And now, Norman was about to be called upon to transfer his talents from pen and brush Stooges to flesh and blood ones. The gifted Mr. Moore was poised to take on a major role in the family business.
Norman Moore was a genius and a good friend. Got along really well with Norman. Tried to get him out of the office from time to time. He was a workaholic. God, he would work constantly, day and night. Brilliant mind, great cartoonist.
My dad realized Norman had the abilities of coming out of comics to do writing, directing, art direction, whatever. And he was able to then take the Stooges and bring them through another decade or two.
Dad trusted him and admired his can-do attitude. Norman had an ability to look beyond present problems and see future possibilities. And this optimism was essential because in those dark and depressing post-Columbia days of 1958, the good ship Stooge had hit a reef.
In the 40s, there were many theaters converting from single feature to double feature. And with a double feature and a Disney cartoon and a newsreel, there was no room for the Three Stooge comedy. Although we continued to make them right along, and they were going into foreign countries and through the South and Midwest where they were still showing single features. We were never out of action, complete action, either in films or in personal appearances.
So, as winter turned into spring, my dad decided to roll the dice one more time. Remember when we last left Moe and Larry? There weren't 3 Stooges, only 2. There was a need for a little addition after the subtraction. And if one Joe was on his way out, well, why not bring another one in? It all started when Larry took in a Las Vegas review called Minsky's Follies. Norman had suggested that Larry check out a certain roly-poly comic, and soon...
Hello, Mo. This is your pal, Larry.
Mr. Fine was on the phone with Mr. Howard, telling him that he had just might have found the missing third Stooge.
My agent called me and told me that the Stooges were looking for somebody, and if I come in from Vegas for an overnight trip, why we would get together and talk about it and find out who's who and what's what.
The gentleman in question was Joe DeRita, a savvy veteran of vaudeville and radio.
I was raised in show business. My mother and father in it. I've been in it since I was 7½. And I was done everything. Vaudeville, nightclubs, tent shows, medicine shows.
Unlike the previous Stooges, he wasn't Jewish, but like all the Stooges past and present, he could make people laugh.
He too was an experienced comedian, and he was funny when they would do the old skits on the Ed Sullivan Show. Maha, aha, he was very good.
I met with Larry and Mo, and we talked it over, and it sounded good, and I just insisted that I don't try to imitate Curly. I just wanted to be myself.
So they made a deal and opened in a Bakersfield nightclub in October of 1958. And they stunk up the place. Dad was convinced that this new Joe just didn't have the right stuff for Stoogedom. But Dad and Larry stuck it out, reworked the material, and got DeRita to shave his head and dub himself Curly Joe.
The only problem with Curly Joe was that he wasn't curly. And so this constant exposure to the great two reelers of the 30s and 40s on TV every day. Made it hard to fully embrace Joe DeRita when you were comparing them side by side, almost literally side by side.
Somehow, some way, magic happened. The act began to work. And even if Curly Joe wasn't curly, after all, who could be? The fans now, so eager to welcome the Stooges back, took the new trio into their hearts. Their next engagement in Pittsburgh was the most successful one any combination of Stooges had ever enjoyed.
When they came to Pittsburgh and they saw all these people at the station, they wondered who the VIP was on the train, not realizing the crowds were for them. They had absolutely no idea of how popular they were.
Held over for 3 weeks, playing to packed houses, it was the turning point in the Stooges' return to the big time.
Among the great comedy names of our time are three men who for many years convulsed the motion picture and vaudeville audiences of this country with their hilarious knock-em-about style of comedy. It took the medium of television and the perceptive minds of today's youngsters to rediscover their greatness. So here from 3 record-breaking weeks at the Holiday House in Pittsburgh are, let's welcome them, the Three Stooges.
It's great to say hello. Hello, hello, hello. Back again. It's great to say hello. Hello, hello, hello. Back again.
What's the matter with you? Knock your head into it.
That's all. I've taken all I'm going to take off of you.
Now, with hot ticket live performances and with the popularity of their old films on television, these so-called has-beens were back, and back with a vengeance. Offers began pouring in for an act that, less than a year before, had been considered an artifact better suited to an antique store than to a stage. And think about this. In 1959, the Stooges were going to make more money than they ever had during their Columbia heyday, about 4 times as much. All this dizzying success after years of steady decline had a rejuvenating effect on my father. To a very great degree, it vindicated him, proving that he had been doing something right all along, in spite of all the naysayers. The Stooges had been his life, and his life's work, his art and his craft. And I know that after the Columbia firing, he had felt like a failure, forgotten and unappreciated, with a career as dead as a dodo bird. Now, however, he was part of the greatest comeback in show business history. Bigger than Sinatra's, bigger than Travolta's, bigger than anything. F. Scott Fitzgerald once famously remarked that there are no second acts in American life. Obviously, Fitzgerald wasn't much of a Stooges fan. And quite frankly, at this point in my life, I wasn't that much of a Stooges fan either. And I had mixed emotions about this sudden and dramatic turnabout in Stooge fortunes. On the one hand, of course, I was thrilled for Dad and Larry. They had worked so hard all their lives and had been in so many ways treated so badly. If anyone had earned another trip to the top of the heap, if anyone deserved another day in the bright sun of success, it was them. And I knew that all the attention and fame made my father proud and allowed him to feel like a big shot again. But on the other hand, I had never really come to terms with the idea of having a famous father. Had never really accepted being part of an entertainment dynasty. I had never embraced the glory and the grief of being a Stooge kid. And now, in 1958, with the two reelers gone, I thought that it was finally over, that the Stooges were finally finished, and that I could finally just be a part of an ordinary family. Boy, was I wrong. And as 1958 turned into 1959, all this acclaim brought an ironic invitation. Columbia Pictures, which had so recently and so unceremoniously shown the Stooges the door, now came calling with a proposition. How would you fellas like to be in the movies? What goes around really does come around, doesn't it? Well, yes, it does.
That's marvelous. Keep it up now, boys. Somebody go.
And now the comeback was complete. The boys, so recently just a bunch of washed-up victims of circumstance, were going back home, going back to Columbia, going back to the movie screens that had made them so famous.
Get another channel. Wait, let's see what happens.
And as we shall see next time, the movies would be just the beginning. During a few short years in the late 1950s, the Three Stooges had enjoyed a remarkable resurrection. They had been yesterday's news. Now they were today's headliners. And with a big new movie career looming on the horizon, for the Stooges, not even the sky was the limit.
The race to reach the moon and sun, and we've got half the battle won. Half rocket, oh, we'll travel.
And so, the Stooges blasted off into cinematic orbit in the sci-fi spoof, Have Rocket, Will Travel.
Do not delay. I am waiting.
I am Larry.
I am Mo.
And I am Curly Joe. Take us to your leader.
Well, I remember going to see Have Rocket Will Travel. And I guess I was 8 or 8.5 years old, and I liked it. I liked it a lot. So I kind of accepted Curly Joe because that was an enjoyable film, and he was good in it.
The picture was a modest but promising hit at the box office, and a series of Stooge movies seemed certain.
We've done it. You've had it. The end.
And it was at this point that Norman, my bright young brother-in-law, really took over as the guiding force of all things Stooges. Norman understood something fundamental about these latter-day Stooges. He realized that audiences still loved them and that they were a fabulous drawing card. He sensed how strong the bond was between performer and fan, and how much the act had endeared itself to its legion of followers.
It's interesting to see how the character of the act of the Three Stooges changed with feature films.
Larry, where are you?
In the 1960s, the Three Stooges are in their 60s. They weren't performing at the same pace that they may have performed when they were in their 20s and 30s. The slapstick is still there. It's not quite maybe as prevalent as it was in the 30s and the 40s.
Norman felt that presenting them as three helpful surrogates would be more palatable. And I didn't realize at the time how important that was.
Yep. At this stage of the game, the boys were better suited as sidekicks than as stars. The comic relief that served the lead while stealing the show. Kind of like the Seven Dwarfs. And so perhaps it was destiny that Norman's first effort as producer landed Mo, Larry, and Curly Joe in a filmic fairy tale for 20th Century Fox in Snow White and the Three Stooges. The ever-resilient Stooges, given up for dead just a few years before, were now on display in the splendor of widescreen Technicolor, and sending up Snow White was just the start. Back at Columbia, Mo, Larry, and Curly Joe were soon getting muscled out of the picture by a Greek god in The Three Stooges Meet Hercules, going back into outer space in The Three Stooges in Orbit, and giving Jules Verne a spin in his grave in The Three Stooges Go Around the World in a Daze. And while none of these movies will really ever be confused with Citizen Kane or Casablanca, they did accomplish their primary ambition, to entertain grandparents and grandkids alike, and to let fans enjoy the company of some beloved old friends. Beloved old friends who finally found their audience once more. In the early 1960s, TV heartthrob Clay Cole hosted an RKO tour of many neighborhood movie theaters in the New York area. This tour brought people together from all nationalities and all walks of life. And to this day, baby boomers fondly remember when the Stooges came to town.
Back in '62, the Stooges toured in the tri-state New York area. And of course, I was in the front row and I took this picture of them. And I tried to get the autograph of Mo, but they wouldn't let me because there was too many people around. So I picture slipped Mo. I gave him a slip. Could you send me a photo? And then about a week or so later, Mo sends me a letter. But when I got the letter, I looked at it, and on the bottom it was only signed Mo. And me being a wise-ass kid, I sent it back to him, and I said, could you sign Howard on the end? About a week or two later, I got the full letter back with the full signature.
I went to see the Three Stooges in person with a throng of other kids. It was bedlam in the theater, and then out they came. There they were, on stage, unbelievable.
What a thrill when they came to your neighborhood movie theater. There they were, just like on TV. And the boys would be returning to those theaters and more movies too, making cameo appearances in Stanley Kramer's mega comedy, It's a Mad, 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 Mad World. After all, how could it be a truly mad, 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 mad world without the Stooges? And in Four for Texas, the trio teamed with those charismatic rat packers, Frankie and Dino.
I loved the movies. I thought they were fantastic. As a kid, I was a Stooge fan. I watched the shorts on TV, and when I learned they were coming out on the big screen theatrically, it was a great moment. I was very, very excited.
In 1965, the Stooges starred in one last film, the grammatically challenged Western, The Outlaws Is Coming, directed by Norman, which featured the clever gimmick of having all those helpful Stooge TV hosts play the villains.
We did the scene for Outlaws where you get hit with the pie. So Mo said, on the count of three, I'll whack it with the pie. And I said, okay. He said, well, you look a little, you're gonna, do this. We don't want you to do that. So let's count to 7. And it'll give you time to get into it. I said, okay. And he said 1, bang, and we have it on 1. And of course, there was no, pre-pie look.
This was to be their farewell to features.
Hey, fellas, just like in the big budget westerns, we're gonna get the ride off into the sunset. Sunset, huh? You had to open your big fat mouth.
But that last roundup on the big screen was hardly the end of the trail for Mo, Larry, and Curly Joe. The comic books continued, and the toys and the lunchboxes and all the merchandising mania that goes along with a pop culture phenomenon. There were sold-out club dates.
They'd go in a setting of like a nightclub, a regular nightclub.
They went in and took it over on the weekends for youngsters only and did a thing, and they were sold out there.
The kids that were Stooge fans at this time were 8 to 12-year-olds. The kids were having soft drinks and hamburgers, and the Stooges would come. My mother was looking around at the audience, and she realized the expressions on these faces when these kids who had seen the Stooges on television were suddenly these live persons. And she said it was like a look of adulation. She must have turned to somebody next to her and they were conversing. And the woman said, I haven't seen a look on faces like that since I was in Lourdes. I think at that point, my mother realized that there was going to be some kind of resurgence.
Hey, fellas, there's a guy here wants us to make a record.
There were LP records featuring songs and skits.
Hey, that's the record man. It's going to be at the fair. What fair? The Los Angeles County Fair. At Pomona. We're going to be there? Yes.
And personal appearances that set attendance records across the United States and Canada.
Change that classical nag to some sweet, beautiful drag.
He sold out like 60,000 people at the State Fair. I mean, they drew really crowds.
I know. It sounds a little bit like the Beatles, right down to Moe's Mop Top. And the comparison is pretty accurate. The Stooges in the 60s were incredibly popular. They were like three rock stars who had made 3 generations of fans laugh by being rockheads. They had become branded entertainment before anybody had ever heard of such a thing. And Dad and Larry, back from oblivion and awash in adulation, were having the times of their lives. This flood of reclaimed fame and fortune would not have been possible without the likes of Officer Joe Bolton, Don Lamond, and all the other TV hosts. My dad recognized this and was always happy to pay Officer Joe a visit in his electronic precinct house. And being a chip off the old Stooge blockhead, I was myself hauled into the police station for a chat.
Well, Mo, who's the handsome duke next to you with a gorgeous tie? That's what I'm trying to find out. What happened here? It must be on the side of my wife. This happens to be my son. Paul, it's a joy to have you on the show with Dad. And, you know, I think this is the first course tonight because Paul was on one time with me, without you. And you've been with me so many times, and now it's the first time I've had the father and son together. And it's really a joy to have you here. Oh, it's a pleasure to be here. Anyhow, I try to get him into the pictures, but he's just... I did a couple when I was young. Yeah, I found out that it's a profession that takes a lot of skill, a lot of patience, a lot of nerve, and I went in the other direction. Yeah, well, I don't... Incidentally, in case you don't know it, I'd like to explain to everybody that Paul Howard is a very well-known artist in New York. He's with an advertising agency in the art department and is very well thought of.
But whether I was happy or not, it was a family obligation, like putting up with obnoxious third cousins at Thanksgiving. Making the television rounds was all part of being a Howard, regardless of generation. Whether you loved it like my dad did or, like me, was a little more neutral on the subject. It just had to be done. Because, you see, TV had been instrumental in saving the Stooges, and now the boys were only too willing to return the favor. Now, even though the Stooges had made their names on the big screen, they had never really been strangers to the small one. The trio had tried their luck with a series idea of their own, way back in 1949.
I'm Mo.
While Shemp was still a Stooge, and TV was still in its infancy, this particular show pilot crashed and burned.
What do you got so far? How do you spell sorrow? In your case, C-U-R. Continue.
But even if their pilot got lost in the clouds, the Stooges were frequent visitors to TV during the 50s.
Who are you? Guess. The McGuire sisters?
As the Idiot Box welcomed America's most famous idiots.
The Three Stooges! What are you doing in my files? We want to be discovered. But you've already been discovered.
I told you he was discovered.
Yeah, under a rock.
Prepare for the double zinger. No, not the double zinger.
Executive. Put your fingers out like that. Now hold your arms out that way. On your mark, get set, go!
You gotta do this right. Elegance, poise. You see, hold back a little bit. Now, do you understand? Yes, sir. That's it. Now, here we go. Answer the door. There we go.
And it was after the great revival of the early 60s, after the success of their old two-reel shorts.
Hey, let's go places and buy things. Come on. Oh, wait for the money man now.
And new feature films that the Stooges became a regular fixture on the boob tube, popping up everywhere.
The Stooges did their great routines on various variety shows.
What is that? $50.
These were all great shows that were very, very popular at the time.
Of course, I watched them anytime they were on TV. I remember them on a Francis Langford special. It was a filmed hour-long variety show. I remember seeing them on the Ed Sullivan Show doing the stand-in routine. I remember seeing them when I was a little older, coming out on Joey Bishop's late-night TV show on ABC.
You see, in those high-spirited halcyon days, comedy was television's king. And these three legendary lame brains were its elder statesmen, the poet laureates of preposterous lunacy.
What dignitaries follow him to Rome? Right. To grace and captive bonds as chariot wheels?
Whoa.
You blots! Yeah. You stones!
Hey!
You...
Whoa! What's the matter? You! Aged beetle. What are you doing?
We've gone legitimate.
What?
Yeah, it's our new image.
What?
We do Shakespeare.
Fellas, this is the anatomy of humor. We're making people laugh tonight.
I'm sorry, Daniel. We've been in the crummy end of this business far too long.
One more night couldn't hurt you.
I'm sorry. Make way for the new us.
Yes, go ahead.
To be...
I don't know. I didn't study this.
Well, you should have helped me if I got stuck on you, didn't I?
Milton Berle, the dean of TV funny men, had a particular soft spot for the Stooges. And Ed Sullivan and Steve Allen, the deans of TV hosts, were not far behind.
For all of their fans in this area of the country, they're going to be opening and headlining at the Palace Theater starting on February 20th. It's been grand to have had you in to see you over the Palace.
Thank you very much.
Fellas, you didn't rehearse it that way. You gotta be careful. If you're not careful, somebody's gonna get hurt around here.
Yeah. Okay, where is it? You mean you ain't got it? No, we ain't got it, and we need it. We got a big date tonight. It ain't there yet.
And the sponsors, the uncrowned kings of broadcasting, saw a marketing tool that would appeal to, well, to anybody who liked to laugh. I guess there were a few of those folks around because the Stooges were soon selling anything and everything American consumers could possibly pine for.
I wonder if you'd be interested in signing up for the payroll savings plan.
The payroll savings plan?
We found a way to put Simonized car wax
And Simonized car cleaner all in one push-button can.
And just how does it work, Professor Nitwit? Come on, we'll show you.
Come on, we'll show you.
Come on, It's Aquanet hairspray for women.
And girls.
Anyone can give a girl flowers.
And we want to ask you to support the Arthritis and Rheumatism Foundation and help find a cure.
If Dickies can make the Three Stooges look good, imagine how great you'll look.
As the years wore on, the Stooges began to morph into animated versions of themselves in a cartoon series produced by Norman called The New Three Stooges. A lot of people found this show to be very clever and very funny, but a Stooge in the flesh is usually worth two from a brush.
As you get to know the real men behind the Stooges, you start to see the kindness of them, in real life, the good works that they did.
What things did he do for charity?
Oh, for example, there was a Spastic Children's Guild out here, and
other groups. He was president of one of those groups many years ago, and when they had a charity function and they needed someone to function as MC, he'd come up and tell the most wonderful stories, old stories, and really could crack you up.
The Stooges had by now achieved a rare distinction. They had become cherished old pals, a trio of favorite uncles who could always be counted on to be the life of the party.
Oh, that's the latest dance step.
And sometimes fans got a chance to see more than just the three leading players. Sometimes us family types got into the act. That's what happened on one particular TV occasion I distinctly remember. It was sort of a summit meeting of generational entertainment clans. Art Linkletter's son Jack hosted a get-together featuring the Stooges and those they held near and dear. My dad's there,
and you're Moe's wife,
and Mom, and Joni, and oh yeah, and some guy named Paul.
Well, this is my son Paul,
who goes to UCLA. I'll talk to him. Were you ever embarrassed by this madman that you seem to have as a father?
I wasn't embarrassed at all. In fact, I was proud, really.
Did you ever want to grow up and be a comedian?
I tried it, basically. I used to get with the kids, and we used to beat each other around a little bit, but he sort of sleeps, eats, feeds, and breathes comedy. I don't feel that I really got the old punch, but I've admired him, and I feel that art is my field.
Well, that's very good. How about,
now, if I'm uncomfortable back there in the station house with Officer Joe Bolton, then I looked downright miserable with Jack Linkletter. And that's probably because I was. What was the source of my televised melancholy? Well, this second stage of Stooge success had brought renewed fame and fortune to Mom and Dad. So that certainly didn't make me unhappy. And it had given my brother-in-law Norman a rewarding and satisfying career. And it would soon give one to my beloved sister, Joan herself. And how could I be anything less than thrilled about that? It wasn't about the success and the celebrity in and of themselves. Instead, it had to do with one simple fact, that my father was assuredly a showman to the core, and I just assuredly was not. He probably would have preferred a son who was just as theatrical and flamboyant as he was. Though he never said it. Dad craved the bright glare of the footlights, while I felt more like a deer caught in the headlights, about to be run over by a Hollywood promotion machine that I neither liked nor understood. It might not have been what I wanted, but boy, oh boy, it's what I got. The years had passed, and the Stooges still hadn't passed into history. I thought they were finished, and it turns out they were just getting started. And now I was back on the hook again, back on a runaway horse called the act, back on a runaway train called show business. Lord, how I wish that train would stop and I could get off. But the train wasn't going to stop, and besides, I knew I was in the minority. As the 60s were drawing to a close, my dad settled into his role as Stooge Emeritus, basking in the affection and admiration earned during a lifetime spent making people feel a little better about things, and perhaps a little bit better about themselves. Along with Larry, his pal and partner of what seemed like forever, and the newest Stooge, Curly Joe DeRita, my father was now taking delight in what for him really were the golden years. Because by then, the battles had all been won, the bad times had all been overcome, and the bright legacy had all but been assured. Yes, Dad and Larry, the Stooges who had been there since the beginning, since before the beginning, had been on quite a ride. They had enjoyed the best and endured the worst that show business had to offer, and had come out just fine on the other side. Rising from anonymity, These sons of immigrants had begun with an act based on the idea that a bunch of guys who needed to be institutionalized had ended up as an American institution. Their names familiar even to people who had never seen a second of their film. But now, Father Time was about to get the last laugh, as he always does. The 60s had been a spectacular 10 years for my dad, Larry and Curly Joe, full of international celebrity and intoxicating success. And on one level, they really were the best of times. But for the lovable Mr. Fine, the sweet soul who was everybody's friend, the professional glory had come at a terrible personal price. The 1960s had barely started when Larry and his wife Mabel suffered the blow that no parent ever should.
My mother had a younger brother, Johnny Fine. Johnny was very close to my father. I won't say he was his idol, but pretty close. Johnny wanted to follow my dad into the radio business.
My wife at the time, Phyllis, called me and said, Johnny's had an accident. And I said, okay, I'll be right there. We went to the hospital. It was not good. So we went outside and we were sitting there, and all of a sudden Phyllis said, Johnny just died. And I said, what? We got up and went inside, and he had.
He was only 24 years old.
Larry and Mo and Curly Joe, they were east. They were touring. And I said, I'll make the call. Toughest call ever had to make.
Mabel never really got over that.
Larry has always kept up a brave front.
Larry sounded like he took it as well as he could. And I think that was to back up Mabel, because when she heard it, I heard her scream at the other end of the phone.
But those of us who knew him well realized that, like Pagliacci, this heartbroken clown was now hiding his grief behind the gags. Then, less than 6 years later, on Memorial Day weekend in 1967, Larry was on tour with the Stooges.
Mabel had been ill, just not feeling well for a couple of weeks. My dad comes home, get ready to go to the TV station to do his TV show. Where's your mother? Mom decided to go over there and spend the afternoon with her. The phone rings. Is your dad home? Hello? I see the color in his face completely drained. He says, I'll be right there. My mother had walked in and found her mom in the powder room, sitting there, and it died between the time she talked to her on the phone and she got there. So the next call is to Larry.
The phone rang. It was his daughter Phyllis in tears, telling him that Mabel had suddenly succumbed to a massive heart attack. Larry was never the same after that phone call.
I don't think he ever got over her death emotionally. He dealt with it, but it pained him for the rest of his life.
He and Mabel may not have had the kind of relationship you read about in romance novels, but in their own unique way, they were intensely devoted and deeply in love.
Mrs. Fine, how long have you had that name, Mrs. Fine?
For over 33 years.
That's a commentary on a side of Hollywood that we don't read about in the papers. All we read about are divorces.
Now, that love was gone. As the 60s dragged on, it became harder and harder for Larry to answer the comedy call. But he soldiered on because he was a trooper, playing the Stooge and getting the laughs. Even as late as 1969, he joined my dad and Curly Joe on a new TV project, an hideous expedition called Kook's Tour. This excursion into the absurd was supposed to follow the Stooges as they took a series of screwy vacations, an idea that no doubt would have set the travel industry back 100 years.
Billy Joe, please take care of the wood. Larry, please take care of the fire.
What are you going to do?
Nothing.
Don't strain yourself.
Oh, come on.
But Cook's tour did not depart as scheduled because Larry just wasn't up to the trip. Time, you see, had become his mortal enemy, and as filming wore on, the sun began to set on the stooge in the middle.
In 1969, late December, we broke up for Christmas, and we were going to finish the picture, but I never came back. I got a stroke.
As the new decade dawned, the light dimmed. Larry, the indispensable second stooge, the man in the middle of all those landmark comedies, was felled by a crippling stroke in the first month of 1970. When he awoke from the coma, he was partially paralyzed, unable to walk at first, or even to speak. With Larry now fighting a daunting battle, a long-dreaded day had finally arrived. Age and infirmity had done what changing tastes and new technologies and tragic loss had not been able to do. Age and infirmity had at last written the end to the performing career of the Three Stooges. Larry spent months in the hospital, slowly regaining some semblance of his former strength and vitality. Dad visited him frequently. And when Larry took up residence in the motion picture country home, Hollywood's care facility for aging industry professionals, well, Dad visited him there too.
They had been friends and partners for decades. Their families grew up around each other. You know, I mean, the connections were many and varied and deep. It was very difficult for Mo.
Did you boys associate socially?
Oh, yeah. We were very friendly. That's why we lasted 42 years. Mo and I are still very good friends. I hope it stays that way, too.
And even though Larry was still ailing, the two of them would often mount impromptu shows for the staff and patients, recapturing, if only for a moment, a fleeting reminder of faded glory. It was a last bittersweet collaboration of the two men who had been the heart and soul of the Stooges for so long. Real live Sunshine Boys. With those nostalgic little presentations, a legendary partnership was laid to rest. And now, Dad had the opportunity to kick back, once and for all, and to be just a husband, or a father, or a grandfather, or whatever else he wanted to be.
Did your dad have any particular interests or hobbies?
In the later years, he loved to work with pottery, and I have a lot of the art objects around my house, wonderful, practical things. And on the back of every piece of artwork that he did, he'd put a little Mo face, you know, a little cartoon.
Right.
So that makes it kind of neat.
Sometimes a simple thing like combing your hair can get to be a habit, a bad habit.
He could finally smell the roses instead of the grease paint. But retirement, in the traditional sense, just wasn't Mo's style. The pressure of being a performer had ended, but the pleasure of being in the spotlight had not.
Do you ever get a chance to see Mo anymore? Where's he?
Well, he's out here, and he's playing colleges.
This is a return engagement for me here in Buffalo. I was here in 1892. And Stan told me, I'm pretty sure that I'll be returning next winter because he said it'll be a cold day before Mo Howard comes back.
When they love you, you can just feel it. And so the love of that feeling, the pursuit of that feeling, the acceptance and the thing that gives you affirmation, I think you still seek it.
And my next guest is one of the original Three Stooges. Here is Mo Howard.
Yeah. So Dad carried on, alone, still and always a stooge. He began to work on his long-delayed autobiography, and hit the road for appearances at film festivals, conventions, and universities. And he just couldn't resist the camera, hitting the talk show circuit with his usual flair. My dad had always played a manic Michelangelo to his band of baggy pants Raphaels, never more so than in the case of Soupy Sales, a spiritual heir to the Stooges' comedy stylings. So, when the old master decided to conduct an advanced class in pie throwing on the Mike Douglas show, his pupil was only too willing to participate.
That's it. Wait a minute.
Today, why don't you go over and give her a nice kiss, okay?
Bring her up.
Of course, turnabout is fair play, and sometimes, as my mom is about to prove, the pie winds up on the other foot. Or is it face? Now, Mom's appearance on the Mike Douglas show proves that even without the ailing Larry, my dad wasn't really alone when it came to carrying the Stooge banner. My mother was always willing to show the colors in the advancement of the Stooge cause.
How long have you been married now?
34 years.
Boy, that's some while, isn't it?
Yes, 34 wonderful years.
Traveled with the Stooges wherever they've gone?
Yes, every place they went, we went with them.
And if Mom was doing her bit for the promotion and the perpetuation of Stoogedom, well, she wasn't the only one. My sister Joni was now beginning her serious immersion into all things Stooge. And come to think of it, how could she not? After all, she was the daughter of the master of the Stooges and the wife of their manager. It was as if nature and nurture had destined her for the job. And that job was to help create the chronicle of Stooge history. Little Joni, as it turned out, had a real talent for writing, an ability to bring a bright and fresh voice to the story of the 6 men who made up the Three Stooges.
My thoughts were how to give back. My dad, every time he handed out an autograph to a fan that came up to him, he said, you know, if it wasn't for the fans, we wouldn't be here. So I had this feeling that I needed to help promote that legacy. I had to be able to do something to help keep their name alive.
Sometimes working alone, sometimes with writing partners Greg and Jeff Lindbergh, Joni put a pen to paper and became an author. Articles started appearing, and then books, each a welcome addition to Stooge scholarship.
Moe's daughter, Joan, picked up the torch and carried it with her books and personal appearances that she made, which I think the fans enjoyed immensely, and was very good about keeping the Three Stooges in the hearts and minds of the people.
And while Joni was sitting in front of the typewriter, our father was sitting in a series of airplane seats. He had become a kind of roving ambassador, a secretary of Stooge, if you will. He attended film festivals, conferences, and conventions all over the country. In fact, all over the world, including one in an unlikely hotbed of Stooge interest, Japan.
Learn the Japanese alphabet. A-I-U-E-O, kaki-ku-ke-ko, sasi-su-se-so, nani-nu-ne-no, rari-ru-re-ro, sasi-su-se-so. Akasatana hamayara wa Good? Well, you take as many kids as there are internationally that watch the Three Stooges.
Because it's not just in this country, is it?
Oh, God, no. Oh, God, no.
Ladies and gentlemen,
As another attraction, we wish to present those loco Americanos comedians, the Three Stooges.
In Latin America, for instance, the Three Stooges are immensely popular.
Los tres chiflados, Coney, Larry, y Moe, en Idiotas de Lujo.
They had gone global. Their two-reelers and feature films redubbed and redistributed everywhere.
No se muevan de su lugar. Señor Mo.
Their visual, physical comedy, like Charlie Chaplin's a generation before, providing for foreign audiences a language that really needed no words. Though in truth, they got the words anyway.
You had kids in Buenos Aires, Brazil, Asia, Europe, really all over the world, watching Le Trois Stooges, De Drie Verrückten, Sambaka Tasho.
And if the idea of the Stooges in Japanese strikes you a little odd, well, you ain't heard nothing yet.
Ho inventato il super tranquillizzador per tranquillizzare coloro che hanno prendito l'eccitator de Otto.
Ah, ti fa tranquillizzatore, eh? E fa bene per mal di testa.
No.
E allora prendete
Il y a un fiacre qui vient. T'inquiète pas, il y a qu'à le dire qu'on est citoyen américain.
L'Amérique n'est pas encore découverte.
Mais alors, je peux pas être né.
Christophe Colomb lui-même n'est pas encore né. Oh, idiot!
Was hat das zu bedeuten?
Odysseus ist entflohen.
Was?
Diese Halunken haben ihn aus dem Kerker befreit.
Ihr habt es gewagt?
Es ist keine Spur von ihm zu finden.
Hey, Mosini. Tiens. Into la cassette des là. Sous là? Oh, maintenant, compris.
I was part of the invasion party into Iraq in March of 2003. When I'd go to the market, I would ask for the Three Stooges, but of course I couldn't interpret that in English. So I would actually just hold up a CVD and go whoop, 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 and make that motion. They're like, oh, yeah, come. And they would actually show me where the Three Stooges were.
Yes, the boys' popularity now spanned the globe. They had transcended their humble beginnings and their vaudeville roots and were winning new fans everywhere. And while Mom, Dad, Joni, Norm, and the Stooges were making like Alexander the Great and conquering the world, what was yours truly doing? Just trying to live a normal life, a life of my own away from showbiz. Now, art had always been my passion, and I decided to try to make a career out of it. And since Picasso had already locked up that great artist of the 20th century thing, I went into advertising. And so I moved to New York and became what we now call a madman. And there was one mad twist that still boggles my mind. Back in my Hollywood youth, Harry Cohn had constantly exhaled his fiery breath at his Columbia minions, and I came to New York to get away from things like that. So where did I wind up living? On the same damn street where Harry Cohn grew up. What did I have to do to get away from the guy? Move to the moon? Oh well, if Harry's ghost ever wants to visit the old neighborhood, at least he's got a place to stay. I also got married. Like a lot of marriages in those days, or in any days, it didn't work out. But we had a kid, and that worked out just fine.
I don't think I will ever be a stooge. At least I don't think I can compete with him. But I have a little stooge at home. She's fantastic.
How old is Jennifer now?
She's 10 months old.
Is she 10 months old? That's right. You're right to me that. Does she recognize Dad on the screen yet? No?
I don't think yet. Not quite yet. Not on the screen, but when I get into the house,
I can imagine.
There's Grandpa, huh? She's got, I think, more expressions than Dad does.
Is that so?
She's unbelievable.
Really?
Different varieties, dynamite.
When I was growing up, all the stories I heard that had anything to do with my dad and Mo, it all had to do with him separating himself, whether it was the story he used to tell his friends about his father being a meter reader for PG&E, or the fact that Mo would try to give him gifts to show his affection, and my dad didn't really always want the gifts. So that was sort of the mode I grew up with. When I got a sense of who Moe the character was on TV, it seemed very separate from the grandfather that I had known. They didn't seem like the same person at all. My relationship to the Stooges was almost an extension of my dad's early relationship to them. Can you imagine if you were the son of Moe? The things that people would automatically assume about you? I mean, you'd have to separate yourself to claim any kind of ownership over your personal accomplishments.
So I spent most of my adult life trying to separate myself from my birthright. As if I really could. The Stooges were a part of me, although I didn't really know it yet. And they were part of the consciousness of the world. To understand that, all you had to do was look at all the people who proudly called themselves fans. These fans meant everything to the Stooges because they knew that they were nothing without them. They were like an extended family, and the Stooges treated them like family, then and always. Well, back in the 1960s, I grew a big, bushy red beard. And my parents didn't know I had. One day they announced they were coming to New York City on business. And somewhere, out of somewhere, I got this idea. What would it be like for me to walk up to my dad in disguise, ask him for his autograph, and he not know who I was? Well, they told me they were coming in on business one night. We were to meet in Grand Central Station underneath the big clock. So I brought my disguise down to the men's room, changed, came up, trudged up to my dad, bumped him into his shoulder. He looked at me, and I looked at him, and I said, "Hey, are you Moe, one of the Stooges?" He says, "Why, yes." 15 feet away, I see my mother talking to my wife. The eyes, they look just like Paul's. My wife gestures like that. I said, "Hey, Moe, can I have your autograph?" He says, "Why, sure." Who should I make it out to? Make it out to Hyman. My wife and my mother are starting to laugh. My father gives him a quick look, turns back to me, pulls out the little wallet-size autograph with the Three Stooges photo on it. To Herman. "Here it is." "Gee, thanks, Moe. I really, really like this." And the ladies are now becoming hysterical. Tears are coming down their eyes. Their knees are starting to buckle. My father gives them another look, comes back to me. "Moe, I really love you for this." And I walk, and I trudge out to the exit. Now, what happened next was told to me because I was going down into the basement to change into my normal outfit. My father turns to my wife and my mother and says, "How dare you laugh at our fans? How dare you? They're the ones that made us. And if it wasn't for them, we'd be nobody." And then he paused and said, "But that was the ugliest son of a bitch I ever saw." Now I'm coming back through a totally different entrance. I come back, as soon as my father sees me, he says, "My God, you just missed the wildest looking guy." I said, "Well, what did he look like?" He said he had this wild hair, the wild look. He was a bum. The ladies are now on the floor, totally hysterical and out of control. My father takes a longer look at them. Then he looks back at me, and his eyes squint. He says, "No." All three of us simultaneously say, "Yes." Dad turned around in slow motion, grabbed the marble lip of the ticket counter, and slowly collapsed in total hysteria. And that became one of his favorite stories he loved to tell, where the young punk put one over on the old pro. And so, whether they were starstruck kids, or nostalgic adults, or even guys named Paul in disguise, the fans always kept a light burning in the window, always kept a welcome mat ready for the Stooges. And you know what? They still do.
I had the great thrill of corresponding with Moe. I wrote to him, and he sent me very specific and very interesting observations and memories about working with Charlie Chase. And then he was very complimentary about the article when it was finished, which made me feel great.
I always felt that if they were my friends, that there would never be a question about what I looked like and who I was. I just knew that. I just knew that there was no barrier with the Stooges. And I don't know why I felt that, but I did.
Yes, to the fans, the Stooges had become like family. But every family is visited by death. And sometimes death knocks more than once.
Hey, step on it! Look who's coming! Wow!
And in one terrible year, death came calling 3 times, stealing away the heart and soul of the Stooge family. But, as we will see next time, if that was to be the end, then it would also be a new beginning. "1975. Oh, what a year that was. It all started with Larry. Ever since his stroke back at the beginning of the decade, the ever-cheerful Mr. Fine, still needing a wheelchair to get around, had been struggling to overcome his handicap and had been doing a pretty good job of it. In addition to his shows with my dad at the Motion Picture Country Home, Larry had been appearing at local high schools and colleges.
Out here I do shows at high school. I bring the film and then talk about them afterwards.
As his health improved, Larry dreamed of a comeback. But like Curly, it wasn't meant to be. On October 4, 1974, a day shy of his 72nd birthday, Larry was hit by another stroke. He managed to make a marginal recovery, but it was only the calm before the storm.
Is there anything you'd like to say to some of your Three Stooges fans here in our listening area?
Well, I want to thank them. I get a lot of letters from Illinois, and I want to thank all the people for remembering me. I'll never forget them, I'm sure.
The final blow came as the new year turned. Larry suffered a massive stroke that put him into a coma. He died on January 24th, 1975. The day an era ended. Larry had been unique among the Golden Age Stooges, the only one who was not a Howard. And that, I think, was important. Growing up with an overbearing mother and an underwhelming father had left a mark on my father and my uncles. Mo was insecure and insular. Shemp was nutty and neurotic. And Curly was beset by inner demons and infantile behavior. Larry had his faults too, lots of them. But his easygoing manner and goodwill had smoothed over many a rough spot. Dad had always been harder on him than on my uncles.
That's for absolutely nothing.
Never forgetting the same sort of screw-ups that he quickly forgave with his brothers. And such family loyalty is natural. But maybe Mo also understood that if he was the unquestioned leader of the act, then Larry just might have been the glue that held it together.
Larry wore a medallion, and on one side was a menorah, and on the other side was St. Christopher. He said, this is kind of a reflection of my belief. There's some supreme being, and I figure if I be nice, I'm ahead of the game, and everything will work out fine. And that's how he lived his life.
Deep in his heart of hearts, he was an artist. So he was sensitive, and he knew what Mo really meant in the scheme of things, not just to him, but to the world. And he stayed with that dynamic because he wasn't really meant to do anything else except be part of this nuclear bomb that somehow came together out of 3 different places.
Dad took Larry's death very hard. It was almost as if he had lost another brother. And with Larry's passing, he had to realize that the Three Stooges were finished.
Till you cried like you made me cry.
The Three Stooges films are 30 to 40 years old, and yet they are still on television every day across the country.
And how long will this go on?
Remember one kid said, I don't mean to be smart or anything, but I'm sure the Three Stooges films will go on forever.
The showman and my father could not let go. He still believed that the Stooges could live on. He even imagined himself, Joe DeRita, and longtime Stooge sidekick Emil Sitka playing Larry's brother, teaming up for small roles in big movies. It was a half-baked idea at best, and it should have never even made it to the oven. And in the end, it came to nothing, because fate had an idea of its own. In vaudeville, there's an old joke. I'm a chain smoker because I can't afford cigarettes. Well, Dad could afford cigarettes, plenty of them, and they had been his constant companion. Sure, he tried to quit, but the pressures of life had always sent him reaching for just one more smoke. Now all those puffs were catching up to him, and his health was deteriorating at a rapid clip. All of us, my mom, my sister, Joni, and me, we all knew that my father was sick. But I don't think any of us could accept how serious it really was. Maybe it was denial on our parts. Or maybe we were taking our cue from Dad. Because Mo, so tempestuous and temperamental on the screen, was his usual stoic and upbeat self off it. Like his Russian peasant ancestors, he smiled in the face of the coming winter. But all the denial and all the stoicism could not change the fact that my father had lung cancer, and that only one outcome was possible. And deep down, we all knew what it was.
The month before he died, he sent me a birthday card. And on the card it said, "My love for you knows no bounds. And be sure to go often and have checkups." Because he realized that how important that was with this type of a disease.
The final chapter of my father's life came to a close on May 4th, 1975, when death took Mo Howard, king of the Three Stooges. He had been born an ordinary man in the most common of circumstances, and yet he built a life that, by any standard, could only be called extraordinary.
For duty and humanity.
And at that moment, the moment we lost him, I realized that in spite of a lifetime spent together, I didn't really know this extraordinary man as well as I could have. And that left a hole that could never be filled. As much as my father's death had affected Joni and me, it had the most catastrophic impact on my mother. She had always been the personification of the old-fashioned traditional wife. Devoted, self-sacrificing, always willing to put her husband's needs first. Now he was gone, and none of us knew if she could ever recover from the shock. Of all the cruel and soul-searching events we have to endure in life, the death of a parent is among the worst. To lose both parents in a relative heartbeat of time seems to be more than any human being should ever have to bear. But that is what destiny had decreed for Joni and me, because in October of 1975, less than 6 months after my father's funeral, my mother, my sweet, serene mother, had passed away. And the hole left by Dad's passing became a chasm. Yes, 1975. What a year not to remember. And as our family was overwhelmed by grief and by pain, we understood that we were being joined in mourning by fans all over the globe as the extended family of Stoogedom shared our loss.
Quite a guy, quite an interesting fellow, and at 78 years old, died about 2 weeks ago. So we've lost Fine, and Larry died, and now Mo. Pretty sad.
After a half-century in the forefront of film comedy, their voices were silenced, and a legendary act was gone.
Stroke! 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 And now everything is...
But all you had to do was look at a few seconds of their films to know that they would never die. Not really. Those flickering images would keep them alive until the sprocket holes wore out. The Stooges as men could not survive the ravages of time. But the Stooges of legend could survive. In fact, they could thrive.
The Stooges have never really gone away, and particularly from television. And that's what really initiated their revival in the late 50s, early 60s, and has kept them out there.
As the 1970s come to an end, the Stooges continue to find new generations of devotees. And all across the country, there were shows dedicated to delivering the Three Stooges to kids who hadn't even been born when the boys were in their heyday. Of course, the Stooges would need a little help to keep going in this brave new world, and they got it from two of the least Stooge-like people I've ever known, my sister Joni and her husband Norman. Like a tag team of torchbearers, Norman and Joni evolved into their own version of the Statue of Liberty logo that welcomed the viewers to the Columbia comedies, lighting the way for a new chapter in the Stooge story. And with her husband working behind the scenes, taking care of the business end and conceiving new projects for TV and in animation, Joni became the face of the family, spreading the good word of Stooge fandom to one and all. And so all those Stooges faces were still to be seen, still bringing a smile to other faces. And while the political correctness of the period made the classic Columbia shorts a little too violent for kids' TV, luckily there was this newfangled thing called home video rearing its tape head on the American scene. The old two-reelers now had a new life on the video cassette reels, and soon devoted and neophyte fans were laughing along with the boys for the first time or for the umpteenth time on Beta and VHS. That video reboot helped to energize all the people for whom the Stooges were beloved pals. Not that they really needed any prompting. For the true believers, constantly reviewing all the classic moments in their mind's eye, those knuckleheads were always knocking each other silly anyway. And it was around this time that all those true believers began to find one another. Fan clubs started forming all over the country and all over the world. This led to conventions and film festivals as the joys of Stooge brought people together. And my sister Joni, with Norman's help, presided over it all. Besides his business savvy, Norman contributed a TV cartoon idea that was perfectly logical. Since the Stooges were seemingly indestructible, why not turn them into indestructible robots?
Robotic Stooges!
As for Joni, well, her previous book still proved popular as she continued to add new titles to the Stooge fans' required reading list.
The boys even achieved the ultimate Hollywood honor. Sure, it meant that lots of people would walk all over them, but it was the kind of recognition that would truly cement the Stooges into movie history.
I started a campaign, got 15,000 letters from anyone you wanted to name, any category, any occupation. They all loved the Stooges, saying, yes, dear Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, we want a star for the Stooges. I love them because they contribute so much to our business. They deserve this star.
I'll never forget him. And 2 of my years with him was one of the highlights of my career in show business.
Joe Besser grabbed my hand and somebody says, now walk on it. And I tell you, I couldn't do it. He had to literally drag me over the star. It was like, here's something we've wanted for so long and now I don't want to spoil it.
The star. This reminds me of Dad's last interview when the host asked him, hey Mo, how long do you think the Stooges might be remembered? And with a twinkle in his eye, he said, with a little bit of luck, maybe forever.
And I think Dad was so right.
So right. Now, if Einstein had his theory of relativity, then the Stooges must have come up with a theory of real levity. Because as the years passed, these pea-brain professors of buffoonery began to provide inspiration to a whole new generation of entertainers.
They did physical comedy like nobody else ever did. And they were really the basis of a lot of other comedians.
I picked a magic nose goblin. Beep. John Kricfalusi asked me about what kind of a voice the character would do, and he remembered I did a Larry impression. Stimpy's sort of like childlike, so Larry getting excited and childlike was good for this, happy, happy, joy, joy. I've put Stooge noises into every cartoon series I've ever been in. To this day on Futurama, Dr. Zoidberg goes, and he runs away, clicking his claws and going, There's millions of kids that think that I just did that because I'm crazy, because I'm a nut, and they like it, and they have no idea. But that's the Stooges.
Hello.
When me and my friends go out of the town, we can't sit still, we can't sit down.
It even reached the point where my pop became an unlikely part of a pop hit.
Hey Mo, hey Mo, hey Mo, hey Mo. Well, yuck, 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 yuck.
A catchy little number that could have made even the constantly gyrating Curly want to outdo himself on the dance floor. But sadly, Norman isn't around to see the glow he helped create. In fact, he didn't live to see a lot of what he so painstakingly planted come to fruition. Because Norman, the man responsible for so much of the great Stooge revival of the 60s and beyond, died of cancer in 1986. He was only 60 years old. Once again, our family was stricken with a terrible loss, and once again, death played a painful part in our story. Once Dad was gone, the only remaining Stooges were Joe Besser and Curly Joe Dorita. Joe Besser may have had the shortest run with the Stooges, but he certainly had an important one in allowing Mo and Larry to finish out their contract with Columbia in 1958.
Boy, am I excited.
When he went with the Stooges, we were very excited.
Pinch me, see if I'm dreaming. Ow, not so hard.
Always did the hands. That was just, oh, you. He was always, I did that at the house too, yeah. The world loved him. They loved all of them.
That left the last of the Three Stooges, Curly Joe Dorita. Joe had a lifelong career in show business and reveled in his role as a stooge to the end. Joe was happily married to Jean Dorita, and she doted over him through his long illness later in life. Like Larry before him, his infirmity led him to the motion picture country home, where Jean visited him every single day until his death in 1993.
I know for a fact Joe was very proud of being one of the Three Stooges. He thought they were great. He said this to me, and just before he died, I filmed him at his last birthday because we were going to go to one of those gatherings in Philadelphia, and I was taking a film to the fans. And I said, anything you want to say to the fans about the Stooges? And I remember these words exactly. He says, what can I say? What can I say about people who gave their whole life to a business, who lived for a business, who lived for the fans? That's what he really thought.
Well, welcome, 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 Three Stooge fans.
By the 90s, the merchandising of the Stooges kicked into top gear. Under the strong and innovative stewardship of a group called Comedy 3, the marketing of memorabilia took on the roar of a well-oiled machine.
Mo Howard himself, and I know this for a fact, I heard him say it, wanted the property to live.
As the president and CEO of C3 Entertainment, it's really my responsibility, our responsibility with Brother Bob, to be the keeper of the flame, the Three Stooges.
Keeping it alive, making it relevant to a new generation of fans.
And not change it in such a way that it's no longer true to what the original guys invented and created.
Hey, what's this stuff for anyway?
Why, it's a cleaner, you chump.
I know, it's auto polish.
You boys really want to know what it's for?
Yeah.
It's for sale. Now get busy selling it.
Oh!
The Three Stooges merchandise program goes back many, many years, over 50 years, and over that time period there's been probably thousands of Three Stooges products that have been produced. Cups, plates, apparel, shirts, slot machines, Three Stooges beer, and hot sauce. We do it all because people love the Three Stooges.
As a matter of fact, we even have a Three Stooges credit card. I've got one right here in my pocket. Three Stooges. There you go.
You know, somebody can see your number and they'll be able to go out now and use it.
You'll have to get that changed.
And you'll be a real stooge.
Yeah. Well,
What better place to explore the Three Stooges, present and future, than this classic Brooklyn landmark, here even before any of the Howard brothers were even born.
When my dad, with Larry and Curly Joe in 1959 founded Comedy 3, they thought this was going to go on forever.
The Three Stooges created something that was incredibly unique. It's a brand of humor that people love, and it just lives on. Whenever we show the original shorts to young kids, they go crazy. And they just have a heck of a time laughing and roaring at these silly, funny guys who are walking and boinking and eye poking and all that stuff.
That's right.
They love it.
Some people may not know that the Stooge short, Hoi Polloi, the storyline was created by my mother. And, you know, she was really behind the scenes. She was the one that really supported my father 100%. And the influence that my mother had was reflected in that ABC movie of a number of years ago.
Yeah, that was an interesting film. We did that in 2000, and it's hard to get the whole history of the Three Stooges into 90 minutes, but we did the best we could with the time we had at ABC. But it was a fun project and something we felt that we wanted to get out to the public.
I love the combination of the detailing of their career and also what they were like as everyday guys.
Well, it's like I say, I think there's something unique about the Three Stooges. It's also shown in the fact that Mo being largely responsible to have to continually fill in roles to keep the act going. But despite changing people along the way, as there was tragedy and deaths and so forth,
the Three Stooges lived on, and the comedy lived on. And we saw that more recently in 2012 when we did the new movie that we did.
This is an iPhone.
iPhone. Hello? Hello? There's nobody there.
Now, here's what we were thinking.
Yes?
Mind your P's and Q's.
Don't forget to dot the I's.
Certainly.
We had Sean Hayes and Christine Maftopoulos and Will Sasso play the Stooges. And Peter and Bobby Fairley, true fans. Nobody can do it as the original guys can do it. We all know that. But they did a fabulous job, and now we want to do more. But it's just an example of how these characters live on and have taken on a life of their own.
That's right.
It's amazing, isn't it, if you think about all the people's lives that have been affected and impacted by these great men, the people who come along and say, you know, I watched this with my dad and my grandpa, and we grew up on the Three Stooges.
And the story of the father and the son who just couldn't get along. But somehow, when they sat in front of the Stooges on TV, they could bond together.
That's a large part of the fan base that continues on, because it's recreated, which is interesting, because somebody will come in and they'll say, you know, I took my grandson to your new movie that we did in 2012, and they'll say, I wanted him to experience what I experienced, you know, as a boy.
That's right, it's called Passing the Torch.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, here we are back in Brooklyn, where it all started with your dad so long ago. And now, all these years later, the Stooges are as great as they've ever been and going strong. And I'd like to propose a toast to the Three Stooges.
And I second the motion. Here's to the Three Stooges and to Brooklyn.
I'll drink to that.
A marvelous accomplishment. A prodigious achievement. You said it, it's putrid.
Pain often forces us to confront and understand things that we would otherwise avoid. Norman's death, I think, had that effect on me. As I have said many times, I was always uncomfortable with, and sometimes downright hostile to, the idea of being Mo Howard's son. The idea of being a player in a real-life drama about a singular show business dynasty. It was easy to go my own way as long as Norman was alive, because he presided so well over so much of the Stooge legacy. But Norman's death taught me something about myself, something it took me an awfully long time to learn. All my life, I had been fighting who I was, fighting my heritage, pretending that I wasn't a part of the Stooge story, and that the Stooge story wasn't a part of me. I rejected too much of what he was, but I came to see that those very imperfections were the source of his comic genius. He needed to make people laugh. He needed to be a star. And his greatness grew out of those needs. Now, maybe some people could see those deep desires as a character flaw. And maybe that's just fine, because after all, comedy isn't about what we do right. It's about what we do wrong. We laugh at failure, not success. If Dad hadn't been so insecure, so driven, so desperate for attention, he probably would have followed his mother into the real estate business. And I would have led a lot more average life. But I wouldn't have had nearly as much fun, and I wouldn't be who I am.
When my dad traveled to Manhattan from California to try to break into the advertising industry, that was the real madman time. And it was not easy to get your foot in the door there. And not only did my dad do it, and not only was he successful using his artistic skills to make a living in that environment, but he's a nice guy. My dad is just a really great guy, and he just did it on talent.
And so, Norman's death marked the beginning of my emotional and psychological epiphany. It started my long overdue acceptance of my place in the Stoogian universe. When my dad died, Norman really took on the mantle of a man of the family. Older than I was and already intimately involved in Stooge business, he was perfectly suited for the role. But when Norman left us, I suddenly found myself the man of the family, with the word family being a lot more important than the words man or myself. And with that, I was finally able to look at the Stooges in a new and kinder light. I finally began to appreciate how brilliant their comedy really was. I could finally understand how hard they had worked, how brave they had been, and how much they had sacrificed. And I could finally embrace how much the Stooges mattered to me and to so many people. No matter how much older they grew, no matter what the calendar might say, the devotion stayed evergreen and never went away. Yes, never going away, and yet, like the Stooges themselves, always coming back to the places that feel like home.
It's always amazing when any of the heirs of the Three Stooges get together with any of the fans. They're very, very popular, and there's just something magical about it, in that I guess it's a bridge to Larry, Moe, and Curly and the other guys who played the parts. People love these guys so much and have gotten so much out of them throughout their lifetime that they can kind of get in touch with them through the sons, daughters, grandsons, granddaughters, who are all very proud of the heritage.
It was amazing. I mean, it was totally amazing. I could not imagine that there were so many fans and that people were so nice. I mean, they were just so excited to see me and, you know, talk to me and take pictures with me. And I got to, you know, see Paul and Joan and just kind of reminisce a little bit about the part of my childhood that I remember, and they were a big part of it.
I think I must have been out of college. He started going to these Stooges conventions, which I thought was really weird for him because I couldn't imagine him even getting that close to it. And he would tell me about it, and I would sort of nod to myself and then not think much about it. And he started to ask me to go with him. And I kind of ignored that. And I finally went. And the first year I was there, I met him in the lobby of the hotel. And some fans came up and wanted a picture with him. And so my dad goes right over to them. I think he put like one arm around one guy and then like did this thing to him. And I was floored because, I mean, not only was he coming up really close to the Stooges thing, he was like acting as an ambassador for his father. It never would have occurred to me that he could ever do that.
Every year they gathered at reunions and all over the country, like true believers on a holy pilgrimage. And that seems to me to be just right, because this really is a brotherhood and a sisterhood of the people for whom the Three Stooges are not just a series of flickering black and white images, but instead a living, breathing thing.
The thing that's nice about Moe's kids coming each year is they're fans too. And they enjoy meeting the fans as much as the fans enjoy meeting them. It's very rewarding to me personally to see that they have that much fun at a get-together.
The original is on my wall at home. Paul Howard original. Converted into a t-shirt on a wide screen. And I mean wide.
I don't think that you could have anyone more amazing as, you know, as a grandfather. After being here, I'm more than convinced that I must definitely look like him in some ways. So.
We used to come home every day and watch the Three Stooges. They were like our babysitters because our parents were working. And they were our heroes every afternoon. And then suddenly, my grandmother took me to a Broadway show and saw my reaction to the stage and everything. She goes, I have something to tell you. Your grandfather was an actor. And from that point on, we found out that the Three Stooges were our relatives.
If I could have met him as a small child and been in his arms and been held by him, I think that would be the most amazing thing, not only for myself, but hopefully for him, that maybe would have touched him before he left us.
When I see the Stooges on TV, I just, part of me wants to laugh and part of me wants to cry, because I wish he had lived longer. And I wish I had known him better. Which is another motivation for me to share the experience I have had with people, just to celebrate him by sharing.
Sure, they had come to exchange information and to swap stories and to trade the treasured keepsakes of Stooge history. And they had come to reminisce about favorite moments from the annals of Stoogedom.
This year we have Lorna Gray, who was in 4 Three Stooges shorts, and Sally Starr, who was one of the Outlaws, and the Outlaws is coming. The Outlaws were played by TV kiddie show hosts. Lorna was in Oily to Bed, Oily to Rise, Three Sappy People, and You Nazi Spy. In that film, she played Mattie Herring, the woman who sat the Stooges down behind the Magic 8 Ball. 2 actresses from different eras, Sally and Lorna, are here as the people that worked with the Stooges, but they're really fans meeting other fans.
It was kind of strange when people asked for my autograph. It was like, the heck do they want my autograph for? But, you know, I signed and talked to everybody, and then that part was wonderful. And being able to see, you know, films of my father and really get that kind of connection that, gosh, I am his daughter and blood is thicker than water kind of feeling. And so it was fun.
You have a comedy team that's been around for over 70 years and totally loved by the fans just for what they've done on screen and off.
When I was 12 years old, I was awakened one night by my mom, and she said the Three Stooges are on the Joey Bishop show. So I wrote a letter simply addressed to the Three Stooges, Hollywood, California, asking when they would be on television again. Well, that letter got to Mo Howard's house. So I figured if I can get 1 letter, maybe I can get 2. And then those 2 letters led up to almost 30 over a period of 5 or 6 years. When I graduated from high school, a friend of mine and I drove from Dallas to Los Angeles. I wrote Mo a letter, and I said, if you're in town while I'm there, would it be possible to meet? He wrote a letter back saying, sure. Helen answered the door, and Mo was behind her coming down the hallway. He was a little man in a silver bowl haircut. And he looked at me and he says, well, who put you way the hell up there? We introduced ourselves and we went into the living room and sat down. My questions to him were mainly about, well, what was it like working in Hollywood in the 30s and the 40s and so forth? And he took us on a tour of the house, and he took us into his study, which was a room full of pictures from all of their films and lots of still shots and memorabilia from the years. He gave us a picture of all of the 6 Stooges, but he signed all of their names. And when he got to Curly and Shemp, he said, now this is the way they really signed their names. I look back on those times and sometimes I wonder if it was a lifetime ago or if it was somebody else that this happened to. Because in today's world, it's so different. Not only did I get to meet Mo and have an intelligent conversation with him, but I have since built a relationship with his son and his daughter and his family, his extended family over the years, and have come to find out they're just very nice people. People you'd love to live next door to.
Applause for the son of Mo, Mr. Paul Howard.
The heartfelt appreciation of these loyal fans and of millions more around the world have turned the Three Stooges into something special. Something that is so much more than this trio of knuckleheads could or would otherwise have been.
What a wonderful turnout. Dad would have been thrilled.
I agree 100% on that. He really, really, really would have got a kick, a big, big kick.
The Stooges are eternal because there are young people coming up who watch them and fall in love with them.
Kids get it. You know, there's not a lot of interpretation one has to do with the Three Stooges humor.
I don't think the Three Stooges will ever go away, and I don't think they'll ever go out of fashion.
We're talking about the greatest comedy team ever, going back nearly 100 years.
My heart always belonged to them because they were the ones that I grew up with. They were the ones that sort of got me laughing and made me, you know, figure that slapstick was a great art form.
Their bumptiousness and their sort of worldview, if you will, is the same of any great comedian. It's us against them, us against the world. And that's universal and it's timeless. And I don't think it'll ever go out of fashion.
A lot of my early bravery and things in movies comes from them, comes because I know that that's part of what you have to know.
I think the Three Stooges are eternal. The older you get, the more you realize in your own life, like, man, I've been in this situation a lot, and I'm probably going to be in it again tomorrow.
Entertainment's never going to go away. I don't know if you're going to plug it in your head or if it's going to be right and stuck to your eyes, but the Stooges will be there somewhere. They'll be preserved.
Because as much as we loved it, future generations could love it as well, and will love it. And that's what's exciting to me.
They are absolutely icons.
When you talk about the Three Stooges, you don't talk about, the blasé. These were giants, and you'll never see that kind of thing again.
I began this trip through 100 years of collective memory with a question. And so, it seems only fitting to end with another one. What do we learn from our fathers? Well, here's my answer. More than we think, but less than we should. And that this common generational tragedy, endlessly repeated, defines too many lives, mine included. The dynamic between fathers and sons is one of the most difficult of all human relationships, and those tensions lead to a million squabbles, both small and substantial, and breed a silent sort of war. I suspect my father spent a lot of time being disappointed in what I was. Quiet, private, and stubbornly independent. And I know I wasted way too much time being resentful over who he was. Aloof, overpowering, and supremely ambitious. And that problem caused us to butt heads far more frequently than we should have, driving a wedge between us that was as subtle as smoke and as solid as cement. But ultimately, as potent as the conflict is, how much does it really matter? Because in spite of all the issues, fathers and sons love each other and learn to live with all the problems and all the disappointments and the resentments. To do anything else would be a betrayal of our humanity and a denial of that supremely important word, family. My coming from denial of having a world-famous dad had a major impact on me. With a lot of work, and over the years, I can now separate Mo the Stooge and Mo my father, and I love them both.
Good evening, friends.
I know now that I always respected and admired and, yes, loved my dad as a person and as an artist. And that I honor in my heart the man who was a stooge. No, fathers and sons don't pick each other, but I sure am glad I wound up with the one I got, and I hope he felt the same way. There's a famous movie called I Never Sang for My Father, about a son who fundamentally doesn't understand his dad. Unfortunately, it took me many years of patience and soul searching to understand my dad. But for this father and son, it was well worth the effort. Hey Mo, hey Dad, here's to you. Love, Paul. If Dad could come back today and see all the success and all the love that the fans have for them, I wonder what his reaction would be.